Wow. Okay, where are my parents in chat at?
Nation's face-off matchup is underway, and the gloves are off. Matthew Tkachuk and Brandon Hagel.
Wait, They really do this? Wait, I thought this was just for video games. The fuck?
Hagel from Tampa Bay.
And what, do the refs just turn into boxing refs? Or what's the... They don't break them up, or...
Chuck from Florida.
Actually, you know what? Funnily enough, I'm willing to bet that fighting with your fists is probably some of the least risky stuff that can happen on the ice, huh? They've got helmets on, they don't have any boxing gloves, they're on fucking skates. Like, it's probably, in the grand scheme of things, not all that dangerous, huh? Both players have to want to fight, and then they let them go at it until they get, until they go to the ice.
Did not see this coming.
We saw someone die like a year ago, right? From the skates? Yeah? Is that contradicting what I'm saying? Isn't that reinforcing what I'm saying? That wasn't due to a fight. I think somebody just ran into a wall, and then, yeah, that was really brutal. Especially because the ice was all white. You saw the whoosh, like blood just go spraying. That dude died, didn't he?
Hagel skated away as he got back up, imploring the crowd to get even more vocally involved if that's possible.
Did you see that Ukraine wants the Army of Europe, and Europe is to hold emergency summit this upcoming week? We live in a Hoi 4 game. What does that mean? Heroes of Iverson? Hearts of Iron? Is that what HOI is? Hearts of Iron 4. The thing that sucks is that I don't know how strong, warning, American speaking, I don't know how strong, like, I know we speak of this as a meme, but I mean this in a true sense, like the European identity is, or the EU identity is right now, because, I mean, obviously you suffered Brexit, which I think was a blow to the confidence in the European Union, although that seemed to kind of like trudge forward. And then you also, you've had like this rise of kind of like far right parties that are a little bit more isolationist, wanting to block immigration, like EU skepticism from the right, and even from, I think, from the left too, right? I guess it's just like the liberals under attack ideologically in all these countries. It's like, but that's my 5,000 mile broad overview take, but. There's 2 more fights in this. Hockey fights seem boring as fuck, though. Does anything good happen?
Brady's out. Here you go. He gets. He said, "A start." Now in the center of the action, it's Colton Parayko and JT Miller.
Listen, my views on Dune are not going to change. Okay, fuck Dune. But the more I like mentally revisit Dune 2. This was a sick movie. Him coming back here is like some fucking LSD'd out crazy psycho leader of all these people coming back to the city that his family was kicked out of, that was burned to the ground by the people that were currently in charge of it, like all of the combining all the weird fucking motherly bullshit powers and his all the. This movie was a good ass movie. Dune 2, this is a good movie. I like this movie. Damn. Dune 1 was boring as fuck, though. Fuck that movie. God, what a horrible movie. You spoiled Better Call Saul yesterday on stream for me. Apologize. What did I spoil? I haven't even seen it. That they don't call Saul on the end? Yeah, it's liberals losing ground to illiberal parties, both in national and EU elections, but the right wing in Europe periodically gets in power, and they quickly lose popularity because they aren't that good at ruling and are very corrupt. Case in point, the FPO in Austria. I don't know anything about them, but I'll take your word for it. And I'll probably repeat that talking point verbatim in the future, pretending that I understand it. I mean, we saw what happened with the FPO in Austria, right? Like, they got power for a little bit, they're ineffective leaders, and then they lose the next election, right? I'll say that. And people are like, damn, how does he know about that? Any spicy food takes recently? The reason I and others want to convert you on Dune is because you don't understand it, and I'm not someone who normally says it. I don't believe you. It's not that deep, bro. This is what I really want to do, okay? I want to take an adult food eater and I want to go to a steakhouse. Here's what I can't figure out, okay? I need help with this. I should learn steak better because it's like my favorite food. Well, I mean, it's... So if you go to a steakhouse, there's a cut that you can get. This is what I usually get, called a fillet. Now, I think if you go to a really nice steakhouse, or if you're with like a meat connoisseur, he'll make fun of you for ordering a fillet. And he'll say, and this is very true, I won't order a fillet try not to at a very nice steakhouse, because the fillet, a lot of the flavor, maybe all the flavor of the meat comes from really well, I think it's rendered fat. And a fillet will be tender, but it's very lean, almost no fat whatsoever in it. So almost no flavor, right? Like I think the best ground beef to create hamburgers with, I think is considered 80-20. You might be tempted to be like, oh, 95-5, that's the percentage of, I think, beef to fat. And you go, oh, 95-5 will be better, it's even more beef. But no, you need the fat. It makes it juicier and it gives it flavor. It might be that that's where all the flavor comes from. I think the fat in the bone or something, okay? The issue that I run into, though, is so I went to a really nice steakhouse for Valentine's Day, and I ordered two different steaks because I split with my girlfriend, and we had one of the things we ordered was a porterhouse. And I believe that a porterhouse, I think, is it's two different cuts on both sides of the bone. What is it? I think it's a sirloin on this side, and is it a New York strip on this side? Does anybody know? Where am I big? Okay, yeah, it's a strip and a sirloin, I think, I believe. Oh, it's a strip and a fillet? Strip and sirloin? I think it's a strip and a sirloin. So the issue that I run into, though, is, like, does anybody actually eat, like, fucked up, gristly, fatty, weird shit? Like, I can eat a steak that has some fat that's well rendered. But, okay, so this is I believe this is a porterhouse, yeah. So when I'm looking at this, usually on the strip side, over here, this like burnt stuff, this will be like a fatty part of the steak. Although, am I crazy? Is there none on this? Is this an incredibly lean cut, or am I crazy? This fat that's over here off to the side, this will be delicious, okay? I have no problem eating this with a bunch of meat as well. It's just really, really, really good. Oh, they trim the fat? That's kind of weird. Okay. No problem with that. However, fatty stuff that you can't really see it. I don't even know if there's that much, but like fatty stuff that is just like in little chunks here, or like that run through the meat here, I have to like spit this out. Like I can't chew it. Like it's fucked up. Like, am I crazy? Do people normally just eat that and pretend to like it, or do they actually like it? Or does anybody know? Am I insane? That's not fat. It's called sinew. You cut around it. Are you supposed to cut around it? That fat is good when it's cooked well, but who the fuck likes a well steak? Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe you're just supposed to cut around it. The thing is that like if I'm going to a really, really good steakhouse, I feel like I'm wasting it if I order a filet. Like I shouldn't be ordering a filet. I should be ordering at least, I think ribeyes are considered really good. I really like, I think skirt and flank steak. Although I don't even know if these are considered good cuts of meat. But when they're prepared well, like especially like Brazilian, I think steakhouses do these really, they're so good. Holy I don't even know why though. This is why Wagyu is so fatty and good. All the fat melts. There's no chewy fat unrendered. Yeah, Wagyu is good, but it's really expensive. I guess I'm just like, I'm such a pussy, dude. I can order like a fucking steak and they can bring me out like a salad and they'll be like, is everything okay? I'll be like, yeah, it's fine. Because I'm a fucking pussy. I wonder if they have pictures of their food. Hold on. No. Like, I feel like my steak was good, but I don't feel like it was worth it. I ordered this. So this A5 apple-fed Shinzu strip loin. This was good, but this is a small steak. If I had to guess, it was probably 6 ounces maybe for 140 bucks. The porterhouse was $200. This whole meal was $550, and they include the tip. They're very sneaky because when they bring out the check, they'll have another tip line, even though it's included in the bill. But when I'm like, I feel like when I'm biting into every other bite and it's got like that sinewy, like gristly shit, it makes me, I'm like, fuck me, dude. Am I like the child here that just can't chew through this? Am I just supposed to eat through all of this? Or did they fuck this up somehow? I don't know. Have you ever had smoked brisket? I think so, right? Yeah, that's like a southern thing, right? Brisket is brisket any meat that like pulls apart easily? Or am I could be totally wrong on that. What am I thinking of? Oh, no, actually, I'm just thinking of pulled pork or pulled whatever. I have had brisket before though. At any southern restaurant, I say southern, like a barbecue place you go to, they usually serve brisket. Oof, this shit is. I'm pretty sure this shit, like every serving of this you eat takes like 20 minutes off your life in terms of cancer risk, which is so good. Fuck. Just don't eat what you don't like. Nothing childish about it. Yeah, but sometimes I feel dumb if like half my steak is sitting there and I feel like I've cut around so much. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Am I just a retard or? Did you ever do that community survey to figure out why people watch you? I'll do it on the 1st of next month. This past few weeks have been kind of bumpy, so I figured I'd put that off a little bit. You order your steak medium, right? I'll usually ask the server for a recommendation. I'll order medium, but I've had some cuts. Usually, I think when you order the, if you're ordering the A5 stuff, I think usually they recommend that as medium rare, or if you go to some places, it'll be medium rare plus. So I'll order the A5 Wagyu, I'll order slightly less cooked, but medium is generally what I prefer. Would you go to a steak class or taste testing place? I don't know, maybe someday. What is a ribeye supposed to be? I don't know, medium? But you order it however you want, medium rare? Opinions on rare steak? I don't like cold. Anything that's cool or cold in the center, I'm not a big fan of. And there's a texture for... there's a texture for rare steak and then blue rare steak or whatever that is very like cool and chewy that I super don't like. I really don't like it. It's why I stopped ordering steaks medium rare. Although to be fair, that was when I'd order from the Outback Steakhouse. But like I'd order a steak medium rare and then a fat piece would come out and the middle would be like cool and there's a texture to rare steak that I just don't like. But I don't like eating like tartare or whatever the fuck. They already got fucked over enough by the Russians. We don't need to cannibalize them as well. Just kidding. How do you like your steak? Didn't I just say medium or medium rare? Medium, probably medium. I'll eat medium rare plus if it's available at a restaurant, but otherwise medium. Have you tried beef Wellington? Yeah, it's good. Have you went to Texas Roadhouse or do you only eat 5-star? No, Texas Roadhouse is good. I think Outback Steakhouse is fine too. I don't give a fuck. I haven't been eating out as much though, now that I'm on my self-improvement health arc. I think how people consume meat is the same as wine. People think expensive wine equals better, but there's a cutoff at like 50 bucks. I think steak is one of the few types of things that as you pay more and more and more, you can absolutely have just unbelievably good amazing cuts of meat that are just like life-changing. Butcher here, brisket if smoked right can break apart pretty easily. 145 medium rare always. Sounds like they did it wrong by the way. Maybe, I don't know. Have you heard Tim Dillon's corporate steakhouse rant? Nope. $10. Do you like gamier meat like lamb? What? Not really, but I think it's just mental for me. I don't think it, I probably would like it if I ate it more. I just don't. Like I went to, there's like this spa place called Yasuragi. I think they have establishments around the world, but there was one near Stockholm that I would go to with Belina, and they served, I think both times I was there, they served venison. And, I mean, it was fine. It tasted fine to me. Like, if they would have told me it was beef, I probably just would have thought it was, like, slightly stronger flavored beef or something. I wouldn't have thought anything of it, so.
Why is a corporate steakhouse so good? I want it to be dark. I want people there talking about real estate scams and whores. I want prostitutes. I want tan couples that just got back from an unfulfilling vacation, hovering right above misery, silently eating crab cocktail. I want that. I want shellfish towers. I want bosses trying to impress their new hires. I want new hires trying to impress their bosses. I want everybody with their tits and their dicks out. I want collared fucking shirts. I want maitre d's that grab you by the arm and say, is everything okay? I want decanted fucking bottles of red wine. I want...
Okay, base. What's the ground rules if you're broke as fuck, but you still want to eat out and treat your significant other? How much was the tip at the steakhouse? I just give them $10 extra, man. I feel like I'm getting milked hard. Fuck that. What's the ground rules if you're broke as fuck, but you still want to eat out and treat your significant other? Yeah, fuck. That's a hard one, my dude. People in chat are saying something. Women tend to like when you put thought into things. If you honestly were to like do your best to learn to try to like prepare one meal and you were to cook it for her, my guess is going to be that that's probably going to be more meaningful, and it'll create a better memory, and you'll have a better experience than going out to any restaurant, unless you're with somebody who's like super materialistic or whatever. Do you not think Willie Mac's video looked particularly bad due to your lack of response, regardless of the legal stance? You can still defend yourself within the bounds of the truth. You'd think so, huh? But you can't, and there's a reason why. And give me like 4 days, and I'll have a thing on this, and although it'll make more sense, I guess, and then we'll be done with this arc, or whatever you call it. Cooking together is a nice, meaningful way to spend some time together, in my humble opinion. It can be, but be careful how you phrase that, because like if you tell a significant other that you are going to that you're going to have like a surprise for them on Valentine's Day, and then they show up, and then you're like, we're both going to cook, unless it's something you've spoken about like in advance and they know, or you both know that they want to do it, then that'd be cool. But otherwise they might be showing up expecting something like, oh fuck, I have to work for an hour or two to like make it, like that might be Now, if you both talked about like, oh, it'd be really cute to cook a meal together and blah, 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 and then you have that all set up and you've got the ingredients and everything, that might be cute, but yeah. Also, stay away. If you go out and you're taking people out, don't buy alcohol publicly. Or like at restaurants. Oh my God. Why? I don't know. It just seems expensive as fuck. When me and Lena sat down at the bar waiting for a table, we both got one cocktail, and then they seated us, and my tab for one cocktail each was $55. The fuck? To be fair, it was an expensive restaurant, but it's just not worth it. Don't fuck that. Or I mean, unless you're rich, I'll buy it. I don't care. But if you're not rich, fuck that. Oh my God. Do you like Brazilian steakhouses? If it's a good Brazilian steakhouse, you know. There's a chain called Fogo de Chão that I really like. If you're with like 4 more people, a bottle of wine is usually cheaper than each glass of wine. Yeah, sure, but even wine is like 4 people and a bottle of wine. That's like 1.5 glasses each, maybe, right? Barack Obama is a proof that black people can also be agents of white supremacy. Kamala, too. True. Destiny, here in Brazil, Fogo de Chão is considered mid-tier. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call bullshit on that one, Chief. Pretty sure in Brazil, that's like, how many people are living in that country? I'm willing to bet that significantly more than half your restaurants are worse than what Fogo de Chão would probably serve you. So fuck off, retard. Where's the, can somebody give me the image, everything I don't like is white supremacy? wait, is it everyone I don't like is a Nazi? Maybe that's the guy who's reading the book. I feel like I've seen a better meme for this. Whatever. Ooh, that's a good one. Actually, yeah, let's go hard on this one. No, fuck. Actually, well, no, actually, yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's go. Do you remember how many debates I had? I think did this even happen in New York? Where I would ask people, and I think with Rob Noor too, where I'd be like, what about when Trump on Truth put out that he would suspend the Constitution? And they were like, he didn't mean that, or he just meant if there was voter fraud, and he would never do that, and blah, 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 blah. And now Trump is just like full on, like daily talking about, you know, the law doesn't apply to me. And conservatives are like, yeah, so. You should watch the conversation between P.F. Young and Soy Pill. P.F. Young and Soy Pill. This one? 4 hours. P.F. Chang, sorry, not P.F. Young. Oh, Soy Pill. We disagreed on the healthcare CEO stuff, I think. But he seemed like a reasonable guy. 4 hours.
Let's say.
The video underneath this one in the search is edited? Well, but what if he edits out important stuff?
I don't think you're racist. Let's be clear. Like,
It sure feels like you do.
Well,
because
you're
why
platforming
else?
racist.
What is this subreddit? 50501. 50 protests, 50 states, one day. How to deprogram MAGA mentality in conversation. Because I cannot be out there protesting. This is my contribution. I want to share information on how to deal with the MAGA cult mentality. In an interview with Dr. Stephen Hassan on David Pakman, he says that MAGA is a cult and the method of brainwashing is eerily similar to the Russian method. Did we
It's great to welcome.
Did we watch this 5 months ago? Wait, is Kick dying right now? It's time we come at them with compassion because getting angry and fighting those who have fallen victim to propaganda is a waste of energy. Deprogramming the brainwashed needs careful and compassionate hands. You can't throw facts at someone with delusional thinking. They truly believe that what they think is 100% real. That's type of, you have to coax them into questioning their reality. Brainwashed people believe they are powerless and they need the cult leader to avoid catastrophe. To some degree, the people that follow Trump are people that already feel powerless, elders, outcasts, and the working poor, amongst others. What do we do? Build up their self-esteem. Say things like, you're a smart person. I trust you'll be able to tell if things aren't safe anymore. Keep questions open-ended. Remind them of who they are. Find common ground. Introduce dissonance gently. Wow, cute. Someone in YouTube chat said, the people thinking there's 47 genders and that DEI is a necessity are calling the other side brainwashed. No, I think we're calling the other side brainwashed who thinks that there's a whole bunch of people who actually do believe in 47 genders and that DEI is a necessity. But, you know, thanks for proving the point. Read Dan Carlin's tweet. What do you think about that strategy? It's probably better to some extent. Everybody plays a different role. Might be good for personally for people. It's hard though treating like both of these are supposed to be political parties with equivalent people. So it's hard to treat one side like a cult and then one side like a real political party. Sorry for quoting myself here, but I'm never sure who gets to read what around here. This is the bottom line of this issue for all of us, whether you support or oppose Trump. You're allowing him to push a vision of a stronger president when the president already has far too much power, and unless become a single-party state, a problem all of its own, the other side will get to inherit these expanded powers or expanded accepted interpretations of powers too. So Trump is making sure a future Democratic president will have more power to impact your life. This is completely short-sighted on everyone's part. 3 co-equal branches of government. Have you ever said anything of this ilk about a Democrat? Humans aren't fungible. 1,456 following, 1,199 followers. Reposts. Uh-oh. A British girl. Muslims. Think this account's a bot? Who knows? Can you give me brownie points and put the video up on the tab above so I feel like you read my super chat at least? Wait, Lilac, which one? Hey bud, check out this video by Ryan White called Why There Is No Alt-Left Pipeline.
Well, I haven't.
There you go.
Did any of that actually happen? Like when Nietzsche talks about masters and slaves and priests, like, is that meant to be history? What time period did that take place in? Nietzsche doesn't provide any citations, like at all. Is the will to power, is that a real thing that psychologists could study and perform experiments on? Again, no citations. Citations are for slaves. That's slave morality stuff. Objective reality, that's just how the priests trick you. This is a subjective vibes-only party. And if you don't like it, then personal psychological transformation. Just become a better subject. Do you know what else is nationalism? Doing what the government tells you to do? Joining a herd instead of asserting yourself as an individual? Nah.
I've watched Philosophy Tube's channel before, and some of the takes I feel like were not that great, but I don't know how you could watch this 55 seconds and I mean, don't make me watch. Solid Philosophy Tube made a video about Nietzsche, and her bibliography contains precisely one reference to Nietzsche, so I'm going to hazard a guess and say the video is going to be bad. Oh, well, rip. You missed the tweet. Here was the tweet. I wonder how many Americans who consider themselves politically aware could pass a civics test about how our government is supposed to function. I wonder how many Americans who ostensibly talk about politics as part of how they make a living could. True, our anti-education, anti-knowledge culture has come from a constitutional society. And people who consider themselves patriotic celebrate dismantling the very aspect of our framers' work that those exquisite-minded guys were most proud of. Co-equal branches of government and checks and balances are not bugs, but the system's greatest features. We are a politically hypocritical society, and this will cost us. Can you imagine if the Biden-Harris, Hillary Clinton crowd were doing and saying the sort of things Trump is saying now? How many of you Trump fans would be ready to take the streets? That's what the Second Amendment is for, Dan. How many times have been told that by the defenders of our Constitution? For 40 years, if you've been saying it to me, so It's only a problem if they're doing it. One side gets a pass at assaulting the Constitution. Damn, nice. True. You know what, actually?
I remember going over convincing our team, or others too, convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over for, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, I'm not going to, or we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I looked, I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Well, son of a bitch.
You know what? Ignoring the fact that the U.S. was fully in their authority to do this and all that, but ignoring all of that, if somebody were to claim that Biden did something improper, I would just say he didn't actually mean that. It was just a negotiating tactic. Biden was never going to withhold that money, obviously, because that would be illegal, according to conservatives. That was just a negotiating tactic. I'm going to say that for every single thing from now on. Whenever conservatives talk about something evil or horrible or terrible that the Democrats said or whatever, that was just a negotiating position. He wasn't actually going to do it. Ebola exposure reported at a Manhattan walk-in clinic. Based. Somebody asked about OTK.
Never spoken about drama in 5 years on this stream. But just know that OTK hears you guys. I hear you guys. Changes have to happen if it's going to continue to exist as a org.
Damn.
I think a lot of people forget that an org is more than just the faces on streams. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people's livelihoods, and at Christmas we had to lay a ton of people off. And that fucking...
He wants Asmongold to get kicked for shitting on Hassan, by the way. Is that true? Will Neff and Hassan go way back in terms of being, like, close friends. But despite that, I feel like I've never heard... I just feel like I've never heard anything bad, at least as far as I'm concerned. I've never heard anything bad that Will Neff has done, aside from other Dan-obsessed shit. Has Will Neff ever come out and said some like wild shit to cover for Hassan? I feel like he's generally like pretty outside of all of that. Like he doesn't like get involved in any of that type of drama or make any comments on that or anything. No.
And at Christmas we had to lay a ton of people off, and that fucking sucked. Especially for me. I know those people. I love those people. And I always want to do what I can to make sure they can hang on to their livelihoods. And so just know that we're trying to make changes to make it a better org. and you'll probably hear more about that in the future, the immediate future. And if we can't make it a better place, if we can't make it a happier, healthier place, then I'll have to reevaluate where I stand. But that's all I'm gonna say about that, because I'm not trying to farm this. I don't even want to fucking talk about it. I don't.
One of the things I don't get, that I feel like was a failure. This is a vibe, and I could be totally wrong, but I feel like this is a failure in a lot of these streamer houses. I view offline TV similarly, as I feel like they make these orgs, and then they get a lot of these streamers, but I feel like the brand itself is never really elevated over any of the individual streamers. Like, it just feels like basically like imagine if me, Dan, and Mooten had made an org called like the Dally Band. Like, oh, we have an org now, but it's like the three of us. Like, nothing really changes, nothing happens. Does OTK do? Like, I'm just curious, what is the org for? I'm not trying to shit on anyone. Like, I like the idea of orgs, of like streamers creating organizations to do events and everything, but I just don't know what, they just collaborate more? Yeah, but I mean, they collaborate anyway, no? Like, do you really need an org for that? It's pooling of resources for bigger events. Yeah, but can't they do that anyway? Like, what are they pooling? It's not like they're individually contributing money to the project, right? Maybe it's so that another org, another entity can raise money on its own, maybe? I think as an organization, they can leverage more money too. I mean, at this point, streamers make so much money. What do you need the organization for? Like, it's pretty gross, the amount of money that flows through this industry now. And I can only imagine these guys, like, what do you need the org for? It's waste, fraud, and abuse. It's not just money, it's having staff on hand to take care of stuff. Individually, you're much less likely to hire a project manager. Yeah, but do these guys have, like, what do their staff do? Could they have something like the OTK Games Expo if they weren't in an org? Oh, maybe not. I don't even know what that is. That would be a thing. Okay. OTK Games Expo. What was that?
No defense. I was just going straight DPS to see what we could do.
Rock guy is going absolutely game and create your.
Where is this being held at? Well, this is a cool event. Okay. It could just be that I'm just not like connected to Twitch culture as much anymore, so I just don't keep track of shit like this. But okay, maybe there's like a reason. Do you think that Nimplol exaggerated when he said he makes 20K an hour now? Yeah, for sure. But he probably makes 7 figures for sure. Wait, I think. It's hard because some of these guys don't have YouTube channels. Does Nick have a YouTube channel? I don't know why these guys don't have YouTube channels. Does he post? Oh no, he is now. Okay. I'm guessing he started this relatively recently. Okay, that's good. His YouTube has been on for years? Oh, damn, some people don't translate to other environments as well. Because Nimplo gets like, he's like a 20K view streamer, right? But maybe it just doesn't translate to YouTube as well, I guess. NMP lol, whatever. I'm kind of lucky in that politics is like a no-brainer. Like I don't have to do any work to be relevant to different spaces because politics kind of intersects with everything and it's always relevant and there's always new stuff going on. It's like a lucky pick for something to be involved in. Off the top of your head, why do you think Ninja dropped off massively? I'm vibing this because I just didn't follow him too closely. So it's just my vibe. I could be totally wrong. But I feel like Fortnite kind of fell off, or it seemed to. And then when he made that deal to go to Mixer, very few of the audience followed him there. And so that Mixer was kind of like his big cash out. Like, this is what I built my career to. This is basically me selling my business to Google. I'm making a big cash out, and then I'm done with that. And then I think he still streams, but I think he just streams for fun. Fortnite viewers fell off. The game is still massive. Okay. I don't know why people don't watch, why they don't watch it, but was the Mixer deal worth it? I thought it was an 8-figure deal, so probably. But he could have also just been like, maybe he was just like kind of like over streaming. He still does. This is good viewership. This is respectable for sure. Like, he can clearly survive off of his streaming revenue here without having to dip into savings or investments at all, so that's cool. Ninja streams so he can press the boogie button. It's forbidden to do it offline. Oh, shit. He streams on YouTube? Oh, does he dual stream? Ugh, I need to stop saying this because it's like the best piece of career advice for Hassan. But Hassan's ego is so fucking fragile. Holy shit. I cannot believe that Hassan doesn't dual stream to YouTube, but it's just because he's worried about because his Twitch numbers dip a little because people watch on YouTube, and Hassan would rather have one 20,000 view stream than two 15,000 view streams. It's insane how stupid it is for him to not be streaming on YouTube. That is the number one huge like upgrade, I think. Like, it's probably one of the last bastions of audience grabs that he could do, since he has so much trouble I think breaking into other markets. Like, how do you know that, Destiny? Because he tried to dual stream, I think a couple years ago, 1 or 2 years ago, I think he tried to stream dual stream, and I think he even commented on the lower Twitch numbers. But yeah, it's just such a no-brainer that he should be dual streaming. To be charitable, he almost certainly has exclusivity, right? Nope, I don't think those contracts exist on Twitch anymore because he doesn't have like the special ad button or anything. So there's no, What's more retarded, that or Asmongold having an anxiety attack if he streams on the wrong account? Well, he's probably at this point got a lot of PTSD built up on that account. So it's just like an exposure therapy thing. He'd have to start doing it to get over the bad associations with it, I think. Do you think YouTube streaming will continue to grow and grow faster than Twitch? I don't know. I haven't checked the market numbers at all. I don't even know how reliable the publicly posted ones are. Why no Rumble streams? I don't know. Actually, when I redid all my business shit a couple months ago, I got my shit all ready to try stream to Rumble, and I just haven't done it. I don't know if I will. Explain that. Why does Asmongold stream on an alt account? Major streamers, and I used to make fun of people for doing this, but maybe there might be some validity to it. But I'm not sure. I'd have to think more about it. Major streamers, when they're not doing the content that they're known the most for and pulling in the big views, don't like to see lower average viewership on their main channels. So what they would do instead of not streaming at all is they'd make secondary channels, and they would stream on the secondary channels. So if they wanted to stream kind of like chill or whatever stuff, it wouldn't impact the average viewership of their main channel. But then I think some streamers got so mind fucked on their main channel viewership numbers that they would just start streaming on their alt channels until those would like take over, and that's what happened with Asmongold. I think a few streamers used to run those alt channels. I know Mitch Jones did. I think Mizkif might have for a bit. I don't remember if SFan did. They want a high average to sell to sponsors? No, I don't think it works that way. Mizkif, Mitch, Asmon, Goldshroud, XQC, Poke, Soda, and Quinn69. All have alts. Asmon literally never uses his main though, so what's the point? Well, he used to use his main all the time, but then I think he got burned out on... What was the last time he tried to stream on his main? Was it Elden Ring? Or it was some Souls game, and then he was like, fuck this. Was it when his mom died? I thought it was over a game. I thought it was a game drama related thing. Is YouTube Destiny's main platform? Yep. His mom died on stream? No. Fuck. I was gonna make an edgy joke, but I shouldn't. That's kind of mean. No, I think his mom died, was it a couple years ago? Why did he have an anxiety attack? I don't know if he did or not. I'm not sure. I didn't follow that drama as closely. I don't know if I should call it drama, but... Can you talk more about AI/fake accounts talking to each other? I mean, what do you want me to say? It's not good. You got on meds recently? Man, I don't know if I'm just fucking retarded or if I'm just not paying attention close enough. You know, there are some movies that treat you like an idiot. Like you see something and it's like, okay, I get it. But then some guy will come in and do exposition of like, you can tell that when he hits him like that and this does that, this is what's going on. You're like, thanks, I can see that. It's like very clearly demonstrated. Okay, the slow blade penetrating. And then some movies or TV shows, they'll be a lot more subtle. And it's like, oh shit, I didn't even realize that because it doesn't necessarily hold your hand as much. I feel like The Sopranos goes a little bit too far in the other direction. Like mini spoilers, I guess, for season 2. Pussy just killed some dude with a hammer who was like an Elvis impersonator, I guess, as like a side jobber. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Am I supposed to know who this is? Sometimes characters pop in and out of their show like so fast. I'm like, wait a second, who the fuck is this? What? The Sopranos does that a lot, does it? Okay, because sometimes they'll be like referencing people, or they'll talk about people, and I'll be like, wait, who is this again? Or Pisco, AJW, Wikipedia, good one. Destiny, caught lying about AJW. Oh no. No, he was only introduced at that part. Oh. He's a friend of ours versus the guy being from the mob. Okay, also, spoiler or warning, this might be the most retarded question ever. Is the mob and the mafia, are those two things supposed to be the same thing? Or do those refer to two different types of, like the mafia are like family-oriented Italian crime families or whatever, right? Is the mob a totally different thing, or it's just like a synonym to refer to the same shit, right? In the US, yeah, okay. Why is it that, why does Tony have to go to fucking Italy to get a new member for his team? Like that seems so much more complicated. They couldn't find anybody else to work for him, and what are they in Philly? What the fuck? Fuck. I feel like The Sopranos is a I feel like The Sopranos is a show you have to watch twice, maybe. I feel like on a second watch, I feel like I'd understand way more. It's also weird, like that one guy, the older dude, who was Tony's... Is he his uncle? Or uncle-in-law? Junior. They call him Junior. But he's Junior, but he's old as fuck. I don't know, this shit is confusing to me. Fuck. That's hard to follow. The fuck? It is his uncle? Okay. Not actual uncle, his crime uncle, right? Well, in the mafia, that's the same thing, right? Destiny, it's because he has Tony's grandfather's name, making him a junior. Thank you. As a second myself, I'm aware that that's how it works. I'm just saying. It's weird, okay? Do you agree with the consensus that the R&B episode is the worst of the whole series so far? What is the R&B episode? Have I watched that yet? I'm like 4 or 5 episodes, I think, into season 2. RFK is RFK Jr. True. Who's your favorite character and why is it Tony's mom? True. My God, I'm so glad that I don't know what gene it is that I just don't have. The sociopath gene. Whatever gene it is that makes you not give a fuck about crazy family members. I cannot imagine being a full-grown adult and being enslaved to the opinion of like your mom and dad. Oh my God, I'm so glad I don't ever, whatever part of that is in a human, I just don't have it. Thank God. Holy fuck, thank God. There are so many wonderful people I know in their 30s who have such huge parent issues. And I'm like, bro, you're 34. Just stop talking to them. They're like, it's my mom. And I'm like, who cares? Jesus. What's wrong with you? Obviously, with the numbering, you've got the second, the third, the fourth. What happens after junior? Are they junior, junior, or do they turn to the numbering system? I think they usually go to the numbering system. I don't think you'd have a junior, junior. I think you can technically have a junior, junior, but I don't think anybody does it. You just call them the third. My family has gone Trumped, even a married lesbian cop aunt who loves Trump. Are you trolling me? My aunt was is a lesbian and was a New York City Police Department cop and a Cuban immigrant. She's not married though, I don't think. Why do you make Nathan carry on to be Stephen Bundle III? I'm saving that name for a kid I like and not a fucking Roblox player. When Nathan was born, I looked ahead to the video games that were going to be released in the next 8 years, and I was like, is my son... I'm a professional StarCraft 2 player. Am I going to have a kid that is obsessed with Minecraft and Roblox? And then I was like, I'll wait for... Stephen Bundle III will be a StarCraft 3 player. I'm just kidding. Oh shit, I had that question at the beginning. Okay. I need parents, okay, I need email advice to motivate their kids for school shit. Nathan wants to get a job, which is fucking retarded to me. I don't know why the fuck you would ever work until you're like out of college. And so what I told him was, instead of working, just study more, okay? And then I said I would pay him for grades. Does this work? Are there any parents that have experience with this? Like I said, I would give him a certain amount of money based on his grades. Does that shit actually work though? I feel like if I were to go back in school, I feel like that wouldn't work for me. I feel like I would really care. But then again, I had untreated ADHD like crazy. Because I feel like I wouldn't care until literally 2 weeks before my finals. And then I'd be like, oh God, I need to work for that money. But like during the school year, I don't think I would give a fuck at all. I worked entirely on bribes from my parents. Does he have any idea what he wants to do as a job? Well, he switches, but he's fucking 13. So obviously it switches, which is fine. Just teaching the value of learning and being young. Yeah, but the problem is there's no value in learning when you're a kid. Learning is boring and it sucks. And there's a million other way more fun things to do. You don't realize the value of learning until you apply to colleges and you're like, fuck. Why didn't I spend 10 more minutes a day actually studying? Now I'm fucked. Now I've ruined my life for Roblox. Not that I mean, he's not like ruining his life or anything, but. Tell him to get jacked. Oh shit, I should do that too. True. I should pay him for lifts and for grades. Once they save up enough money, they stop caring about future payments. So like it'll work for the first few months, but not later. Oh, true. Let him get a job, but limited to like 2 days a week, and then tell him you'll match everything he saves in a CD or something. Then he has to quit if his grades drop below. I just don't understand why you would ever work if you don't have to. Because like, once you get old, you work because you have to. You have to work. You have no option to do anything else. But when you're young, it's the only time in your life that you can fully 100% dedicate to just improving yourself, either learning or exercise or health or whatever the fuck else. So why the fuck would you ever work a job if you don't have to? Fuck that. Destiny, experience? You can experience how much life sucks when you're older, when you graduate college. Fuck that. Okay. The fuck is this? Adolescent work intensity, school performance, and academic engagement. Teenagers working over 20 hours per week perform worse in school than youth who work less. Damn, over 20 hours per week. Is this in college or is this for high school? My work study was 2.5 hours a day. 5 days a week would have been 12.5 hours a week. Even that sucked. 20 hours a week. Bro, for high school, that's brutal. That's like at least a Saturday or Sunday full-time shift. Fuck that. A lot of people have their kids take a gap year so that they gain perspective on why a degree is worth having. Fuck that. Gap years are horrible. Don't ever do that. Actually working at high-intensity jobs when jobless and wish to work intensively. Results indicate that the mere wish for intensive work corresponds with academic difficulties in a manner similar to actual intensive work. Huh. what do we got here? Ethan Klein is still wild on Instagram, this time attacking Hassan's constant thirst trap baiting. Refers to himself as the #1 player hater. Fine, I accept my role as #1 player hater. This 40-year-old man made his girlfriend take a thirst trap of him on Valentine's Day while keeping her a secret so he can fulfill the fantasies of his pathetic vapid obsessors while wearing non-prescription glasses in the tub. That's pretty funny. Damn.
Racist when you yourself.
Check the follow-up tweet underneath. Compares Hassan to Keemstar. Does Keemstar have like a secret girlfriend or?
Racist when you yourself. You call people racist when you yourself has said racist slurs. Y'all think it's okay to be racist as long as you apologize?
You think I'm hypocritical because I went from being racist to non-racist because I fulfilled the 3 qualities of accountability, apology, and genuine change in my character, and yet you think I'm hypocritical because...
Wait, what was the third one? That was only 2. Oof, -1 debate point.
You think I'm hypocritical because I went from being racist to non-racist because I fulfilled the 3 qualities of accountability, apology, and genuine change in my...
Oh, accountability, I thought the accountability and apology, never mind. Accountability, apology, and genuine
character,
change my
and yet you think I'm hypocritical because I call out other individuals that have not fulfilled those 3 qualities and have been unapologetically racist since the 70s, such as Donald J. Trump. That is not hypocrisy. That is fact, sir. You only want to call it hypocrisy to obfuscate away from the fact that this 20-year-old white boy on TikTok and YouTube can hold himself to a higher degree of accountability than the President of the United States of America.
You call...
Damn, 237K. He got him. Wait, this is what I just...
Race.
What? Hold on. I don't know if this is safe to watch. Caption is, officer drops an active shooter from 183 yards in a single shot. What, did he pull out his Trigicon 8X magnification scope? What is he shooting with? Hold on. Oh, yep, he does.
All right, be reloaded. Reloaded. Are those shots coming from the outside? I don't know.
X-ray 316, shot fired, suspects down.
Jesus Christ. Who is this guy? Have we watched this before? We saw this a long time ago. What the fuck? Terminator shows up. He's like coming from Starbucks. Not even his city. They're like, and he's on the other radio. Like, what's going on here? And they're like, active shooter. He's like, active shooter. That's a hot chocolate, by the way. That's a grande hot chocolate. He sets it down. He's like, active shooter. The cop behind him's like, no. He's like 2 blocks up. He's 2 blocks up, dude. He's like, It's like, I think I still got some rounds in here from the range earlier. He's like, oh. Okay. I got 1 bullet in here, I guess. Yeah, we're good. He's like, am I still 0? Yeah, okay. Scope is good. Like, where is this guy down here? Like, I think that's him. Okay.
I don't know. X-ray 316. Shot fired. Suspects down.
What the fuck? Who is this guy? What? This is like the opening scene to like a small town life for an ex-Navy SEALs operator whose past is catching up with him. And this is like the opening scene to show how overqualified he is. Like, and then the officer's like, who's that guy? They don't train us like that. Where did he learn to shoot that way? And he's like, I don't know. He's a ghost. His record's classified. I heard he was with Delta Force. Jesus. Oh, is there? This guy said, I knew as soon as I heard the country music and when he set his coffee down calmly. I can barely hear. I think there's a little bit of music playing. Listen to goddamn Keith Urban. How is this guy? What is, can I get like some backstory on this? This guy is so unbelievably calm. No? What is like happening here? This guy doesn't give a fuck. He's like, oh, don't forget my keys. Let me just check back here. What's going on? There we go. Yeah, we're good. Doesn't even, what do you call it when you shoulder your shoulder? He's got a strap on. He's not even, there's a name for that when you put it over your, he didn't even give a fuck.
All right, be reloaded. Reloaded. Are those shots coming from the outside?
Slinged, yeah.
I don't know.
X-ray 316. Shot fired. Suspects down.
What the fuck? Can somebody tell me what he has on this? I see some sort of scope, I guess. What is this here? What is that? Is this like an infrared, like a light, like an IR light or whatever? Or this thing here? An IR laser? Night vision? Yeah, okay. I wonder if this is infrared. Is it infrared? Is that when you put on goggles and you have to shine a light, but it's not visible to humans, but you shine the light and then it bathes the area and then your thing sees it? It's stat track. Rangefinder? I don't think you would put a rangefinder on a rifle like this, no? Can't you just use mil dots to find? The top sight is just a standard 1x2 red dot. They cost $100 to $200. You can get a good red dot for $100 to $200. Is that true? This has to have some kind of magnification. Look at how thick this is, or long it is. There's no way this is just a red dot. There's got to be some magnification here, right? That's an Action Replay Pro attachment. Here's the red dot mount. GBRS Group Hydra V2 mount kit. Just the mount? This doesn't even have a sight on it? Why is a mount $350? Fuck. Oh, for this, they've got a thing here. I feel like I could be wrong, but I feel like at 200 yards, I feel like the red dot would be too big to accurately shoot somebody, no? Unless it's got like a bunch of magnification as well, no? I don't think I've ever shot anything that far away with a AR-15. I don't think I've shot anything that far away with anything, though. Video shows Washington man firing multiple rounds at officers before being fatally shot. During the course of about 4 minutes, the man fired 15 rounds from 2 rifles. He was dual wielding at officers responding to reports that he assaulted a family member. Three officers, Jose Figueres, Zachary Hobbs, and Christopher Munn, fired 9 rounds from their rifles in response to 3 volleys of several shots from Collins. Collins was struck by 2 bullets. One wound was consistent with a round from an officer's rifle. The other appeared to be self-inflicted. Holy shit. He got dung from so far away. He's like, oh, fuck. He was like... Who's the guy that got the... He's like, he's here. It's him. And he just killed himself. He's like, there's no point. In Marine Corps boot camp in 2010, we shot at 500 yards with iron sights. How big is the target you're shooting at? I haven't done much outdoor shooting. Actually, and the only outdoor shooting I've done basically is with a shotgun, so I have no idea, I guess, what it looks like to shoot 100, 200, 300 yards away. I just have no clue. You shot outdoors with Tom? Yeah, but kind of. It was an outdoor range, but it's like, that wasn't like super far. I think the furthest you shot at that range was maybe 50 yards all the way back at that metal target. Maybe 50, maybe.
Rim on anybody. Let's go. Relax. I get to the rim on anybody. Let's go. Relax. My whole life is consistent. Everything I do. Stay with it. Yo, shut up. Stay with our principles.
I'm passing the phone to someone who has insane aura.
Nice. This guy right here is a real sharpshooting god. Referred to as nickname the White Death. Was a Finnish military sniper during World War II. Wait, there was what am I thinking of? There was an officer where there was a guy that started shooting people at like a church, and I think an officer pulled a revolver out, and I think dome skied him at like, I think it was 50 plus yards. Oh fuck, was it an off-duty officer shoots head? Was it 50 yards church? Fuck. Does anybody know which one I'm talking about? That Finnish sniper guy only used iron sights, by the way. Yeah, I don't know how much easier it would be. I feel like shooting prone or shooting with the gun stabilized on something probably makes the shot significantly easier. Not to take away from, but when it comes to sniping, that's like a whole different skill set. Like you're talking about like ranging things as part of your skill set, leading targets as part of your skill set. Like that's a whole different, probably setting up and where you even shoot. Like all of that is like a different than just like shooting with a pistol or shooting with a rifle or even shooting with a rifle at like medium ranges. How do you sound to use feet and yards? I feel like shooting you usually measure in yards. Does anybody talk about like he's 20 feet, or you should go to the range? I feel like it's usually measured in yards. And yards are nice because you can basically say meters, because a yard and meter, close enough. Same thing. Inventor of that scope mount talking about it.
So if you look at the overall concept of why we're running this thing, we brought this thing up, and if you look at all our old...
LOL, non-gun people are so funny. I bet resting the gun on something helps a lot. Yep, that's why they put bipods on machine guns, LOL. Good job, Nash Bridges 48.
Old school pictures. We're going to go back in time and tell you guys the story of back in the olden days. We used to rock ACOGs with doctor sights on them and how tall that thing was. But for the dudes who run around doing CQB, it becomes so easy just to drive it up in your eye and see it. We don't have to search for a head position trying to get on this. It makes it super natural, especially we don't have to search on doing CQB. It becomes so easy just to drive it up in your eye and see it. We don't have to search for a head position trying to get on this. It makes it...
It is really weird. To be fair, I haven't shot with a lot of red dots, but I can find like the sight picture in irons way faster than red dots, at least on that alien. But I haven't shot with red dots a lot. But it's like when you hold up a gun, you have to like move it around to look for the laser. It's very weird, or at least for me, it's very unintuitive. But maybe if you shoot with it a lot, maybe you can practice more. Shooting with a rifle though is way nicer though, because you don't have to like fully remove it from your body. You just do all that bullshit.
Super natural, especially because we have comms. We've got push-to-talks and cables and det cord going over your traps and everything else. So it makes it super repeatable just to bring in your eye line and take a shot. If we did this, we slid the laser back because we agree.
Damn.
To bring in your eye line and take a shot.
Like,
if we did this, we slid the laser back because we agree. We want the center of gravity and the center of all the weight over the magazine well.
Handgun with red dot takes a lot of practice to get good with. I don't know about get good with. I'm just saying initially like sighting your target is kind of weird. But I mean, once you do it, I feel like it's very, 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 very easy, assuming it's a good red dot.
So this front end's not super heavy.
Good sights have parallax where you can shoot from any angle and be on target. Oh shit, I've heard about that. I don't know if that's a parallax. It should be for how expensive that fucking pistol is. I wonder if it changes when you move. Well, now I'm curious. Hold on. Oh, no, it's definitely not. Oh, no, wait. No, it's definitely not. Absolutely not. Fuck that.
The issue was when you drop it down on the Picatinny and we mount our pressure pads out forward for that C-clamp grip, we get laser obscuration. The laser wasn't high enough to shoot over your support grip, whether that be strong hand or if we switch grip, other strong hand, we were getting a partially obscured flood from the laser. We can't have that either because at nighttime CQB, you've got to be able to see.
2 eyes always on iron sights. Is that true? I feel like I go back and forth. I want to do 2 eyes because it feels like that's like the meme is to use 1 eye, and then there'll always be a guy who shows up and be like, use both eyes. Your vision is twice as good. But I actually hear good shooters that I respect say different things. I've heard some people say 1 eye. I've heard some people say 2 eyes. I've heard one guy say 1 eye is probably better for shooting, but 2 eyes is better for peripheral awareness. I don't know.
See everything in real time. Same thing going back here. We had to have a touch point. Guys get super hung up in their own little kata, and we have to have the same touch point every time. But the issue is a lot of guys doing nighttime CQB, this is a configuration they run with because we're not trying to find a cheek weld. We're doing everything on nods and lasers. And if we don't have this,
I will say I think I've said this before on stream. The night vision stuff that exists now is just unbelievable. It is unbelievable how crystal clear the light amplification stuff, the IR painting stuff. Oh my God, it's so crazy. You will not believe. I think a lot of them have because the CPUs have gotten fast enough. They do like a lot of image processing and everything too. It's just, it is unbelievable. I don't know how else to say it. It's unbelievable. If you actually go out with high quality night vision gear on these rifles, it'll just be like, it'll be an amazing moment Like, I had no idea that technology could even be this good. It's crazy.
We can't actually rack the gun and get a full charge. Well, now we can. We can extend this thing out, and we can make this carbine fit to you as good as humanly possible. That's really the end state.
At the range with that I went to with Tom and friends that we shot for part of his video at, those guys had a lot of they just have sick Kennedy Baker. They just have sick guns. He's got sick guns there and sick night vision equipment. Fuck. What's the name of their? I should link their site or something. You can always take classes from it if you want to go out and do it. But yeah. Night vision goggles plus thermal IR is nuts. The new meta is dual night vision on 2 EM channels. Destiny is actually unfair. Oh yeah, I think the thermal stuff I think is highly preferred, because if you're using infrared, I think it's infrared is where you have to paint it with a light, right? If the other people are using IR goggles, then they can see your flashlight and you're fucked. You might as well just be shining a bright flashlight if everybody has IR. But I think with the thermal stuff, you don't have to paint anything, right? Yeah. The thermal stuff has gotten insane as well, though. You can like go into a forest and see like a deer moving. It's just like crazy. Fuck, it's so cool. It looks so cool.
Is to make this thing feel like an extension of your body. The big topic we're trying to hit on is to not be okay unless this...
IR goggles don't emit IR light unless you're using old tech. Don't you have to? Aren't you supposed to be shooting an infrared light in order for the infrared goggles to pick up on infrared? Am I thinking infrared, or is it a different wavelength that I'm thinking of? No, it is IR. Okay.
I find it hard to express to you guys just how useless you feel with only night vision nowadays after you've experienced fusion. I mean, for real, especially with a set.
Fuck, whatever that last one is. It's just like these targets pop out. It's insane. This shit is crazy. You can look at a forest, pitch black is nothing, and then you pop this shit on, and it's like, oh, hey, I can literally see every single fucking thing. Like, I would feel so naked in a combat environment. Like, you think that you have like trees or foliage or whatever. This is insane. It's crazy. It is crazy.
For real, especially with a setting like this one, you're lost. You're lost without fusion.
That's how my vision is normally. Don't know about optics, but as an engineer, IR is heat radiation, so I don't really understand the distinction between thermal and IR when people say that. Yeah, I don't either, because infrared implies heat, right? There's a light that you shoot where you turn on the flashlight, but you can't see it. It's invisible to the human eye, but you shoot that flashlight out and then you turn your thing on, and then you can see exactly what it's shining at. Although, again, if the other people are using those goggles, they can see it as well, but I don't know what that's called. That is IR? Okay. I don't know why it's all called IR. Wait. Hold on. Okay. I think, I don't know much. I'm not up on all my physics shit. But there are wavelengths that include like a ton of different types of things. Like, I think there's a lot of different types of microwaves or whatever, right? Like, some might be used for cooking, but then there's microwaves in different bands of the electromagnetic spectrum that are used for totally different things. Like, not all microwaves are the same. Like, it just refers to a particular wavelength on the spectrum, but not all microwave or whatever. It's some bullshit like that. I don't know. Suck my dick. Proper night vision goggles are passive, so they do not emit IR light on their own, but they only amplify the light they see. So if there's no light at all, you need that IR illuminator to see, even with night vision. Sure, but I don't know if real night vision these days, I think that's like 90s tech, like stuff that just purely works off of light amplification. Like, I think all the good shit now is seeing different wavelengths on the spectrum. I think that's like older stuff, just Shooting with both eyes is better than one because of what it lets you focus on, the sights versus the target. I'm pretty sure when you're shooting with irons, your focus is always supposed to be on the front sight. Your rears are supposed to be blurry. Your sight, the front sight is supposed to be focused on, and then the target is supposed to be blurry if you're shooting with pistols and rifles, at least at ranges I shoot at. Maybe really, really far away, maybe that's different, but... This is 1 year old.
What happens when you take the world's best night vision goggles into the world's darkest room?
You start to feel a little strange and sometimes start to give a little bit of vertigo.
Holy shit. If I ever went into a fucking debate arena and that was my opponent, I would just immediately fucking leave. Oh my God.
You start to feel a little strange and sometimes start to give a little bit of
This guy has he's got 2 brains in one. What the fuck?
vertigo.
Can you tell the difference between your eyes being closed and open?
Should not be able to. It'll be that dark.
Basically, zero light in here. Almost no photons.
In the visible, that's right.
Oh, I'm ready.
Pitch darkness. No way.
What does it say about European countries that they don't want to spend as much on the U.S. On defense percentage of GDP? They have great social programs, but it's all meaningless if Russia starts bombing Poland. In my opinion, the issue is not how much the European Union or the European countries are spending on their defense. The issue is, what is your overwhelming vision for European security? For instance, let's say that the United States were to say, hey, here's what's going to happen. Ukraine's not going to lose any territory. We are going to support them, and we're going to allow them to fight for as long as the people want to fight. But Europe needs to step up their contribution. The United States is going to match what Europe donates. So if you guys want Ukraine to be able to fight, you need to step up your production too. We'll match it, or we'll 1.5x it or 2x it. We support Ukraine. You should support Ukraine too. We all need to feel bought into this. That would be like a request for more funding and telling them you need to fund more. But there's an overall vision for what it looks like for America to participate in European security. The problem right now is it's like when you've got like two people and they're dating and one person doesn't want to tell the other one that they're going to break up with them, and the person's like, hey, like we should go hang out, and then the other partner is like, maybe you should get used to like hanging out with just your friends without me being there. Maybe you should get used to more time on your own. And it's like, wait a second, what do you mean by that? That's what the United States is doing right now. The United States is like, maybe Europe, maybe you guys should kick up more in your funding for defense. And I don't know if we want to be involved in this Ukraine shit. And I don't know if we need to be saving you guys all the time. And I don't know how we feel about NATO. And I don't know, like, that's the issue. It's not whether or not European countries are willing to step up and fund their defense. The issue is, what is the United States' place in European security? I don't think that Europe knows. I don't know if the U.S. knows.
This is insane. These are the PVS 31As.
That is incredible.
One of the best night vision goggles in the world.
It is literally like night and day.
We visited a Navy base in Crane, Indiana to put them to the test in all kinds.
The U.S. also has to deal with China potentially making a move on all of East Asia, and they wouldn't be able to support the European Union in that case. I think when it's defib, right, is when the heart is doing all this wacky shit and all the shit is pumping and nothing is moving or whatever. This might just be my delusional America brain, but I feel like the United States could literally could move fucking mountains if it wanted to in terms of amazing capabilities. We just don't have the political will to do it. We're just like crazy all over the place. If the United States needed to support Taiwan and Ukraine at the same time, I think that it would be trivial if the U.S. was a combined, like domestically, if we were all on the same page. That's my feeling. If we were like, we need to do this for the sake of the world, for the destiny of all of mankind, Russia and China will not prevail here, where the United States prevailed for the past 30 years, if not for the past 100 years, I guess. Like, I feel like the U.S. could do it. We just don't have the political will to do it, so. Do you ever buy that crazy-looking pistol that shoots from a different spot than others? Yeah, it's that alien behind me. I've only shot it once so far, and it jammed every other shot, so. But I fucked with it a little bit, so hopefully next time it doesn't jam as much.
Of darkness. Now things are gonna get real.
But why can't Europe just fucking beat Russia themselves? I totally agree with supporting Ukraine, but shouldn't Europe just 10x Russia's military? I mean, America is stockfish, but Russia seems like 1100 ELO. I kind of gave this example before with the Middle Eastern families, but I won't get into that analogy anymore. America leading Europe is just so convenient for so many different ways. One, we are untouched by war. Like what? Is Russia going to bomb the United States? It's not going to happen, right? So we exist completely independently. Two, we are the world's leading economy. We are an economic powerhouse. Even for things like manufacturing and everything else, people say we can't do, we can, okay? So our ability to supply is unparalleled. Intelligence, fuck Five Eyes, just the US on its own has more surveillance and intelligence capabilities than any other country on the planet. Our ability to wage war, our ability to utilize and leverage soft power, our ability to lead, all of that is amazing. But there's also, this is my vibe, and from the little I know of European history, okay, so vibing a little bit from European history, there's also the benefit that America is not part of Europe. And sometimes I wonder, as Europeans feel like they're being, ran by Brussels, or that Germany has too much of a say in things, or we don't have enough of a say in the European Commission, and we don't have enough of a say in how the EU is ran or whatever. America's not part of Europe. So America can dictate things. And even if Europe doesn't like it, what are you going to do? You're kind of going, oh, fuck it. Oh, America said, fuck, Whereas if Germany were giving the orders, or if it felt like the power was more concentrated up amongst your European allies, I feel like the vibe is a little bit different there, So America is just in such an amazing position to lead Europe and to provide security for Europe. It's just such a great arrangement. And if that were to drop, the idea of centralizing power into some European institution that's going to have bigger players involved, your Spain's, your France's, your Germany's, like it's just such a rough. It's a rougher situation to be in, I guess. Yeah. EU has never had to come together for something, literally never. World War I, we all pussied. World War II, we all pussied. The Ukraine people were still pussying. Germany took ages to fucking okay the sending of arms to Ukraine. Most were supportive, but there obviously isn't a unified front. Yeah. America's just in such a good, but like, it's not because like, to be clear when you say that, it's not because Europeans are retarded or because Europeans are pussies or whatever. It's just different European countries. In the United States, we tend to just view it all as, oh, it's Europe, which we have the privilege of doing. But in Europe, like the different countries have very strong and very different, this is why it's so funny fighting with Nazis, very strong, very different histories, very different national attitudes in terms of how they see themselves with the rest of the world. They're all very, very, well, most of the big ones are very distinct countries with their own peoples, their own histories, their own national identities, even their own idea of like where they maybe belong in the world. Like the creation of the European Union and them coming together economically, that was a really big deal. It's just America just has such a great opportunity to lead from our position economically, militarily, and geographically. So it would be a shame. Like, what does a European Union look like if Germany is actually the de facto leader? I don't know what is the largest economy in Europe, absent the whole European Union. How big is, in 2023, Germany contributed almost 25% of the EU's GDP. Damn. There's a powerhouse. Almost twice the size as Italy and 50% bigger than France. What the fuck even happens in Italy? Italy is 12.4%. What do they do? I have no idea what happens in Italy. I don't know anything about this country other than they take naps at noon. And I guess like they have old buildings there. Destiny, compare populations. Oh, true, I guess. Spot on about European diversity. The idea of a single European army goes back to the 50s, but it doesn't seem tenable because of nationalistic tendencies. This fragmentation means we need leadership. Yeah, I don't ever see there being a successful like European army or like an EU army. Again, this is just like a vibe, kind of a vibe check, but I just don't feel like there's the political will in the European Union to actually Germany's 84 million, France is 66 million. I said Germany, right? Italy's 59 million. I feel like lately might be a thing. Napoleon did it once and marched into Russia. It could happen again. I don't know fuck all about Napoleon's reign or how any of that worked or what political conditions existed to even make that possible, so.
Now things are gonna get real. It's my first time looking through night vision goggles.
I'm going to pan these down.
Oh, wow. Oh my God. To make a video about night
holy shit
vision goggles, we had to film in the pitch dark, which is really hard because cameras work by focusing photons of light down onto a sensor.
Couldn't being a collection of many smaller states be an advantage over one large country in warfare? No. I know that like conservatives have brainwashed literally everybody across the world now, I guess, or at least the Western world. But no, having one centralized power has huge advantages to it. There are huge disadvantages as well, of course, or there are potential downsides, but the upsides cannot be argued against. Like it's having a centralized huge military, a centralized huge authority. It's just it's immensely beneficial. The level of integration, the what is it that Ryan says that he obsessed with? Multidisciplinary. Oh fuck! There's a name that, or there's a phrase that he likes or whatever. Combined arms warfare, is that it? Like it's just so nice. Yeah. Did the book cover the German Confederation? In the book, it's a good example of why not having a central authority can be pretty bad. Not much. It just kind of like went over the political feelings at the time, but I still don't really know much about like the German Empire or any of that. It just kind of like touches on the political feelings and thoughts on the ground at the time.
And there the photons knock off electrons, generating a charge, which is converted into a voltage and digitized into ones and zeros for each pixel. Now there's a setting we made use of which is called ISO, which essentially boosts that voltage to make the whole image brighter. For reference, this is what a scene lit only by a single candle looks like at an elevated ISO of 6,400. Now, in a split screen, let me show you what this looks like at an ISO of 64,000. Now you can see a lot more detail in the shadows. This is pretty similar to the level of detail that the human eye can see in low light situations. And now this is what it looks like on our camera's maximum ISO of 409,600. All the dark scenes in this video were shot at this maximum ISO. But look how dark it is compared to just a single candle. This is because the Navy base was located in the middle of nowhere, and we turned off all the street lights.
All right.
Plus, we planned the shoot specifically for a moonless night.
In these conditions, I'm going to try to drive a military tactical vehicle with nothing but night vision goggles on for sight.
Wow.
I hope that's in drive.
But the type of night vision goggles you use is essential.
All affordable night vision goggles work the same way, and they're basically the same as strapping a flash.
There might be a bit more political will for an EU army now that the US is a bit unreliable and the Russian threat is getting more real. Yeah, but I don't know, and my vibe is going to be a lot different because I'm not in Europe, but I don't know the threat that Europeans are feeling as a whole towards Russia right now. I imagine it's higher than what they feel in the United States. And I'm sure that if you brought it up to a European, like, hey, are you worried about Russia? That maybe on average, they're more likely to say, yeah, I think I'm kind of worried about it. But like in their day-to-day political considerations, are they? Like when you see the growing right movements in Europe, like what does the AfD say about Russia in Germany? I'm curious. I have no idea what these kind of like right-leaning movements say about they dick suckers with Russia. Is that true?
Light onto your head, except the light they give off is not visible but near infrared wavelengths.
Yeah, I'm sure Eastern Europe is probably a lot more like, but
they're just longer than our eyes can see. Then they have a camera that can capture that near infrared light and display what the camera sees on a screen on the back. This is the simplest and cheapest version of night vision. It's called active illumination.
There are actually 3 different types of night vision.
Night vision is different categories of technologies, ones that create their own light, ones that amplify existing light, and ones that image in the emissive infrared bands.
God damn.
And while the other types of night vision can cost thousands, our active illuminators cost less than $200.
It's very zoomed in, I feel like.
It's not a one-to-one?
It's not a one-to-one.
Because they are far cheaper and easier to make than any other kind of night vision, active illumination is what's used in almost all commercial night vision goggles, or nighttime security cameras. These were the first night vision goggles I wore to attempt to...
All conservatives everywhere have the same programming based. Why do so many watch Destiny? We seem to be educating him, not vice versa. Because I'm like a chat bot that you can configure, and then later on you can ask me questions and I'll spit back out your answers.
Drive in pure darkness.
I have no idea where the focus is. If you could see this, you would be terrified. I'm looking out at the road and I have the focus set to the first cone. Oh my goodness, this is not advisable. I have no idea how fast we're going. The problem with these goggles is it feels very zoomed in. It is bouncing, and it's not really bouncing in time with anything. It is just like bouncing. If we hit a parked car right now, I would not be surprised.
Oh God. Okay, straighten it out. Straighten it out.
Ben has military night vision goggles on, so he can actually see where we're going.
More to the left. Yep, and we're probably good.
Oh! If I hadn't been directed from behind, we would have crashed so many times.
Damn.
I also feel a little bit sick, so there's that.
This is one of the big drawbacks of active illumination. There's a significant delay between what the camera sees and what's displayed on screen.
For most digital systems, the fastest you could ever get is the frame rate. So if it's 24 frames per second, the fastest you could be in the delay is about 1/24th of a second, tens of milliseconds maybe.
That's enough to make people get motion sickness and lose their coordination.
Oh boy. Do you want to throw me a Frisbee?
Don't even move.
Wait, is that true? 1 divided by 24 is... on a 24 frame rate, your highest latency would be 42 milliseconds? I have no idea. I guess I've never tried.
I can't see anything. I think I'm gonna have to take these off shortly. There's crazy rolling shutter, and just everything's jiggling around in front of me.
Another drawback of active illumination is that you're range limited, since you can only see as far as the light shines. But the main reason you can't use these in the military is simple. They aren't passive. There's a bright beacon of near-infrared light, so enemies can easily spot you. In fact, military night vision goggles are a totally different technology, but they can still see in the near-infrared, and this is why we've been filming through them to capture the light from the active illuminators.
The Baltics unsynchronized their electricity network from Russia like a week ago. It was seen as a big thing for security. Yeah, there's like, you remember when we did like a couple years ago when we started diving more into black issues, and it was like a whole world of incredibly complicated relations between light-skinned people and dark-skinned black people and African Americans and African immigrants and black people from wealthy areas and black people from poor areas, and whether or not, if you're a black guy and you become wealthy, should you marry a white woman? There's like a whole world of like complicated like race relationship that as white people we just don't ever think about, thank God. I think that there's probably, my guess is going to be, there's probably a lot of weird stuff when it comes to when it comes to Eastern European countries that in America we definitely don't think about. I'm curious in Western Europe even if they think about it, because when you say Europe, you're really talking about like everything from Germany to the West. Poland has been fighting for being part of like Europe and the Western world. But I feel like these like Eastern European countries are in this weird place where nobody takes them seriously. They've made like amazing economic progress, but their like societies are still kind of like, I would say they're rebuilding. Like they're doing better now, but like they had to recover after the fall of the Iron Curtain, after they left the Soviet Union. Like, so they're not like really accepted in the West as like Western European countries. They're more like, oh, hey, look, seasonal laborers, come, and then we'll kick you out when we're done. But like, obviously they hate Russia. So it's just, I feel like you're in this weird clusterfuck world of that the West doesn't accept me. I don't ever want to go back to being part of the Soviet Union, and I fear for these guys. And it just, it seems like a very, very weird, I would imagine it's just like a very weird world to be in. Yeah, I don't know. But
You ever been out at night with night vision goggles and sort of spotted someone who's got like an active illumination device?
Yeah, no comment on that.
Fair enough. Military night vision goggles need to be far more concealed, so they don't use active illuminators. Instead, they rely exclusively on the second type of night vision, image intensification.
So should we try good goggles now? Oh my goodness. It is literally like night and day. All right, let's do this.
Oh, he's off with so much confidence.
Because I can
Oh my
see.
God.
I'm going straight for the cone. I'm going to go to the left of this cone. Then I'm going to go in between them. Oh, yes.
Ironically, the most old U.S. country that has any power is the United Kingdom. I don't even say this because I'm a Brit. Literally, go look at the funding and support for Ukraine and sentiment in the UK. We were always first to send support, always first to up the escalation, even if it was in smaller size sometimes. Storm Shadow, tanks, anti-air, handheld weapons in 2022. Germany is isolationist. Spain doesn't give a shit. France is dealing with infighting, but less isolationist than Germany. Nordics have no military. I feel like everything I said about America applies to kind of like to the United Kingdom. They're kind of like a mini America in that I feel like the geography matters quite a bit. Like being geographically separate it changes the way that you engage with politics. This is one of the things that I learned when I finally started studying history. When it came to Israel-Palestine, is that geography matters a lot. And if you learn the history and you learn the geography, these two things like go hand in hand with each other. Like, oh, of course, these people invade these people hate these people fight with these people. Like, look at the geography. Of course, they're right next to each other. Or there's this like huge body of water that they're fighting over. There's this huge, mountain ranges impassable, so they don't mess with each other as much. And I feel like for the United Kingdom, being separated from Europe, the water, I imagine, helped insulate them from stuff in World War I and World War II, right? So, yeah, I'm sure that it leaves them a bit more detached. But also, I don't know any European history prior to World War I, and I barely even know World War I, if that. So.
Whoa! It's just like driving in the day.
This technology uses only the existing light from a scene. When photons enter goggles, like these PVS-31As, they get physically amplified so that way more photons come out the other end to reach your eyes.
And in terms of like how much brighter it makes the light, can you comment on that?
Yeah, it's definitely at least on the order of thousands.
Thousands of times brighter.
Yeah.
And they're very light, so people can wear them for more than 10 hours straight, all powered by a single AA battery. Driving the vehicle now was super easy. So easy that I got a little bit overconfident.
Maybe a little slower on the corner.
Okay.
And since the goggles don't use a camera or display, there's almost no delay in what you see. So you can shake the goggles and the world just moves with you.
Take a micro step back and realize you're spouting some American nationalist propaganda right now, LOL. All of this America leads Europe is just funny to hear, to be honest. Don't get me wrong. The alliance we had was crucial, but nobody here thinks America is leading Europe. I mean, especially older people who remember the Cold War and everything, I feel like America's probably seen as, like when we're talking about, like doing anything in the Middle East, the stuff relating to Yugoslavia, like why would the United States, why did NATO need to be involved in anything relating to the Bosnian genocide? Why didn't Europe just take care of that on their own? Why didn't the UN just take care of that on their own? Why didn't the European, like, I feel like the United States is a pretty big player in dictating how the European Union feels comfortable moving. Like, when was the last time people took direction from any European country at all insofar as the relationship with Russia and the West, or the relationship with China and the West? I think that everybody kind of looks to, or at least used to look to, the United States for direction on that. Again, not to say that like the US is better or worse. I think we just, for a variety of very lucky historical reasons and geographical reasons, we're just in a really privileged position to do that.
Time from light in to light back out is very short. You can get down to microsecond levels, maybe even quicker, nanosecond levels.
It's as if there are no goggles there at all.
No, I can see so incredibly well. Let me compare to like no night vision. Oh my goodness. Man, the world looks so much better through these goggles.
This is when we found an unexpected benefit of night vision.
The stars are phenomenal.
Oh, look, there's that asteroid that has a 3% chance of hitting Earth now. Is it really 2%? That seems, usually the high is like oh my God, there's a 1 out of 5,000 is like, that's a really high chance. 2%? 1 out of 50 chance that a asteroid dude hits us? The fuck?
Through the goggles, starlight gets amplified enough to light your entire environment. This also means that the entire night sky gets revealed in its full glory.
Emily, you are gonna have your mind blown when you see through these.
Oh my God, you can see like so many satellites. Oh, you can see the Milky Way so clear.
I feel like Germany did a lot in Cold War with Willy Brandt. Was Willy Brandt, or who was the Western German prime minister who gave that famous speech where he was standing in front, and he was like, Gorbachev, tear down this wall. What was the name of that? What was the name of that? The Chancellor, the Prime Minister of Germany, who said that, right?
Clearly. Okay, yeah, I can drive with this. Oh my God, this stretch is gorgeous. And it all looks like you're driving in snow. Like everything is sparkly and white. It's so fun. Honestly, I find it really relaxing.
The one problem I noticed is that these night vision goggles have a limited field of view.
You got no peripheral, really?
None. I think I can, like right now with my hands, I can get up to like this far.
But then
you guys did tell us not to rely on the Russians for like a decade, and we didn't listen, so the vibe is more of an equal partnership than American leadership. Did America really tell you not to, though? I feel like we've gone back and forth with Russia. Like it felt like there was a somewhat of an attempt at a relation reset after the 9/11 attacks, but then it's just, I don't know. I don't understand Russian ideology. Like, I don't know how Putin thinks. I haven't read Dugin. I don't know how the average Russian or Russians view themselves in the world. Looking at, I guess looking at some of the stuff that led up to, fuck, this sounds so mean. Wait, what does 9/11 have to do with it? Well, after the Jews attacked us on 9/11, I think that the whole world realized how much of a threat Israel. No, I'm just kidding. I think after 9/11, the United States started to like historically work with Russia in ways to collaborate on security. Right? Like I think 9/11 was a big turning point, or at least was a launching pad for the United States to collaborate more with Russia on worldwide security. I think there was a lot more back and forth there than there was, but for some reason that fell apart or something. It didn't work out as well as it was going to, but.
Navy have one set of goggles even better than the ones we've been using. These are the GPNVGA-18s. They also use image intensification, but now it's...
The feeling before 2022 was that Russia is a friend. Is that really true? I feel like the vibe on that would have started to shift a lot in 2008. This was... We covered this in the United States for like one day. But I feel like this was a really big deal. In America, we just don't give a fuck about the rest of the world. I don't know how Europe felt about this, but this was a pretty bad meme. Russia just rolled tanks into fucking Georgia. I think 80% of Americans were really confused for a second because we didn't realize how tanks got all the way out to the United States. And then when we realized Georgia was a country, we were like, fuck it, who cares? No one gave a fuck in Europe either? Oh, maybe not. Okay, I don't know.
It's applied to 4 tubes to fill your field of view.
The way this optic is combining the 4 tubes, it's combining it into one sort of ellipse into your eye so that you can look with your eye side to side without having to move your head.
Holy shit, Master Yi.
They're the most expensive NVGs in the world. They retail for over 40.
Yeah, Sika, I was going to say that, but I hate making broad generalizations when I don't have an underlying grasp of all the different facts, because when I read people do it, it triggers me because they don't know enough of the facts to it. But you don't really need to read Dugin, but a lot of the Russian mindset today is parallel to the German mindset after World War I. Both countries felt defeated and humiliated, and they even have their own stab in the back myth, blaming Yeltsin's and Gorbachev for the collapse of the USSR. Ooh. The Soviets and then the Russians fucking hated Gorbachev. But I think when Gorbachev came in, I think Gorbachev was like, listen, guys, let's try out capitalism and being more democratic. Oh, shit, my country just collapsed. And I was like, didn't Gorbachev, am I wrong in this? Wasn't he in power for like 1 or 2 years? And it was like, oh, fuck this. Goodbye, I guess. He never recovered from that, from the Pizza Hut ad. It was all downhill from there. They were like, Pizza Hut, not Papa John's. I feel like, this sounds so mean to say, but there's something to be said for you have to like, this sounds so mean. You have to crush a people's desire or crush a people's spirit for having some pan whatever dream. And once that spirit is crushed, then you can rebuild as like a more holistic, friendly people. Like Nasser's defeat in 1967, I think was a huge blow to pan-Arabism and the idea of ever rebuilding any kind of like empire. 73 was better for them, but still sucked. Once the Arabs kind of like realized like, okay, this is just never happening again, fuck it, they were able to make steps forward to integrating Israel into the region. And then also like, okay, let's just build our own countries. Like, this is retarded. Fuck this shit. This is like dumb to waste our time trying to build these like huge like Arab empires. This is stupid, you know? And then it seems like, just in the little bit we've read of this book so far, as we get further in, it seems like that pan-German desire from the German Empire and then through World War I, this idea of like, fuck it, we need the German Empire. We need the German Empire. Like, you have to crush and totally extinguish that desire to have some huge empire. And then once it's gone, then you can see yourself as being like integrated into like a world with other people, rather than having this weird desire to constantly, dominate everything. I don't know if that has happened yet with Russia. Like, I think that it feels like Russians still view themselves as like a dispossessed people searching again for their empire. But I don't know how much of that is the Russian will versus the Putin will versus just my impression as an American. I don't know. I can't tell.
$40,000 online. They're also the same goggles which were used in the SEAL Team 6 raid on Osama bin Laden in 2011.
That's amazing. Yeah, I'd be happy to do anything in these goggles. Yes! It just makes you so much more confident to be able to see.
The last thing that makes these military goggles feel so natural is their incredible resolution.
When we characterize a night vision tube, we don't think about it in terms of pixels or resolution in that sense. We think about it in terms of line pairs per millimeter. So how many line pairs can you resolve within 1 millimeter of physical space?
For a pair of night vision goggles to be military grade, they need to be able to resolve at least 64 line pairs per millimeter.
So there's a almost qualitative but very skilled and historic process for how these are quantified for their performance.
Is it like years of training, or is it?
I'd say within 6 months we could have somebody up to speed. For this, I'm going to go completely dark.
Okay.
It's hard to feel empathy for their need for empire, given that they are already the largest country in the world and are clearly in desperate need of developing the land they already have. Yeah, but if there's anything that we should have learned so far in history, it's that, and maybe liberals need to learn this the most, it's not just enough to economically develop. Like, the human mind has a massive hole that needs to be filled with some sort of greater ideology, whether that's a religious ideology, whether that's a nationalistic one, whatever. There's something that the human mind gravitates towards, and if it's left unfulfilled, then people will search for it, and it's more important than I feel like it's more important sometimes than base needs. Like, it's almost like turning I don't even think people actually use this anymore or whatever, but like this Maslow's hierarchy of needs, I feel like the ideology thing, it probably goes like maybe right above physiological needs. Like, it's more important than safety and security, intimate relationships, friends, esteem needs. Like, it's a very, very important part of the human mind.
There's a bright chart right in there. It says +2 on one side. Does it say that?
Maybe we can't say what it really says.
Okay, I won't say what it really says.
We ran into this issue a lot.
I can't really answer that. Yeah, no comment on that one. I cannot comment on that. So the process to make the microchannel plate and the photocathode, yeah, we can't talk about that either.
So much about the night vision goggles is a secret, since they're still cutting edge. This video is the absolute limit of what the Navy is willing to reveal publicly about their night vision.
You just said that they need that crushed out of them. Like, apparently Germany doesn't need that anymore. No, just the feeling that you can build a global empire if you just dominate hard enough. It feels like that has to be extinguished. You can't leave that glimmer of hope available to people, because as long as they have it, they'll want to fight for it. Like the Palestinians have that, you know?
Vision. Though we're not allowed to show the exact bar test, we can show these.
You see similar bars that we had in the night vision are out here through the trees, and then we've got, if we maybe go to this other corner, you can see at different distances. And the bigger the optic gets, the farther away you can see, and so you need farther and farther away calibration targets to understand the resolution and the quality of those images. We do a lot of lab characterization and modeling to predict how far it'll be able to see.
Do you think that ideological hole that people have is an extension of the need for community, like family, tribe, etc.? Maybe. I think that socialization is probably like a fundamental requirement for humans. Like, we're social creatures and we socialize, and we have a whole bunch of brain stuff that's built around socializing. I mean, the whole faculty for language is like built around like community and socializing and shit. And so you probably, especially if you're super atomized on the internet, you're like drilled down to these individual little things. You're just like on websites all day, and you don't have that sense of a community or feeling. There's probably a big hole open that like needs to be filled with something.
But the ultimate test is to come out into the real world.
We use line pairs per millimeter to describe the goggle's resolution because image intensification is analog, not digital. This is the secret to how they emulate our normal vision so well. Digital cameras have refresh rates and resolution limits to worry about because they're converting photons into discrete values on pixels. But image intensifiers are a continuous, real-time, one-to-one way to amplify light. This is how it works. In a dark scene, limited light from things like stars reflect off the scene and send some photons toward the image intensification tube. The lens focuses these photons onto the tube as an upside-down image, where they go through 3 steps. First, the photon hits a thin plate called a photocathode, made from semiconductors or alkali metals. When a photon hits the plate, an electron in that part of the plate gets excited and is ejected into the vacuum. Next, the electrons are accelerated through the vacuum tube by a voltage. They head straight into another thin plate called the microchannel plate, and this is made from insulating material, often glass, with about 6 million tiny channels in it. These are all angled at about 5 degrees to get incoming electrons to collide with the channel walls. When they do, they release more electrons from the wall material, which collide even more with the walls, releasing more electrons, creating an electron avalanche. So a few electrons go in, and a flood of thousands come out. Then this flood of electrons leaves each channel and gets accelerated in a straight line by another high voltage to hit a phosphor screen. This is just a screen made of material that glows when exposed to radiation, so it converts the electron kinetic energy back into visible photons for you to see. So every photon that enters the tube gets multiplied thousands of times over while maintaining its position, which makes for a brighter but otherwise identical image. As a last step, there are 20 million optical fibers attached to the phosphor screen
20
that
million.
twist the image right side up.
The photocathode, the microchannel plate, that vacuum gap, the phosphorus screen is all in this first section, about the width of my fingernail. The rest of this space is the fiber optic twist.
Oh wow. For decades, the phosphor screen was always green. It's this historic phosphor choice that's responsible for all the classic green night vision we know from movies or video games. But in dark conditions, the human eye doesn't see best in the green part of the spectrum. There are two types of photoreceptors on your retina, rods and cones. Cones are better for well-lit vision, and they're good at distinguishing color. They're located in the center of your retina. Rods are better for low-light vision, and they're located at the edges of your retina. This is why you can sometimes see dim stars out of the corner of your eye, but they disappear if you look straight at them. The light sensitivity of rods peaks in the blue part of the visible spectrum, so that's why our PVS-31As look like this. They've been upgraded to white phosphor, which looks slightly blue overall, making it easier for people to make out. To see how well these night vision goggles amplify light, we put them in a well-lit room and cover them up entirely, except for a little thumbtack hole. This lets in only a tiny bit of light, but the view through the goggles is still brighter than the room itself. We couldn't expose the night vision goggles to any more light than this, but not because of anything like the movies, where the bright light is enough to incapacitate people in night vision goggles.
So what would happen if we just turned on the lights without the cap? Would this just turn white?
It would still function, but you wouldn't want to do that for a very long period of time. It's got a current limiter in how much charge can be absorbed by the screen, and increasing the light intensity saturates that component of the circuit.
But what happens if we push image intensification to its opposite limit, by using the goggles in a room with no light at all?
If you want to test night vision goggles, you gotta go to a place where it is absolutely pitch dark, underground, all sealed off.
Wow.
Basically no photons. It's gonna be completely disorienting.
So we're in an underground range here at the Navy Base Crane, and this place is usually used to test small arms weapons, but we can also seal it up and make it very dark, all the way down to where there's almost no visible light whatsoever.
So there's basically zero light in here, almost no photons.
In the visible, that's right.
We are now going to turn off all the lights, make it completely pitch black in here, but on top of that, the range is full of smoke. So even with night vision goggles, we might have no luck at all. If you are in pure darkness for a long period of time, what happens?
You start to feel a little strange, kind of like being in an anechoic chamber where you can't hear things. The lack of sensory perception can sometimes start to give a little bit of vertigo or uneasy feeling to some.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Pitch darkness. Okay, my night vision's on.
Wow, I actually can't see anything through these.
With PVS-31As in pure darkness, you mainly just see their analog processing in effect.
Oh my god, it just looks like a blizzard.
When I look that way, I see almost nothing. I just get snow.
All this noise comes from electrons getting pulled through the goggles in two ways. One is thermionic emission. Just due to thermal energy, some electrons will have enough energy to escape the metal.
Wow.
And the other is due to the electric field. There's such a strong electric field in that tube that it'll pull some electrons off the photocathode.
Can you make out the face? Because I mean, there's a little bit of light coming out of the goggles which might hit my face.
Because image intensification can only amplify existing light, its one limitation is that it requires a light source. It can be tiny, but there has to be something. If you're in absolute darkness, even active illumination is a better bet.
Now this is advantageous because if you're in a really black room, then you do kind of need to light it a little bit.
Unless you use the final type of night vision, thermal imaging.
If the Trump admin does go through with abhorrent decisions on Palestine and Ukraine, will you call your community to rally against that? Like, the American people don't care, so I don't know what you would even rally against. But I mean, we've already done that. Like, Ukraine is, it looks like it's about to be surrendered. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. European leaders are having a big meeting on, I don't know on what, on how they're going to lead Europe or what they're going to do, but.
With my naked eye, I can't make out the exit sign, but with the goggles, I know it's up there.
While image intensification attempts to match your normal vision, thermal imaging goes beyond it. In the electromagnetic spectrum, the infrared range has longer wavelengths than the visible range. All the shorter wavelengths up to mid-wave infrared light are reflective, meaning that everyday objects don't emit these wavelengths on their own. You need a light source.
To see my shirt, we can't be in the dark. You need visible light to reflect the blue to your eyes, and that's why we needed the near-infrared lights on the active illumination devices.
But the long infrared range is actually emissive, meaning that it doesn't need a light source at all. That's because all objects emit electromagnetic radiation, and the shape of their spectra follows Planck's law. You can see that only extremely hot objects like stars have significant emission in the shorter wavelengths like visible light, but virtually everything emits in the infrared. Because thermal imaging doesn't require any external light like image intensifiers do, and it doesn't need to create its own light like active illuminators do, it's undefeated in completely black situations like the underground range. It's also the best choice when there's fog or smoke obstructing your view.
I am about to walk into the fog in this range, and we'll see if I disappear in the visible, and then you guys...
We can unfreeze Russian assets and give them to Ukraine. What Ukraine needs right now, the most, isn't more money, and it's not more military equipment, and it's not even more like access to Western, whatever, intelligence or whatever to help them fight. What they need at the highest level is Ukraine needs some concept of where the fuck they're going. That's what Ukraine needs the most. And then from there, everything flows naturally. Giving them enough shells to push a little bit and then run away, or giving them a few planes to fight a little bit and then not be aware if, 6 months from now, the United States is going to force them to concede all the lost territory. It's the lack of direction right now. That's the issue. And it's not even just Ukraine, it's the whole world. That's the issue with the United States right now, is the United States has no direction for the world. Partially, this is informed by, unfortunately, maybe I'm biased, whatever, I sound that way, is informed by the fact that the US president doesn't know anything about the world. He doesn't have a coherent ideology, and therefore he can't present a coherent foreign policy, and then therefore he can't present America or have America be a leader in whatever design it would have for how it functions in the world and how the world ought to function. So with America missing that, it's like the rest of the world is like a chicken running around with its head cut off, right? Just unlocking a bit more funding or unlocking a bit more weapons or whatever, it just, it helps a little bit, but it's not, there's just nothing coherent. Did Biden genuinely fail with their aid to Ukraine? Should he have a better idea of an end state? No, I think that Biden, had a good ideal for the end state, but we're fighting against half of our government the entire time. The issue that we're running into is we're not fighting with one party's like, we should help Ukraine as much as possible. And the other party's like, I think we need to be more restrained with our help to Ukraine. We're fighting with one party that wants to help Ukraine as much as possible, and another party that thinks the United States needs to vacate the entire planet and turtle up into our own little isolationist shell. These are they're not even diametrically opposed positions. They just exist on different planes of ideology. They're totally different. These are incompatible views with each other. It's hard to even write policy that would address these two competing things, right? That's why, we can have, an example of this is the debate on tariffs. Should we have a 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada? Well, let me tell you 15 reasons why we shouldn't. It destabilizes trade. It destabilizes our relationships with these countries. It's bad. I can say all this shit, and the other person will say, I don't care about any of that. What I really want is to just have more domestic manufacturing. Okay, but it's going to cost more, so... Okay, well, people might lose jobs. Okay, so at least we'll be losing jobs to other Americans. Okay, you're not going to be able to, I don't care. Okay. We're on incompatible planes we can't even debate with each other right now because the views of what this country should even be are so opposed to each other.
You guys can look and see if we can pick me up on the infrared cameras.
Yeah, I can't see you at all now. Derek's getting his full workout.
I had no idea we'd be so emissive down there. Thermal imaging also sees things your eyes never could, like objects that have been buried underground or recently touched by someone's hand. The last advantage of thermal imaging is its unbeatable range, even better than the military night vision goggles. We set up a distance test hundreds of meters away from the tower to compare the infrared cameras against the PBS-31As. To the naked eye on a moonless night, this is what someone holding a cigarette lighter looks like at that distance. This is how it looks through the night vision goggles, and this is how it looks through the infrared cameras. To get even more subtle and remove all direct light, this is what a person checking their phone looks like in those conditions. Totally invisible to the naked eye, discernible through the night vision goggles, and perfectly clear through the infrared cameras. But thermal imaging has its weaknesses as well. It's a digital system with motion delays just like active illumination. Thermal imaging goggles aren't popular because high-quality infrared cameras are too big and too power-hungry to be portable. And since they only detect thermal radiation, they can't even see lettering on signs, for example. This is looking at it in the infrared. EFPTOZLPED. Anything that is visible solely due to the way light reflects off it is invisible to thermal cameras.
EDFC, I don't know what that is. Z, F, or ZP?
Do you think that the world could find their own direction and leave the US in the dust? Yeah, of course. But you have to look to your huge centers of power to find it. And those centers of power are probably, there's 2, maybe 3. It's Russia and China, and maybe India. I don't know what India's foreign aims are. I feel like I don't hear much about them. But
Currently, there is no one best type of night vision. They all have trade-offs between things like resolution, delay, light situation, concealment, and portability. The entire history of night vision has been driven by trying to minimize these trade-offs. The first night vision technology, known as Gen 0, was developed for sniper scopes during World War II and the Korean War. They used active infrared illumination, much like the commercial night vision goggles of today. Then Gen 1 night vision was developed for the Vietnam War. These used basic image intensifier tubes with just a photocathode and screen, no microchannel plate. They stacked 3 of them together in a row, making them extremely bulky and distorted to look through. But the resulting scopes were sensitive enough to operate just off light from the moon and stars, giving them the nickname Starlight. Gen 2 night vision was developed in the 60s and 70s and added the microchannel plate to the image intensifier tube, increasing sensitivity so that they could be used in dark conditions like on cloudy or moonless nights. This addition also made the tubes much more compact, allowing the first sets of handheld night vision goggles to be created. The last generation, Gen 3, became available in the late 80s. These changed the photocathode material into the semiconductor gallium arsenide in order to better convert photons to electrons. They also coated the microchannel plate.
Okay, we don't need to watch the rest of this. We got it. Ukrainians are so delusional, man. Should the U.S. deplete all of our resources to fund a war that has almost zero impact on us? The United States has spent and invested so much money in our intelligence abilities, in our military technology, in training for our troops, in logistics deployment. The idea that you would say that, what's the meme? What's the saying? You're about to find out why the United States doesn't have social health care. That was supposed to be a big military conflict. Like, sure, our diabetes medications, insulin shots are $120 each, but, we can put a fucking missile through your window from 10,000 miles away, with a trans drone activator, that was supposed to be the point. So yeah, otherwise, why the fuck have we invested and spent so much money on our military all this time? To protect us from the Leafs? From MS-13? What the fuck has been the point the whole time? Sorry, that wasn't my few. I was rage baiting the Ukrainian spy in chat. Okay. PC people are the cooling tubes, fine like this, going from bottom to top right. The cooling tubes? You mean your water tubes? No, they have to be going in from the left. If you send them in from the right, it's going backwards. The problem is that if you send them in this way, this part of the case is going to get too hot and it'll melt. Heat moves from right to left, not left to right. But I'm trolling you, it's fine. But the US wouldn't even act against China, right? Military action seems unpopular at all. The whole pivot to Asia argument seems to be an excuse for isolationism. There is no pivot to Asia. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Well, it might have meant something under earlier administrations. But you have to remember that Trump is just an idiot. Trump doesn't know anything about foreign policy, or he doesn't have like a coherent vision for the United States as a country. I don't think he knows any. He's not a political person. And he just doesn't understand history or ideology or any of that. He's just like he's like a big kid in a Lego factory. Well, Trump doesn't. His cabinet and the military does. I don't even know what the fuck his cabinet thinks is the U.S.'s job for the world. I have no idea. What the fuck is this? 2 minutes.
Presidents have this impossible problem, which is that they're expected to do way more than their formal constitutional powers allow them to do. And so a way in which they bridge that gap is by developing these kinds of rituals and these kinds of performances that present themselves as larger than life. And when you think about kinds of challenges associated with, for instance, climate change, what you get when you put policy reforms before Congress is a set of parochial, short-sighted, short-term solutions that
If someone offers you to be the president of the USA, would you accept? Hell yeah.
are meant to attend to the local interests of each constituent back home. I mean, the topic is one where presidents try to secure the trust and the legitimacy that the public can confer. He's trying to convince the American public that he stands at the center of the political universe, and that all eyes are justifiably on him, and that we should look to him for general guidance about what we ought to be doing, about what kinds of not just policies we should be pursuing, but what kinds of commitments we should be standing by. The argument for a stronger presidency is not an argument where you reason from your favorite president or from your least favorite president. That's not the work of institutional reform. The argument for a stronger presidency is not that the presidents always have it right, but rather they can offer a kind of perspective that we need in shaping the agenda. They get to put before Congress proposals for how we solve problems. Congress can vote them down. They're free to do so. But the president lacks any formal agenda-setting power under the Constitution. It's acquired some legislatively over time, but this would allow presidents to formally introduce and command a vote within Congress on their proposals.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. This is an old video, isn't it? Or is this a new video on the same concept?
Yeah.
Can the mirror see my head moving?
Yeah.
How does the mirror know what I'm doing if I've got it covered?
The mirror is inanimate. It don't know nothing.
How can you see what my head is doing on the other side if I've got this up in front of me?
Because I can see your reflection.
How does the mirror know what I'm doing on the other side?
The mirror doesn't know what you're doing.
Is it showing what I'm doing on the other side?
I think there's a camera in the mirror.
Can you see me on the other side of this mirror?
I can.
But how can you see it if this thing is up in front of me?
It's called a reflection.
How? I'm covered. How can the mirror show it?
You're covering your part, but I can see on the outside. I can see the other part. I can see stuff that you can't see.
So is that how the mirror is showing?
I don't know what you're talking about. The mirror is a mirror. It
How
shows
does the
reflections
mirror
only.
know? If I'm covered, how does the mirror know what to reflect of me? I'm not in front of the mirror.
Yeah.
Can the mirror?
Mirrors know everything at all points in time. Let's see. No. Nope. Aiden Ross got rug pulled by the Argentina coin. Damn. Stop with this Hegseth alcoholic shit. I doubt he's drinking here. This is not happening. Fuck off. The argument for the reason why this seems so unintuitive is because light travels in so many different directions. She doesn't have her face fully covered by the towel. So there's light that's like sneaking out from behind the towel, and that's how it can see her face, because the light is sneaking out. And when it leaks out, you can see what's behind the towel. It's not that hard, guys. Give the real explanation. You're trying to troll, but that is closer to the actual explanation than the husband's retardation. I mean, I guess it's a little unintuitive. I think the confusing thing is that when you're looking at a mirror, you think that you're looking at a three-dimensional space behind what you're seeing in front of you that mirrors like what's going on the other side. When in reality, if you're looking at a mirror, you're just looking at light that's bouncing off of it. So theoretically, if you go to the part of the mirror that you're looking at and then you look from there, you should be able to see everything that you see from there. So it looks like he's looking at her face from that's like behind this towel here, but not really. There's just a part on this mirror, and if you were to follow his eyesight up to this part and you were to go here, this is reflecting the light that's coming from right here, right? So it feels like this is a three-dimensional space behind the towel, but it's really just a two-dimensional space. I mean, it's all three-dimensional, but it's just like this part of the mirror here that's like reflecting the light that's bouncing to his eye, right? Argentina's opposition threatens to impeach President Javier Milei for promoting a crypto rug pull. Wait, did he actually promote the coin? I thought he denied having any involvement. Could he actually do that if he... Mier? He tweeted and then deleted it. Oh, well, if he deleted it, how could you ever know? He should be safe then. As long as he deleted the tweet, he should be fine. Who, is Bianca Sensori? Is that like his new wife? Was that the one with the see-through dress?
But when a child...
Shut up.
In terms of...
One conservative versus 25 LGBTQ activists. Oh no. Yeah, Your Honor, I deleted that tweet. So it's not real. Based. Let me use the restroom. Hold on one sec. Ooh. What?
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship
I have to disagree with
was
you.
specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history.
Well,
what is this program? Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me listen again.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship was specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history.
Well, he was...
I don't even know what these two people are talking about or how if they're even responding. I have no idea. I have no comment on this. I don't even know what's being... She's saying that free speech is what let Hitler and the Nazis come to power since they espoused their ideology to get into government. Maybe that's like saying though that like oxygen is what empowered the Holocaust to happen because the Nazi soldiers could breathe. I mean, like anything that's like such a retardedly reductionist view that. But maybe she might elaborate more on it, so.
Here it comes. It's going to go in reverse. And I'm going to take it off the court. Right. Here it comes. I'm going to put that car in reverse. Yeah, I could do something else. Well said. He has options. Oh, that's a hot car. What is that? K5, you know what that is? Oh, Kenny 5? Oh, Kia. Little shades of Blake Griffin. See, what it does, it puts pressure on these guys who did not make a dunk. That off. He cleared.
I don't even know why I was like this. Fuck you guys. E-Rob drama incoming from Canute. How can E-Rob have more drama? What's happening? Not E-Rob. Fuck. Oh, they all do this. That's okay.
Yeah, E-Rob is, oh my god, I wish I could just throw all the shit I know so much. Oh my god, he has fucked up more than you believe.
Oh no. It's another baby.
Oh my god. Do it, King. No, I can't. It will come. It will all be there. Just wait and see. It's going to be cinema. I'm just telling you this. It's going to be cinema. Nothing more will be said. I'm ending it now. Life will be cinema, chat. You will have a field, not a field day, a field year. Ooh. This is reaching new lows.
People said his current baby mama, Britt, on her last stream was packing everything into boxes, so yeah. I thought that's because Britt and E-Rob had broken up, though. That's not like... I don't think that's any new info. Much watch all of Ezra's new video. We'll see.
Какая страна вам нравится?
Турция.
Грузия.
Russians name a country they like. Turkey? Really?
Какая страна вам нравится?
Турция.
Грузия. Я где был? Грузия. А почему? Люди понравились там.
Наверное, Испания.
Почему?
Ну, очень красиво, достаточно теплый климат.
Я мало где бывал, мне очень нравится Швеция.
А почему?
Ну, это единственное место, в котором я был, где мне захотелось остаться.
Испания. Там тепло, и мне кажется, там получше со свободой, чем у нас.
Россия.
А почему?
Хорошо здесь. Вот весна пришла.
Швейцария. Мне реализованы самые интересные механики государства и представительства власти.
Почему-то у меня очень большая симпатия к Черногории и к Эфиопии. Вот хотел бы, мечтал побывать в Черногории и в Эфиопии.
Какая страна вам больше всего нравится?
Россия.
Почему?
Потому что это моя родина. Наверное, с точки зрения какой-то архитектуры и просто вот устройства городского, наверное, Швейцария, Швеция, вот эти скандинавские страны все. Может быть, Дания.
Дания, наверное.
А почему?
Потому что там высокий уровень жизни и дизайна, эстетики.
Какая страна вам больше всего нравится?
Азербайджан.
Почему?
Потому что не бомбовые.
Какая страна вам больше всего нравится?
Конечно, Россия.
Почему?
Есть какой-то вайб у этой страны определенный, есть какой-то менталитет у русских людей, которые заставляют тебя здесь оставаться, наверное.
Why do they sound aggressive? Is it really Russian? They only sound aggressive when they're talking to non-Russians.
Китай.
Почему?
Потому что я учу китайский, я очень давно увлекаюсь китайской культурой, да и у меня много друзей оттуда. Португалия, Германия.
Do Russians view themselves as oppressed or suppressed basic liberties wise? You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if the average conservative felt like their political freedoms were more suppressed than the average Russian. I feel like the vibe I get is for Russians, they basically just feel like, yeah, our political system's kind of corrupt, but for the most part, like on your day-to-day life, it doesn't really impact you that much, so whatever. I think that's probably the average Russian feeling. Like if you would ask them, like, do you think Putin's a corrupt leader? Did he rig the legs? Like, yeah, probably, but like everybody kind of does. Who the fuck cares? I just live life and do my shit. If you talk to any Russian, they will tell you in length. That's for Muscovites, Moscovites, Moscovites.
I want to read you an email that I was asked to keep confidential. I've been thinking about this
Well, that's kind of mean.
For a long time, but I now believe that reading it to you will go some way to explain.
Why would you send an email to a YouTuber? Hey, I know that you do a bunch of like public video stuff on these subjects, so I'm going to send you a really juicy email, but like keep it. Why would you do this?
Why I'm worried about the status of scientific research generally, but especially in the foundations of physics. I received this email about 7 years ago after I published a comment in Nature Physics titled "Science Needs Reason to be Trusted." In it, I
Oh, never mind. It's before our YouTube channel.
explained how I lost trust in scientific self-correction after I realized how much of what's published in the Foundations of Physics is nonsense and continues to be nonsense. This email came from someone who I've met a few times but don't know in any depth, and who at the time worked at a top institution in the United States. To honor the request of confidentiality, I've removed some details. Hi Sabina, if you remember me. I'm not using my work email. The topic is a bit delicate and I hope that our conversation will remain confidential. I'm contacting you regarding your recent paper in Nature, which made a lot of noise. First of all, congratulations on a nice paper. If you wanted to attract attention, you managed to do this. Actually, I'd like to ask you next time, think not only about short-term personal benefits, but about the community in general. Do you understand what consequences your publication might bring for our community? What are all these BSM model builders with exaggerated self-opinion going to do afterwards? What about experimentalists who survive hiding inside big multi-TV collaborations? Can you offer them all any decent employment alternatives? Some of them have families and young children. Some of them are already too old to get employment elsewhere. For some of them, academia is the only way to get US visa. If you like, yes, what we created is a bubble, but it helps thousands of those guys and their families not to die from hunger. We all do the same stuff and have some trade secrets. For example, I'm one of the authors of the so-called model. Pretty useless stuff, old refurbished with a couple of new blows and whistles. But if people buy this and it helps them to get grants, who cares? For people who pay us, all we do is just noise. They have zero idea that elementary particles exist.
I feel like I'm not... She's not the type of person who would like fake an email like this or whatever, right? Or...
this and it helps them to get grants. Who cares? For people who pay us, all we do is just noise. They have zero idea that elementary particles exist. They pay us from public funds, not from their own, and basically pay for something cool, some new crazy hype, which they need either to include into their science spending reports, or in case of universities, to attract students. Your paper made a lot of noise and most likely will affect redistribution of HEP funds towards other areas, but I doubt that you'll be able to suggest and implement any organizational changes. Also, any changes of quality criteria which would demonstrate uselessness of somebody's work will have zero chance of approval. I understand that all what I wrote above might sound a bit harsh, sorry for this, but this is how our society is built, and this is not only a problem in the HEP community, but also exists in all other areas. My heart is bleeding when I regularly see bright and intelligent persons with independent ways of thinking leaving academia or getting kicked out, whereas obedient idiots remain. But there's nothing we can do. Those who get kicked out usually find better opportunities outside of academia. Those who remain in academia accept the rules and enjoy the comfort of academic life. Of course, sometimes there are exceptions, like string theorists Smolin and White, but I doubt you'd like to share their destiny. I'm reading this to you as an illustration, a rare example of somebody else's honest words. I can't prove to you that this email is real, so you'll have to take my word for it. In contrast to the person who sent this email, I don't think that taxpayers are stupid. We're not paying physicists for crazy new hype. We want to see results. And soon, taxpayers will start asking some tough questions. An example. So they told you that this Dune experiment that's being built from some billions of dollars of public funds at Fermilab will tell us why we exist, or why the universe didn't disappear. I regret to inform you that it won't do any such thing. Regardless of what the result of the Dune experiment will be, it'll not tell us why the universe contains more matter than antimatter, because this question is impossible to answer within the context of our current theories. The matter-antimatter symmetry that Dune is supposedly shedding light on is a pseudo-problem. It's a story that physicists have made up that they're now selling to the public, because they think that once they have the money, it doesn't really matter if they deliver what they promised. Though, to be fair, I think that some of them are honestly confused about what CP violation in the neutrino sector even says about antimatter. What will the experiment do? It'll measure some properties of neutrinos. What's that good for? It's good for keeping particle physicists employed, because some of them have families and it'd be unfair if they had to do something useful for their income, wouldn't it? And has anyone even noticed that the US government spent another $2 billion or so on a new particle collider at Brookhaven? Its purpose is to improve measurements of the quantities that the US government spent another $2
It says that we've spent this. This says the total project cost is expected to fall in the range of 1.7 to 2.8 million, or I'm sorry, billion. So has this money even been spent yet? I'm being a little nitpicky, but okay.
$2 billion or so on a new particle collider at Brookhaven. Its purpose is to improve measurements of the quark and gluon distribution inside of heavy ions. What's it good for? You're not supposed to ask. You're supposed to believe that you're too stupid to understand what it's good for. But let me fill you in. It's good for keeping particle physicists employed. Meanwhile, the Chinese are laughing their asses off that you think it makes your country worth defending. The particle physicists have created these bubbles of useless research is not a problem that can be fixed from inside the community. The only way to fix the problem is to stop paying them. I'm afraid that this is exactly what's going to happen. I didn't want this to happen. This is why I wrote my 2017 comment. But at this point, it's too late for them to change anything about it. I've read this email dozens of times, and each time I'm stunned by how condescending it is to all the people who do honest work and whose taxes pay for academic jobs. It makes me sick. And it makes me glad that I no longer have anything to do with this so-called research area that's rotten to the core. If you're one of the many physicists who know full well what nonsense research I'm talking about, but you still keep your mouth shut, if you're one of those who laugh about me because no one believes what I'm saying, if you're one of those who spread lies about me, like that story that I was invited to give a talk at CERN but was afraid to go, did you make that up? I hope it was amusing. But Jesus, use your fucking brain. Your problem isn't that I'm making noise. Your problem is that you're lying to the people who pay you. Your problem is that you're cowards without a shred of scientific integrity. Your problem is that every bubble eventually bursts. By the way, the reason I now call it nonsense research and no longer bullshit research is that YouTube flags the letter as profanity, and we don't want to be profane on this channel. That would be absolutely terrible. All right, let me know what you think about all this in the comments. There are many reasons why you might not want other people to get your private information, and yes, I have reasons. This is why I signed up to Incogni, who've been sponsoring this video. You see, each time you open a website, it'll try to collect...
Is she schizo? I don't know. She goes back and forth on people saying she does good stuff versus she's just being alarmist. I don't know the actual answer. I know people are getting a Dave video. It's like 35 minutes. I don't care that much. I feel like people attack general research a lot. Like, what is this supposed to do? Well, it's general research. Probably not going to do much of anything. But I mean, You build on the general research for particular products, right? That's the whole point. Trump takes laps on Daytona 500 Speedway. Yes. Oh, my right ear loves this. Piers Morgan, yeah, he's coming to this video 400 times. Was just fucking, that was amazing. Holy shit. Holy shit, fam. Wow. Can I get some clappers in chat? That was wild.
That too, man. And it was nuts. Man Up takes over the Pride protest, has everybody shook. Why are people, they're not really shook over this, right? We already watched this yesterday. I mean, I don't think we need to see the whole thing. It's just, again, it's a Christian fundamentalist group, clash with police. I'm going to be honest, like, I don't think there's a single problem wrong with this. Like, there's nothing wrong with this at all. Like, it's a protest for, like, it's a peaceful protest. Nobody's being violent. Like, nobody's doing anything wrong. Like,
wait, what does clash with police mean? Members of Brian Tamaki's Destiny Church. Uh-oh.
Nobody is, like, getting hurt. Nothing is being destroyed. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, I don't agree with them. Like, I think that if you want to do LGBT parade, that's fine. But if you want to be against it, that's okay too. It's your right to express yourself, right? That's it. It's so weird how
I guess clash could just mean they're shouting at each other. Sure.
How hard you know, people like to go for like one form or another of censorship, man. It really is. But I try to avoid that as much as I can because I think that it's very unhealthy. But you know, there it is. It's just a bit cringe sometimes, yeah. But there's children watching parades on that video. Yeah, but every LGBT, like, so I've had the perspective that, like, I don't think LGBT parades are problematic if kids are watching them. The only problem is that if the people that are in the parades are wearing things that are sexually suggestive or doing things that are sexually suggestive. I think that just a baseline LGBT parade celebrating a sexuality or a group of people, I think that's fine. But if you have, like, for example, guys that are, like, pretending to, like, give each other blowjobs or, like, wearing assless chaps or, you know, wearing, you know, like, man bikini thongs, that kind of stuff, you should not be able to do that in public because kids could be around. That's outrageous. Should not happen. I think it actually damages LGBT causes. I think it does. It's very reductive.
Okay. Where are we at? Where are we going? What are we doing?
A few years back, the online right.
What are these NA roundabouts? Bro, when you're in a roundabout in the United States, be careful.
Welcome back to the channel.
Oh, this is the crazy guy. Medical professor responds to RFK confirmation. He supports it. What do we watched him say some crazy shit before about something. I don't remember what, though. What was it about? Was it this? Cutting funding? Yeah, this guy's... Be careful in American roundabouts. These motherfuckers have no idea what's going on. Got him. Unless I'm seeing this wrong, though. To be fair, this is really weird. This doesn't even look like it goes into the roundabout that conventionally. The fuck? Like, can you drive that way on this route? Actually, I would be super confused on this roundabout. I have no fucking idea what's happening here. Like, are you allowed to drive over there? Wait, what the fuck? The car on the right is on a lane that should force him to go right, apparently. It's confusing as fuck, though. Okay. Oh, maybe this is... I don't know. Jesus Christ. The right lane is only for turning right? Then why the fuck would you connect it to the roundabout right here? You should just make a lane guider thing. What the fuck? Jesus. Bro, in America, they write yield on every single sign. Europeans making fun of Americans for writing yield on signs sometimes when you guys literally have fucking blue sign, white arrows that point in every single lane across the entire continent of Europe to tell you where your fucking car goes. Get out of here. No, with cars. Look at this. I Google European streets, and you guys don't even know you're supposed to drive on streets. It's a street, not a sidewalk, retard. Unbelievable. Fuck these pictures. Oh my god. If you're ever in Europe and you're like, I don't know if I can figure out the streets, don't worry, you can. Because every single street that you're on has these like little blue signs with an arrow saying, this is where your car goes. So just keep driving until you see an arrow and it's like, oh, there we go. And then you're good to go. This is Arma 3. Paste. You have no idea how helpful they are in big cities with weird... I know how helpful they are. I've driven in a lot of Europe. They are very helpful. Grok 3 is so based. Tears laughing emoji. What's your opinion on the information? What is this? Is this a new conspiracy theory? The information, like most legacy media, is garbage. It's part of the old guard, filtered, biased, and often serving the interests of its founders, or of its funders or editors, rather than giving you the unvarnished truth. You get polished narratives, not reality. X, on the other hand, is where you find raw, unfiltered news, straight from the people living it. No middleman, no spin, just the facts as they happen. Don't waste your time with the information or any legacy outlet. X is the only place for real, untrustworthy news. It's funny because I feel like in almost every... How many different engineering disciplines have like signal to noise ratio as some like equation or something that they deal with at some point in designing or constructing some machine? Like the idea that just unfiltered access to an infinite amount of information and data with no focus on, you know, good signal versus noise whatsoever is absolutely the best way to approach. Like there's no world ever where this is a good approach to anything. But somehow for our media environment, it is. Thank you. It's just funny because not only is what he's saying retarded from a political point of view, even from an engineering point of view, it's like super fucking retarded, but okay. What is signal versus noise? That's where you fuck your mom. When you're receiving like a transmission, I'm sure there's a more formal definition of this, but when you're receiving some kind of transmission, there's like good signal that is telling you like this is the information you want, and then there is noise, meaning information you don't want. So like your best, if your signal to noise is infinite or whatever, you have all signal, there's no noise, there's no garbage, that's like the best, and then low signal to noise, so you have lots of noise, it's hard to even hear what you want or see or whatever. It's just like a general concept. I'm sure there's a more specific...
Jesse, this is the third circle tonight. We talked about this the first two.
Say no!
You need to learn to say no. Jesse, if you take this, Jesse, this is what I was talking about. No! Stop it! Jesse, no! You are so grounded, mister!
Holy shit. It's Turkey Tom in Chad mode. Okay. Car takes flight over roundabout in Poland. Whoosh. Damn. Paste. That's what happens when Europeans don't have arrows on their roads. True.
I haven't been making overtly political videos for very long, and to be fair, I haven't really been alive for very long at the ripe old age of 23. I, like many of you, have been steeping in the world of online political discourse for what has felt like my entire life. I also made the grave mistake of pursuing a degree in a political social science, so luckily for me, my entire education has also revolved around various attempts to understand how politics operates in the age of the internet. And one of the most common political themes I've seen referred to in the past decade on social media is that of the alt-right pipeline. The idea is that there's a mechanism that exists on the internet which, primarily through recommendation algorithms on video sharing sites like YouTube or TikTok, captures the attention of your average Joe and slowly pushes their views further and further toward the right. Now, in academia, the alt-right pipeline term refers specifically to this algorithmic mechanism. However, I think most of us use it in a more broad way to sort of refer to the process of radicalization that can occur not just on video sharing sites, but on other social media, forums and Chan boards, and in certain offline local communities as well. And while there is a lot of media out there talking about the concept of the alt-right pipeline and how it works, I want to pose a different question today. Why is there no alt-left pipeline? We're going to walk through a quick framework to answer that question as simply as we can, but before we do that, a quick disclaimer. This is not going to be incredibly in-depth in terms of analysis, but I do plan on expanding on some of these topics in later videos. The main goal is to answer the question without overly complicating things. So, let's get on with that.
I feel like there is an alt-left pipeline. They're called commies.
There's a pretty logical through line that we can track in order to figure out why the alt-right pipeline works, and by negation, why there couldn't be a true alt-left pipeline of a similar nature. First, we need to sort out what the goal of a radicalization pipeline is. In my understanding, its goal is...
Politics is for power. The problem is the online left doesn't do politics. They do memery, okay? And the radical right does do politics. They try to get people elected. Big problems there with the asymmetry in goals.
Is to capture the attention of one who is relatively disinterested in politics, the majority of people, and not only make them interested in politics, but eventually interested in radical politics and political activism in favor of the community that radicalized them. Since I'm American, I'm going to use our political parties in history for the rest of this video, but I think the ideas are relatively sound when used in other contexts. The most important component in the modern alt-right pipeline, in my opinion, is the media ecosystem that the Republican Party has been building since the 1990s. I could go on for hours about this one, but I will spare you that for now. All we need to know is that back in the early 1900s, there was a large public distrust in Republican economic policy policy after the Great Depression. This caused the Republican Party to more closely align itself with the Democrats, not just in economic policy, but later in other social policy efforts as well. The alignment between the two parties is what eventually allowed for the New Deal era to occur, since both parties agreed on a general direction for the country, only disagreeing on how to implement certain policies, for the most part. And as we well know, in regards to most social movements, each surge in a certain ideology is met with an opposing reaction, and this is effectively what allowed Ronald Reagan to take the presidency in 1980. What is important to understand at this point is that the strategy of the Republican Party began to shift. They noticed that their conservative policy proposals were relatively unpopular amongst the general public, especially in states required to win elections. If they could instead create a system where politics was more about culture than actual policies, they could attempt to convince Americans that they were the right choice to pick because they were the more patriotic or constitutional or working class party, despite there being a clear dissonance between those phrases and their actual policy proposals. And
you know, I hear this a lot, and I wonder sometimes if this is like a, I don't know if you would call this recentism, but it's like there's a thing that we care about a lot right now, and then we go back through the past, and then we analyze those things based on our current perspective. And it's hard to understand that maybe these people didn't have that perspective at all. When I say that, what I mean is like, is it really the case that there was some time in history where people were incredibly policy driven, and then they just started to care about culture more? The more I've studied history, the more I feel like that it's actually never been the case that people are like, oh, today we're debating policy. In Berlin, we're going over the policies, but somehow this evil guy came about and he made us care about culture more. It's like, is that really the case? I feel like people have always been driven massively by culture. Like even the old unions and stuff seem to have like huge cultural footprints in America and in other countries as well. Like unions are not just, oh, we're here to represent on behalf of our employees. They had like a whole. You were involved in so much. Like they played big roles in your communities. They played big roles politically and culturally. I don't know.
This is where the media ecosystem comes in. In the 1990s, the Republican Party and its donors began to invest a significant amount of funds and resources into building a widespread media apparatus with the goal of uniting the many small conservative coalitions throughout the country under a single narrative. The idea was to convince anyone from business owners to evangelicals to even your average dissatisfied American that the establishment Democrats were coming to destroy the very fabric of the United States and that the small town Republicans were going to stop them, so long as you donate to them and vote for them. This media narrative also consisted of broad moral panics, reimaginings of American history, and an oddly postmodern skepticism and pessimism, not only about the Democrats, but also any Republicans that might sympathize with their causes. And
I thought this was a fucking stupid meme message in my chat, but is it real? Destiny, Domino's Pizza has lost their mind. Large pizzas with 10 toppings is only $10. Their subreddit is full of workers losing their minds and shops hemorrhaging money. I went to the subreddit. I don't know if I got 2 more weeks of this $9.99 bullshit in me. Wasn't even a large pizza. 10 toppings. Is this real? That sounded like an ad. Is this an ad? Is it just a giant AstroTurf? It's 4 a.m., y'all. I just want to go to bed. Why is he working with a cat? Thank you, Domino's. So I don't really ever eat Domino's. Suddenly I start seeing all these Reddit suggestion posts, like ads everywhere, talking about these incredible pizzas. I must say, after having 2 different pizzas this week, well played, Domino's. This coupon is the best advertising I've seen a restaurant chain use. Employees on suicide watch right now. I can only imagine. Thank you for all you do. I can't even finish the pizza. It's so incredible. Thank you for your service. The pizza is so incredible you can't finish it? Yeah, LOL. I got full. I put on like a pound of topping. Is this real right now, or are these bots? I can't tell what's happening right now. $9.99 deal is insane. Best tasting pizza I've had. This can't be real. It seems like a real account, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. What the fuck? I need to order one of these tonight. Ooh, this guy paid $56. Why? What happened? Oh, wait. Balance due. $11. How did he do it? Oh, because he had the deal? Oh my God. Stupid people who don't know how to use coupons are exactly why we can get away with the absolute steal of $9.99 larges. Are these real people? I was over my neighbor's and he called in an order. It was $43. I pulled up the app and placed the same order for $18. It's sad how many people rob themselves by refusing to use the website or app. LOL. Oh my God, there's an app for it? Oh my God. Mine was going to be $67. Mine would have been $44. No sane person would order 10 plus toppings on the same pizza anyway, if this $9.99 deal wasn't going on. Exactly. I once had a desperate grandfather walk in and order a pizza with everything. Didn't care about the cost. All he said was, my grandkids said they want all the toppings, so just do that. I want them to shut up. LeMayo. Mine would have been $35 each. While they were tasty, there's no way I'd ever pay that much for a pizza, let alone Domino's. Busy or lazy, not safe for what could possibly be. It's a text thing. I'm currently staying at a hotel and ordered 2 items. I am on the top floor of a 4-story hotel and put in my suite number for the delivery. I purchased through my credit card and decided I was just going to give a cash tip upon delivery. Well, come to find out, the delivery driver just decided to drop the pizza at the front desk and had the receptionist call me down. By the time I made it down, 5 minutes at max, they had just left it on the counter and left. Okay, there's literally, I don't know why this is marked not safe for work. As somebody who only orders cheese pizzas and Philly pizzas from Domino's, I'm disgusted by your orders. You are all monsters. This is... I've now gone for the deal 3 times. Wow, look at him taking advantage of all those toppings. Oh man, that looks like a good pizza though. Is this AI? Am I getting baited? I'd eat the hell out of this. Hell fucking yeah. Well, I'm fed for 3 days for $40 plus tip. Wait, why is this not safe for work? Oh, they're posting their receipts. He even has his total. 45, 46. You saved $78.80. Oh my God. Looking for ideas for the almost unlimited topping. This is okay. Okay.
And this narrative caught on like wildfire, whether it be on AM radio with Rush Limbaugh or cable news with Sean Hannity and the Fox News crew, and it served as the foundation for the Republican strategy on how to win elections. If you can't make people vote for your party, make them vote against the other. Let's move on to the second point. These conservative narratives, like blaming economic instability solely on immigration, or claiming that the LGBT community is corrupting children, bigotry in general toward any non-straight cisgender white male group, they generate fear. And let me be clear, both parties attempt to play into these narratives to try and win elections. However, it is important to note that there are multiple studies, which I've linked in the description, that show that individuals with conservative policy leanings are also more likely to focus on negative narratives and to have increased sensitivity to perceived threats. In that context, it makes sense why both parties try to use these narratives to win elections. Republicans need to activate accommodate every conservative that they can, and Democrats want to win on the margins by flipping center-right Republican voters. Both parties engaging with negative, fearful narratives is also great for the alt-right pipeline because fear makes people want to protect themselves and the things they love. And alt-right ideals are broadly centered around hatred toward outgroups, ultra-conservative social policies, and isolationism and nationalism, all of which can be fostered by the repetition and installation of fear. Leftist ideals, however, broadly advocate for community-focused solutions that are inclusive and perhaps most importantly, new or progressive. That's why the left can't necessarily utilize fear. While the right's goal is to protect itself against perceived threats, the left's goal is to overcome obstacles of fear, to incorporate and advocate alongside groups that are marginalized and exploited by neoconservative capitalism. Instilling fear would mean to shift the blame onto someone else. Leftist movements seek to take responsibility and first create change from the inside. Fear in the way that conservatives...
I mean, by blaming white supremacists and white supremacy and Western colonialism and billionaires and millionaires and donors and
utilize it is incompatible with these goals, and in the modern media landscape means that leftist ideals are less likely to spread in the public consciousness than conservative ideals. Now the third point. Young people have a lot of problems going on all the time. That's kind of what...
Okay, I'm good.
Welcome back to the program today. Dr. Stephen Hassan, world-renowned cult expert and author of The Cult of Trump. A leading cult expert explains how the president uses mind control. Now, the former president, and also, by the way, now with a new foreword by George Conway. It's great to have you on again. You know, we've been kind of talking to and about Trump supporters who we interview at rallies sometimes and other places. And there's this intuitive feeling I have, having read about a number of different cult leaders, that there's some similar mechanisms that are happening here. But as a non-expert on cults, it's hard for me to kind of qualify them. Talk to us a little bit about what you see that would qualify at least some followers of the former presidents as sort of being in a cult type scenario.
Oh, thanks, David, for having me back. I love your show. So part of the thesis of the cult of Trump is, first of all, that Trump has the stereotypical profile of a cult leader, which is what Eric Fromm called malignant narcissism, something George Conway has been promoting in terms of his anti-psychopath pack and everything, to try to say, look, this is a dangerous psychopathic person. We don't want him anywhere near power. So that's part of the cult of Trump. But to answer your question, what I realized was that there are actual authoritarian cults in the cult of Trump. And we're talking about tens of millions of people in groups like the New Apostolic Reformation churches and megachurches. And the media has missed the mark by calling them Christian evangelicals, in my opinion, because I have friends who are Christian evangelicals who follow Jesus and the Bible. And what's different about these groups is they're self-proclaimed prophets or apostles who say, I speak to God, and God told me Trump won the 2020 election. And they use phobia programming, my BITE model of authoritarian control, behavior, information, thought, and emotional control, to create a pseudo-identity that's dependent and obedient on them. And it's because the leaders are saying we have to do what God wants, which is elect Trump. They're following their prophet more than they're following Trump. Not to say that there aren't people who are infatuated by Donald Trump, too, because they're in chapter 7 and 8 have many different cults with...
Wait, I don't know if I'm just... Wait, hold on. Just as a quick thing. I'm sorry. Let me just... There's literally no point to doing this, but I'm just curious. How many things has Trump technically just completely faltered on? We were supposed to be day one, Ukraine-Russia war over. Decrease in price of eggs / inflation in general. The ultimatum with Gaza failed. We didn't, or I'm sorry, hold on. Did I miss something? Did all of the hostages come back? Did I miss that? I heard that this Trump tax plan included literally 0 of his campaign promises. Trump tax plan did not include, well, and then I'll look this up after. It apparently didn't include the no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, and some other thing that he promised. Oh, did it have to do, was he going to remove taxes on Social Security? Oh, it's unclear whether the measure creates enough room for Trump's other priorities, like ending taxes on tips, overtime pay, and Social Security. Oh. Is there any big... I know that there's a Trump tracker. I don't want to track every fucking random thing. I'm just curious. Are there any other big ones that have come up in debates and shit a lot? Okay. All right. We got these, I guess. It seems kind of retarded, but whatever. Okay.
In the cult of Trump. But the point is that when you're in a mindset where you're unable to consider the possibility you might be in error or that there may be information that you're missing, if you're so certain and you know, that's the danger points that I want to urge everybody to step back and go, whoa, because we're human. And it's critical that we have information and evidence to make good decisions.
One of the things I've noticed or thought about is that sometimes we, our correspondent Luke Beasley or someone from a right-wing network will interview a Trump supporter, and they will say, for example, with total confidence, that Donald Trump is currently the president of the United States. Now, we've talked amongst ourselves sort of about, are those claims literally believed to be true by the people who say them? Or is it sort of like, for example, with Jim Jones? There were followers of Jim Jones who certainly repeated, they were on message, they were saying the things, but they weren't saying it because they necessarily believed it. They saw it as how you kind of prove your membership in the group, for lack of a better term.
Absolutely.
Is one or the other, the literal belief versus the I'm saying it to show I'm part of the team, is one or the other more common among cult followers?
So this is a graphic that I have on my freedomofmind.com website. It's in the cult of Trump. And I have a more detailed one for the cult of Trump, actually. It's black and white. But most people in any cult are what I call fringe members. They align, but they still have some sense of self, and they may be saying what they want to say in order to be in the in-group.
He's got this shit laminated, bro. He's ready to go.
Different than the core followers who would kill on command, die on command, do whatever they're told, think that they need to do a civil war, for example. And what I've learned as a mental health professional, frankly, is to treat each person with respect as an individual and actually have engaged, respectful, curious conversations where you ask questions that encourage people to think for themselves. And what I see in the media are people going to Trump rallies, putting a microphone, being self-identified as a media person, and the way they're asking questions is going to elicit a cultic framework. And
is that a defense mechanism to a degree, that they see this person from the media, they're coming in, I perceive them as maybe challenging me or my beliefs, and therefore I am going to recite the things I'm supposed to recite?
Not consciously. So part of what I want to convey to your listeners is that brainwashing is a dissociative disorder. It's literally in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association as a disruption of identity.
Is it actually? Brainwashing? I've never heard of this before. Oh, shit. Trauma coerced attachment. Identity disturbance due to prolonged and intense coercive persuasion. Individuals have been subjected to intense coercive persuasion, e.g. brainwashing, thought reform, indoctrination while captive, torture, long-term political imprisonment, recruitment by sects or cults, or by terror organizations, may present with prolonged changes in or conscious questions of their identity. Oh. Does it talk more about brainwashing? No, fuck you. No.
When I was recruited into the Moonies 50 years ago as a 19-year-old at Queens College,
the Moonies,
the old Steve Hassan got replaced by the Mooney Steve Hassan. It didn't get erased, but it got replaced. Like a computer can get hacked by malware and it takes over your operating system, the programming is still there of who I was before. And so what I want to convey is that if you attack the leader, the doctrine, or the policy head on, automatic cult defense system, alert, danger, danger, persecution. But if you ask a question with warmth about who the person was before they met the group, what they were interested in, their hobbies, their loved ones, etc., you're going to get more of the real identity. And so what I'm trying to convey to everybody who's listening is if you have a family member, a friend, a coworker who's got taken over by the MAGA influence, Be warm, open up doors. If you block them or muted them, say, I've been thinking about you. How are you? I want you in my life. Can we do a redo? And then if they say, well, you were mean to me or you called me names, apologize and say, let's not talk politics. Let's just be together because we want to create an off-ramp for tens of millions of Americans. We need to depolarize this extreme situation, which is largely information psychological warfare that's being conducted on us.
There are some who, even if they don't disagree that there is an aspect of cult and brainwashing that's taken place here with at least some of Trump's followers, they're concerned that when you say this is a brainwashed individual, you're dismissing their agency as well as political motivations to a degree and saying they are merely brainwashed, if that makes sense. When, yes, that may be. So can you talk a little bit about that and addressing that?
1000%. Remember, I'm a mental health professional who was in a cult fanatically for 2.5 years, was deprogrammed. So I speak not only as someone who was there, who believed Moon was the Messiah and God was going to save us from World War III, but I've been doing this work for 50 years with people from a myriad of cults. What you don't want to do is...
This is why I'm happy whenever Hassan and other people attack DGG, because it just strengthens my cult hold over all of you.
Speak down ever to anybody, even if they are the most irrational, conspiracy-laden stuff. You want to be warm, curious. Tell me how you arrived at this. When was the first time you ever heard the name Trump? I'm curious. Oh, I saw it on The Apprentice. Oh, really? What was your first impression? Oh, I thought he was a schmuck. Oh, that's curious. Schmuck. So tell me how you came to start respecting him. I'm very interested in your journey. Help me step into your shoes. So never treat people as objects, put them down, or use the term brainwashing in a deleterious way. And what I want people to understand when I call the cult of Trump or I say people are brainwashed, it's because it happened to me and I know what it's like. And I agreed to my deprogramming in 1976 after a near-fatal van crash to prove to my family I wasn't in a cult and I wasn't brainwashed. That actually motivated me to prove it. And then I learned about Chinese communist brainwashing techniques and my mind started to open up because I saw something to compare my experience with.
The being nice tactic would work if the brainwashing wasn't done in such a way where even if you try to stay off politics, they will continually bring it up. MAGA makes politics your very personality. Sure, but I think, I mean, this is like an interpersonal strategy. Interpersonally, this is probably true. You're never going to like hardcore debate a friend out of something. You have to be a lot more gentler, sure.
Can you talk, speaking of comparing, can you tell us a couple of the tactics that Trump uses that are similar to those in religious cults, but maybe also differences?
Sure. So,
if there are any differences.
Well, so it's very interesting you asked me this because I'm reflecting a lot. The thing that woke me up, David, in my deprogramming after 5 days was the ex-members handed me a speech printed by the organization, the Moonies, of Moon speaking to congressmen and senators. They didn't give me a judgment about it. They just said, read this and tell us what you think, Steve. And when I read it, it was Moon talking to congressmen and senators saying how surprised he was that anyone could think that an American could be brainwashed by a Korean like him. And he knows no American is so foolish. He respects them. Now, I had met with Moon 100 times at least as a top leader, and he always dissed Americans as stupid, idiot, lowlifes. So what I'm trying to convey is the first critical thought I had in 2.5 years was he's a liar. And then when I was like, well, if he's a liar, that means he can't speak for God because God is a God of truth. That means he's not trustworthy. And the whole house of cards fell down. So what I'm trying to convey to you in terms of how to talk with cult members is remember their real self is in there. Most people are followers with good intent, good values, and really believe they're going to help save America. So in terms of your question about what techniques are used, behavior control, information, thought, and emotional control techniques, projection of his own stuff on everyone else, misdirection, the pathological lying, saying he knows more than anybody else, trust me, and literally it fits the model so well. And people say, don't you criticize left-wing cults too? And I'm like, sure I do. China is like one of the biggest cults on the planet right now. It's a political system, but they operate as a dictatorship.
Can we go back to one of the ones you mentioned, which is information control? Because in a strict sense, anyone with a mobile phone or access to the internet has access in a literal sense to all the same information. Therefore, it must be that there is some other way that Trump is controlling access to information. Is it you can't believe what you're hearing and seeing from the fake news media that's the enemy of the people? Is it turning people against other media sources, or how does he do it?
Oh, absolutely. So let's remember fake news, which is loaded language, and don't believe anyone who's critical of us. Certainly that piece. Just remember the dual identity. So the person who's programmed is self-monitoring. One other thing that I haven't mentioned yet, and it's the universal mind control technique, is phobia indoctrination. The indoctrination of irrational fears that terrible things are going to happen to you, whether you'll be possessed by demons or the communists will take over and flay your skin off or something, other types of irrational fears, so that in the mind of a cult member, they can't imagine ever leaving or questioning the group and being okay about it. Only negative things happen to them.
This is one of the reasons why, I don't know if this ties in directly, but this is one of the reasons why I think it's simultaneously it needs to happen, but it's also kind of scary if somebody finally stands up to Trump, because then you shatter that illusion of everybody's going to agree with him all the time, or they have to bend their will to him because Trump is so powerful. And as soon as that, you can see that, oh wait, people can stand up to Trump and it's not the end of the world, and Trump doesn't have anywhere near as much power as he says he has. What does Trump do at that point, you know? I'm curious. So I guess the words of the American president mean nothing. So do we just not care that like Hamas passed their deadline and we don't have all the hostages back? That just didn't matter? Trump just said that and it didn't matter? What did he say? Didn't he say Saturday noon? And then that didn't matter. Oh, and there was another one too. Fuck this. Doge transparency by Valentine's Day. We never got this, did we? Is this happening, or is it still over the weekend now, or what was the website that it was going to be? Is it doge.gov, or was it? No, I thought it was a different one. Doge.gov/savings. Oh, receipts coming over the weekend. Oh, they changed it. If this is anything like the Elon Musk auto drive, we're going to be waiting for an undefined amount of time.
So I've worked with so many people in cults who just refused to look at any negative information because they thought it was going to hurt their soul, or it was going to harm their spirits. So the self-monitoring happens. One other thing I want to say is that a lot of people talk about how that people are lonely and they have a need for community, and that's how they get into QAnon. Absolutely true. We're social beings. We want community for sure. But what you learn with mind control cults is that your comrades, your friends, aren't your friends if you verbalize a question or a doubt. The minute you do that, you're the enemy, and they turn on you like rabid wolves. And that we see this historically. True believers then turned on by their peers because they're starting to wake up and ask questions. So when you're in one of these groups, you know by the way other people are being treated that if you start allowing yourself to verbalize doubts, same thing in Russia or China, you start criticizing the regime, you're worried someone's going to turn you in.
When it comes to the fear tools Trump uses, the obvious ones seem the violent immigrants from Central and South America, the communists and Marxists, the teachers that will do this, that, or the other thing to your kids. What are some of the other fear tactics he uses?
So it's very important, it goes back to the phobia programming, to have an enemy. And I'd like to quote a 1954 book by Eric Hoffer called The True Believer, one of the first books I read 48 years ago when I got out. He said,
like when you talked to that kid at that university, oh my God, that was so sad. That was such a crazy through line, that story. The University of Texas at Austin, where that kid came up to me. We had a really good conversation on Israel-Palestine stuff. And then I was talking to somebody else, or 2 kids later, he comes back and he's like, don't talk to Destiny. That guy's evil. And you could tell it's because the other people had told him, they'd scolded him for talking to me. And then after we were done with the interviews, I saw he was just sitting like completely alone in the center of that crowd because they'd shunned him for talking to me. Oh my God, that was so sad. Holy shit.
Strength of a mass movement, he didn't use the word cults, he called them mass movements. The strength of a mass movement can be measured by its vividness and tangibility of its devils. Right. So if you want cohesion, make a devil. Make it being unsafe out there, right? Because then you'll hunker down and you'll follow the apex, leader who's going to tell you how to stay safe. And this goes back to our early genetic programming of survival.
And so that's the way that Trump is doing it, which is I'll make it so that the violent immigrants don't get you. He will protect you from all of those things.
That's the claim. But of course, he is the danger. And people have to understand he is not doing God's will. This is a lie. He's a tool of political Christian nationalists, New Apostolic Reformation, neo-Nazis. Putin was at the top of Chapter 7 of Puppet Masters, clearly. And so do we want human rights? Do we want women's rights, gay rights, indigenous rights? Do we want the right to read what we want to read, or do we want book banning? Do we want to be able to talk freely about our opinions, or do we need to live in an environment where we're worried someone's going to turn us in and we're going to be cast out? Or
the contrast, very, very stark for sure. We've been speaking with Dr. Steven Hassan. The book now with a foreword by George Conway is The Cult of Trump. A leading cult expert explains how the president uses mind control. Always great having you on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, David. Continued success.
Thanks. Which one?
Of reality, I'm gay married.
Ooh.
Right? Like, what is the point of this conversation?
Because you're not really married.
I'm sorry. I'm going to outright call you a fascist.
Oh, no.
And say that what you're saying is hate speech.
I have XX chromosomes, Michael. You have XX chromosomes?
Yeah, would you call me she, her now?
I don't. I'll defer to you. Hello, I'm Michael Knowles. I'm a conservative podcast host at The Daily Wire. I'm an author, and I'm a cigar salesman at Mayflower Cigars. And today, I am surrounded by 20 LGBTQ+ activists. My first claim is that there is no such thing as same-sex marriage. Wow.
Nice to meet you.
How are you,
Michael?
sir? Nice to see you.
I'm doing well.
So your claim, what's the underlying philosophy of your claim?
Well, I guess the underlying historical part of my claim is that everyone for all of history everywhere until, and I'm being generous, 2001, agreed with my view that there's no such thing as same-sex marriage. So it seems to me that marriage intrinsically requires sexual difference. And furthermore, I think that any claim that marriage could be redefined to include same-sex marriage would render the term marriage incomprehensible.
Would you say that this is based off of natural law, how Thomas Aquinas defines natural law?
There's a good natural law argument for it, but I think it's based on more than that.
It's more than that.
Based on anthropology.
But then would you say that marriage is a set of legal rights, or is it a social rule?
I think marriage is an institution. I think it's the fundamental political institution. I think, getting back to classical philosophy,
of course,
that man is fundamentally a social animal. So, I think at the bedrock of politics is the unit of the family, and, of course, intrinsic to the family is marriage.
God, I hate this. He's a smart guy. Knowles is very smart. But that was just so bad faith. That was a good start to the question. I don't know, but he didn't answer the question, right?
Apologies. Well, then would you say that marriage is a set of legal rights, or is it a social rule?
What is marriage? Is it legal rights, or is it a social role? Which of these two things is it? And then he gives a kind of a background building on the idea of what marriage is, but he doesn't actually explore or answer that question at all, right?
I think marriage is an institution. I think it's the fundamental political institution. I think, getting back to classical philosophy,
of course,
that man is fundamentally a social animal. So, I think at the bedrock of politics is the unit of the family, and, of course, intrinsic to the family is marriage.
But all of those, especially with natural law, is just an assertion.
And he lets him get away with that because he should push him on that. I don't know where this guy's argument would go, but I mean, like, if you think that marriage is some sacred institution that's only part of the church, then why the fuck are there any legal rights for it then? It should just be a church thing. It shouldn't be like a state recognized thing, right? I think that's where that argument goes next. I don't know if he would make that one, but
of the family, and, of course, intrinsic to the family is marriage.
But all of those, especially with natural law, is just an assertion without evidence to back that claim, in that we see marriage over time in various cultures has been different things.
In which cultures would you say you see same-sex marriage?
I did not say same-sex marriage particularly, but the role of it when it comes to family, when it comes to conditions. Because we also say that if somebody is lawfully married, especially in the eyes of the church, they cannot be divorced and then married again.
Well, I oppose divorce and remarriage, but I'm making a more modest claim than that. I'm just saying that at its core, marriage necessarily involves two different sexes.
But how would you prove that?
Like, he speaks so well, but he's already been annihilated. This guy, I don't even know if this guy realizes how much he's annihilated in a really concise manner too. Because Knowles, it sounds like Knowles was making some like almost natural law claim about what marriage is or how it's always been up until 2001. And then this guy very quickly points out, he hasn't even gotten to the same-sex part. And he's like, no, marriage has existed in a lot of different forms for a lot of different reasons. Your claim is completely and totally invalid. And then Knowles responds with some total like non-answer. But then this guy just keeps going instead of like focusing on like, okay, so you admit that your original claim is totally baseless, right?
Because all of natural law is just this assertion, I can just as easily say the opposite, in that marriage is a set of legal rights.
You keep bringing up natural law. I'm actually speaking even more basically. I love natural law, but I'm speaking even more basically.
More basic than natural law. Okay.
It seems to me that the only way that marriage could have a meaning is if it involves different sexes.
But once again, you're defining that meaning. But marriage essentially is a set of rights conferred from two spouses when it comes to inheritance, when it comes to the rights of the children, when it comes to a number of about 1,100 federal and state.
He's getting back to the legal argument, sure.
Okay, then what you're getting at is interesting. It might help us move forward. How would you define marriage?
I would say marriage is a...
Ooh. Now he's going to be put on the defensive. I don't like that switch up. Well, I don't know. This guy seems really smart. He's spoke intelligently, and I give people a lot of props when they speak concisely. So he's been intelligent and concise. So we'll see. I bet he can defend whatever definition he puts forth. I hate that Knowles was able to weasel out without answering a single question and having his foundation, pretty quickly destroyed by this guy over here. But
is a legal contract between individuals when it comes to a set of property laws, when it comes to family law, when it comes to children, and many other rights that are conferred. And we do see that those rights have been conferred to members of the same sex. And so say that same-sex marriage does not exist is not true because we see it.
Well, you say that marriage entails rights pertaining to children. Well, two men cannot create a child.
So, what a dumb answer.
Well, you say that marriage entails rights pertaining to children. Well, two men cannot create a child.
But neither can infertile couples.
They could literally adopt a child, and you don't have to have every single thing. I don't want to say set theory or whatever, but like a set can contain all these things, but it doesn't necessarily have to have everything to be part of that set or whatever, right? Like that answer is like logically not even valid, or that response didn't make sense. It was stupid.
And neither can. There are a number of couples that cannot have children.
Sure. So infertility sometimes occurs, and that's
and so does gay marriage.
Well, no, gay marriage cannot occur. I guess.
But you're asserting that.
Tautologically, you're not addressing that was an argument. Oh my God. Holy fuck. How nervous is Knowles? This is the first kid in like a 2-hour thing. And he's like, what the fuck? Who is this kid? These aren't the random college kids I'm used to debating. Oh no.
Without proof. We see that it does happen in that that we mean marriage.
You could
legal rights.
You could say that there's such a thing as a square ball. You could say that. But a square ball doesn't really exist.
Well, but that's presupposing the definition of a square and presupposing the definition of a ball. We're arguing over what the definition ought to be, not whether or not two terms comport with a thing given some definitions, right? You're a layer removed from the argument.
Would you agree that people have been lawfully wedded in the eyes of the government, and those two parties are members of the same sex?
No, I'm saying that isn't possible. So laws can assert all sorts of crazy
things. That without proof.
Like the law could say that a black person isn't a human being, but that wouldn't be true. That wouldn't make it true.
This is a category, like a black person isn't a human being, but that wouldn't make it true. But like human being is a concept that probably exists outside of government definition. Whereas marriage, as we understand it, to confer a whole bunch of legal rights and everything, can't really exist outside of some institution that would recognize said legal rights and everything else, right? Like,
once again, when we get into this Aristotelian view of the world, that's an assertion. Would you agree?
Oh my God! Actually, no. What a stupid response. There's a knockdown argument for this.
Black person isn't a human being, but
like for a long time in U.S. history, black people couldn't even vote, and at one point in time, they were considered 3/5 a person for purposes of voting. So the government literally has defined people insofar as like people are voters or people are people that are allowed to be counted for representatives in the House, right? For your 3/5 compromise. So the government literally has done exactly this before. Historically, they've literally done this. Like,
but that wouldn't be true. That wouldn't make it true.
Once again, when we get into this Aristotelian view of the world, that's an assertion. Would you agree?
You're bringing up Aristotle. I'm not bringing up Aristotle.
Well, I like Aristotle. That Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas, in the traditional view of the magisterium of the Catholic Church.
Bro, that's like some dirty shit. When somebody's, I feel like Aquinas is like the this is like the guy that religious people like to bring out because he was like their philosopher who had all his arguments for God and all that shit. When you get an atheist, I don't know if this guy's atheist, but somebody else is like weaponizing Aquinas against you, that's got to be a bad feeling. It's got to be a bad feeling as a religious dude.
You're bringing up Aristotle. I'm not bringing up Aristotle.
Well, I like Aristotle. That Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas, in the traditional view of the magisterium of the Catholic Church, are a view that you use to base your worldview off of.
I am Catholic, but marriage actually even predates the church. So I guess my view is your definition of marriage seems to get a little muddled. You say it's a legal arrangement of family.
This guy is Catholic? Oh, is he? Okay. That would explain the Aquinas stuff. Who's raising flags? Fuck off.
Yes. But to say that marriage is a legal arrangement pertaining to family is circular. Of course it's a legal arrangement pertaining to family.
I'm saying
what is it? When you say it's an arrangement that pertains to children, you're saying, well, okay, now we're getting closer because only a man and a woman can produce a child in principle.
What?
And of course, some couples are infertile.
He's reducing it. This guy was saying that like marriage is a thing that includes it can include, or it can denote like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And Knowles is like, well, what about for people that don't have D? It's like, okay, that's fine.
But just because, a human being, let's say, loses an arm doesn't mean that human beings only have one arm or might have three arms.
We're discussing component.
Exactly, a necessary component instead of a, yeah.
And that necessary component doesn't come from marriage.
No. Well, I'll give you my definition of marriage.
Absolutely.
I think marriage is a lifelong union between a man and a woman ordered toward the procreation and education of children and as a secondary matter for the mutual support of the spouses.
Is that secondary matter the legal part or?
But once again, when we say ordered towards, is to look at the world with these preconceived notions about things.
I'm not preconceiving anything. I'm just observing nature as it is. No, I'm just observing nature, and I'm saying that that's what marriage is.
Just observing nature, we see that there are same-sex couples. So if we go,
yeah, that's how do you even? There has to be a presupposition here. If you're just observing nature, yeah, you can see there are heterosexual marriages and there are homosexual marriages. What is the?
We are observing.
No, I'm not saying there can't be same-sex couples. I'm just saying there can't be same-sex marriage.
Are there same-sex individuals that have entered into a legal contract that the state recognizes as a marriage?
Sometimes the state gets.
I can watch 10 minutes. I think I can handle 10 minutes of this, maybe. He's so weaselly.
Things wrong, as I'm arguing.
What is that? Yes.
Sorry, when Noel says observe in nature, he just means it's a feature of like the universe, something that you can observe with that you can see, not that it's like in nature, like in the force or whatever. That's what he means when Noel's is saying in nature here.
Contract that the state recognizes as a marriage.
Sometimes the state gets things wrong, as I'm arguing.
What is that? Yes. Is that yes? So there are couples of the same sex that have been wedded in the eyes of the state.
Since 2015, the U.S. government pretends that two men can be married to each other.
But you're basing off of that nothing. You're basing that off of nothing.
No, I'm basing it off of the Obergefell decision from the Supreme Court. They're pretending. They're acting as if two men can marry.
According to you?
No, according to the Supreme Court and the Obergefell decision.
Before as if things
no, he's not. Yeah.
Exist outside of the institutions that we make.
I'm just saying the word has a meaning, and I gave you a very clear definition of what I think it means and what statistically everyone for all of human history everywhere has thought it means. And you've given me this kind of jumbled description that keeps contradicting itself. And that's my whole point, is I think it is not possible to define marriage.
How could a Catholic ever pretend that there was a worldwide consensus on what marriage meant? That's such an interesting position for a Catholic to take. What about the Church of England? Like, how could you?
I have nothing against
According
two fellas.
To who? According to who?
Prove me wrong.
Prove you wrong. Once again, are there couples in the U.S. that have entered into a covenant that society views as marriage?
Well, some people in society view it as marriage, but many do not.
But you aren't.
That's such a weasel. Oh my God.
One's conferring rights to society.
Right, but I don't think that the government dictates reality. I think that if The government came in, passed a law, and said that human beings are people with 3 heads and 17 arms and octopus tentacles. And so we decree the U.S. government. That wouldn't make it true.
But who defines marriage?
You've been voted out by the majority.
A pleasure to meet you.
Oh, man. Who's coming up next? Damn, that guy cooked the fuck out of him. Holy shit. Okay, please be ready. Please be good.
Close.
Hey, good to meet you, Mindy.
Mindy, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Oh, my name's Mason. But
Mason.
Good to meet you. Yeah,
I'm Michael.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, do you have a birth certificate?
Not on me, but I do have one.
Okay. Well, I can't confirm that your name's Michael until I see that birth certificate just as a defender.
Wait, hold on.
Do you have a hey, good to meet you, Mindy.
Mindy, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Oh, my name's Mason. But
Mason.
Good to meet you. Yeah.
I'm Michael.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, do you have a birth certificate?
Not on me, but I do have one.
Okay. Well, I can't confirm that your name's Michael until I see that birth certificate just as a defender of objective truth. But we can go more into speaking about marriage.
You could actually, if you have faculties of reason and you say, well, this is the sort of fellow who presents himself, in a credible way.
Bro, he supposes so much. This is so philosophically dirty. Well, if you have faculty of reason, then obviously you'll agree with me because you'll just think the same thoughts that I think. Everything he does is a tautology. Like, he's just, the definition is the thing it is. Like, and how do you know it is the thing that it is? Well, because of the faculty of reason. Well, that's how convenient. You might as well be citing direct, is it special revelation where God reveals things to you personally? Like, you might as well just say that. What the fuck? Like, he's speaking in a more sophisticated manner to basically say it's common sense. That's his whole argument.
And you've probably checked with the producers here. They've probably verified that I am who I am. So a reasonable person would be able to know who I am.
That is more performative characteristics. Is that what you're implying? Is that I'm able with my faculty of reason to assume that I'm speaking with a man in front of me? And therefore I can just politely go with the name that you're presenting to me almost as an act of respect?
No.
Oh, shit. I don't want to hear any trans arguments here because they're all so bad. This argument, though, damn. Oh, man, he's going with the... Ooh, that was a strong one. I think Knowles realized the trap he was being walked into. He didn't want to own it. He was like, wait a second, fuck. I wonder if he thought it was still going to be a gay marriage thing.
That I'm speaking with a man in front of me? And therefore I can just politely go with the name that you're presenting to me almost as an act of respect?
No, I just think that I wouldn't have gotten in this building if I weren't really who I say I am. So.
There's never been instances of fraud or mistaken identity or people impersonating other people? Like, that's never happened before?
Okay. Gotcha.
That would be my deduction.
We'll bring it back to the prompt, going back to specifically same-sex marriage. You said you argue from an anthropology? That's like your basis.
Yeah, men and women are different, and marriage involves one of each. Yeah.
What specific culture are you referring to? Because we have so many cultures that have communal relationships in which people are raised. When you said in the act of procreation, have you ever heard of it takes a village to raise kids? But it's not something that's just a saying.
No, I didn't say
that happens literally in specific cultures.
No, but when I say procreation,
what specific culture are you referring to? Because we have so many cultures that have communal relationships in which people are raised. When you said in the act of procreation, have you ever heard of it takes a village to raise kids? But it's not something that's just a saying.
No, I didn't say that
happens literally in specific cultures.
No, but when I say procreation, that's the act of creating the child. And usually there aren't 3 or 4 people involved in that. It's usually 2 people.
Yeah, but even those people that do create the child, oftentimes we're referred to as different genders depending on the culture that it is that you're observing.
Which cultures are you referring to?
We can talk about the Mayans. We can talk about certain Amazonian cultures. I recognize that they're not Western cultures, so you might not recognize them. What was that doesn't mean that they don't exist.
What was their? Well, they no longer exist. The Mayans.
Oh, right, because of colonialism.
My very basic understanding is every culture has more or less recognized 2 genders, and any other third gender has always been like a very not good thing that you would never want to talk about. I don't know if we're getting into this is the trans argument that I don't like. If it's going to be like, well, other cultures have had trans things, that's not a good. This is the weakest version of trans arguments. Although this guy's been sharp so far, so who knows? We'll see where he goes with it.
I'm glad that you're.
But what was their view of gender? What specifically are you referring to?
Specifically a social characteristic that we're all performing in right now. I mean, you can't say.
No, I'm not asking your opinion. I'm asking what you brought up the Mayans. What did the Mayans think?
That's just something that is.
But what did the Mayans think? You brought it up. You seem so confident about this. What did the Mayans think about marriage and gender?
We can talk about difference in the way that they are recognized.
Can we? I don't know that you know the difference. You said there was a difference, but you haven't explained how there was a difference. And I think this is what people do.
So when Knowles has a point that he feels like he's winning on, notice how he's good about bringing it back over and over again to it. You brought up the Mayans. Define what the Mayans thought. You don't know what the Mayans thought, right? Knowles is good at trying to hammer home on the point that he feels he's strong on.
Prompt specifically on the Mayan anthropology.
Okay, I'm trying to drill down. Just when you say there are different understandings of marriage throughout history and time and space, I say, okay, maybe that's possible. How? Tell me. Point to the examples. And you said, well, the Mayans. And I said, okay, well, what did the Mayans think about marriage? And you don't have an answer. And none of these people have answers because everyone has. Do you have an answer?
People can look up right now. If you're right near Google, exactly. Michael's trying to hone me down on trivia night right now.
No, I'm just asking you to explain.
We're trying to talk about specifically our examples.
Can it just be said that marriage is mind dependent, just like gender, and has no intrinsic property? So Knowles cannot make any objective statements on marriage's nature. He wouldn't accept that it's mind dependent, though. It would be a. Is it a Platonic argument, a Plato argument about I don't know real philosophy. Fuck you. Like universal forms and shit. These are like features of the universe that maybe God can reveal to us or we can observe. But concepts like marriage, all the things conceptually that exist as part of the religious framework, if every single human being were to die, those things would still exist and they'd be very real. They'd be features of the universe, as real as a tree or as real as anything else. God might reveal these things to us, or we might observe these as part of being religious or whatever. But Knowles would not say that these are mind-dependent concepts. He would say that in the absence of every human, these things still exist. I believe, is what he would say.
I'm asking you to explain the point that you brought up. And so what people usually do is they say, well, look, I'm sure that there were all different types of marriage throughout history all over the world. And what I'm telling you is, there actually hasn't been.
So you're telling me that a Catholic priest are the people who created like a certain ceremony within the Mayan culture? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that if you want to listen, I'm happy to tell you exactly what
I'm listening. Ears are open, Michael.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mindy.
For all of history, everywhere in the world, until roughly 2001 in the Netherlands, every single culture, every polity has believed that marriage is the union of a man and a woman, ordered toward the procreation of children.
And
that's what it has always been.
You're saying that's the specific objective of what marriage is?
That's what
thousands of years, marriage has been used for property transfer. That's what marriage
is also. It's also used for the mutual support of the spouses, but it is in principle ordered toward the procreation of children. That's what distinguishes it from other kinds of relationships.
Would you say that there's an aspect where love is important, specifically within this current culture? Would you say that you love your wife?
I do, but now.
Okay, well, that always hasn't been the case, specifically when it comes to things like
there are plenty of people today who don't love their wives.
That's absolutely true.
I suppose the difference,
as I just mentioned, that love has not always been something that's recognized.
Right.
Even in some couples
we love people in relationships that are marital and in.
I like how Knowles never deals with anything directly. I kind of like this. He was going to hit at what of the elements of marriage might be love or whatever, according to Knowles. But in the past, the procreation of children, I believe, for like noble families or for monarchs, wasn't ordered towards the creation of a happy, healthy family. It was ordered towards diplomatic unions between different families for the purposes of property transfer or joint ownership or diplomatic ties or whatever else, right? It wasn't just to make kids to have a happy, healthy family for the service of God or whatever, right?
Relationships that are not marital. We sometimes don't love our spouses. We sometimes don't love people who are not.
But now he's like, Knowles is just rambling on some irrelevant shit now to distract from that.
I think the point of what this conversation is, Michael, is we're seeing different motivations in which people actually get married.
But I'm not asking about
motivation. It doesn't have to be specifically for the procreation. It doesn't have to be specifically for property transfer. And in some instances, it can just be the union of people who care about each other.
Okay,
but the fixation and the obsession of same-sex couples is just what's so weird, specifically when conservatives claim to be big, strong men, cigar salesmen that are out there presenting this certain image. It's weird how you're focusing more on gay people than oftentimes gay people focus on gay people.
I'm not focusing on anything. I'm not the one who changed the definition of marriage.
You came in here making the claim, hey, all of these marriages that I'm seeing are not legitimate.
No, I'm saying they're not marriage.
My feelings.
No, because that's just not what marriage is. Like if you told me that there was such a thing as a square ball.
Yeah, the ball that we're referring to is a yellow ball and a green ball. It doesn't mean that the ball is square.
Now I think we're confusing our analogies. The reason one can't have a square ball is not because one has an animus against square balls.
See, this is a tricky argument by Knowles because it seems logically correct. You can't have a square ball, but why can you not have a square ball? You can't have a square ball because they both agree on the definition of square and they both agree on the definition of sphere. So you can't have a square ball, but they're not arguing about whether or not you can have a gay marriage. They're arguing about what the definition of marriage is. He's removed this one level in order to make a compelling analogy, and the analogy is compelling, but only because it misunderstands what the underlying argument is. They're not trying to argue whether or not you can have gay marriage. They're arguing over what marriage is, because if you accept his definition of marriage and his definition of gay, then logically you can deduce that gay marriage doesn't exist, obviously. But this is I wonder if anybody's going to call him out on this little philosophy trap that he's got here.
It's because it's in the nature of spheres and squares that one cannot simultaneously be both.
The fear isn't seeing a gay marriage and saying, oh, boo, oh my God, I got scared. The fear is, oh my God, my rights are being taken away, or the institution of marriage is degraded, specifically because we're expanding it to people who also love each other.
It's because even in principle, two fellas can't make a baby. That's the difference.
As we mentioned, there are people that are infertile that you wouldn't say their marriage is any less legitimate.
But in principle, their marriage is inclined toward the procreation of children.
That's not true. Because we just talked about there were certain instances where marriage is used as a property transfer. It's not for procreation.
But again, it's also used
any of his marriages were illegitimate.
I would because I'm a Catholic, but that's a separate issue.
Gotcha.
This is the issue. I love my buddy, right? I love my Aunt Gertrude. I love my cousins, but I'm not married to them. I have lived with roommates. I wasn't married to them. Many people have slept with people who are not their spouses. That doesn't mean they're married to them. Marriage has to have a definition that is different from all of these other kinds of relationships. And the only one that anyone throughout all of history until roughly 2001 in the Netherlands has ever come up with is that it's a union of a man and a woman inclined toward the procreation of children. And also it so happens that children are raised in a much better way from a man and a woman.
This is a specific motivation that you continue to reiterate and parrot. That is just not true if you look at various examples. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you. What was his name? I didn't catch it. That was easy. You got it. How's it going?
Good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. So I am not in this politics world. To be honest, all I know about you is your name is Michael, and you don't marry your cousins.
I don't. I avoid that.
So I was taking some notes here on my handy dandy notebook.
Okay.
You're making a lot of appeals to things, appeal to nature, appeal to the dictionary, appeal to the past.
Philosophy.
Yeah.
Anthropology.
I feel like what you're ultimately appealing to is Michael's idea of marriage. And that's fine, right? But
I'm appealing to everyone else's idea of marriage for all of history.
Well, so here's the thing. I don't get sidetracked here, but briefly to respond to that, weren't there other ideas in the past that were bad?
Well, there are plenty of ideas in the past that have been bad and discarded. There are very few ideas that have existed everywhere for all of history and continue to exist today, albeit in a slightly different form, that are bad.
So, right? What about slavery? Or spousal abuse, or rape, or
like
conservatives got them.
Why am I supposed to care that people have believed something for a long time?
Well, because often things that have endured forever everywhere do so because they work or they have some tethering to reality. But in this case,
in terms of reality, I'm glad you mentioned the.
What about sin? Hasn't sin endured in all corners of the earth in some way? Like,
word reality, because in terms of reality, I'm gay married. Ooh, right? Like, we live in a society where if you look at polling data, society seems to be okay with gay marriage. And so if you personally don't want to get gay married, you don't have to. But shouldn't we? I mean, I think like, what is the point of this conversation?
Because you're not really married. You have a relationship with a man.
I understand.
You're not really married.
I understand that you think that, and that's fine. But we should structure, because what's the point of this conversation, right? Like, I was kind of falling asleep through like the Plato and Socrates and
I didn't bring it up. That was the other guy. That wasn't me.
I know. And we'll agree on that. Okay, there's the agreement for the thumbnail. All right. But like, the point of this conversation should be that we're deciding how we should conduct ourselves.
Yes,
right?
I can make it very practical for you. Children.
Bro, who do they get for this fucking show? I feel like do they have like an A team of 25 people? Because holy shit, all of these people are very sharp.
Do very poorly when they are raised by two men or by two women.
That's an appeal to what a utilitarian approach for a guy who's arguing. It feels like he's arguing teleology. Or teleology, the purpose of marriage. What is the general purpose of marriage? Even if it doesn't always accomplish the creation of, I think the telos is like a kind of like this built-in meaning to a thing. The telos of marriage is to procreate and to have a family to raise them. But now he's arguing in a utilitarian sense. The counter to that is, oh, hold on, you're saying that children tend to be raised the best in this way. Therefore, that like in a utilitarian sense justifies your definition of marriage. If there were data then that showed that children were raised better in hedonistic, unmarried environments, would you suddenly change your definition of marriage? Of course he wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't. He might refuse to believe that logically would even be possible. And he might even just reject the example because maybe for the telos, the purpose of marriage is built in to having good children. And that's like all part of one big, but then it just all becomes like one big presupposed argument and it's boring. I don't know.
Yes, right? I can make it very practical for you. Children.
Teleology? Is it teleology? Sorry, I've only read this word before.
Very poorly when they are raised by two men or by two women.
My understanding.
Also, I don't even think that's true. I'm pretty sure just because of the types of parents that are gay are literally pre-selected by the state. I'm pretty sure outcomes for children of gay people are just better than straight people, but just because of the selection bias there. Any two cockroaches can have kids. Not everybody can adopt a child.
Of the literature on this is that that's not true.
What literature are you referring to?
Oh my God. And he pushes him on give me the study. Damn. In the middle of a debate. All these people that follow these people always accuse me of being a debate bro. I would never, unless we come to some rock bottom, and I'm usually apologetic and I say, like, listen, I don't usually like to push for it. Like, fuck, can you point me in the direction? He's really gonna, what's the study? Damn.
Unfortunately, I was not able to bring notes here. If you look it up after,
I don't have notes either, but I'll tell you.
You can reach out to me after. I can email it. But we're getting off of my point here, and I don't like it. So I'm going to keep talking now.
I think it's so. You want it to be practical, and you want to avoid.
We're just going to talk over each other. No, you talk so much more than me. You're the hero. Let me talk. Come on, Michael. Let me talk. So,
if you want to avoid the point I'm making, which probably is good for your side of the argument.
Okay, if it's good for me, I'm going to do it. So, we need. The point of this conversation is we're deciding ultimately, like, what should our laws be, right? If we live in a plutocratic society where a lot of people have a lot of.
You mean pluralistic?
Oh, pluralistic. Thank you. See, I'm not a media guy. I'm just a guy. Why am I here? He's a professional. Pluralistic. Thank you, Michael. So we live in a pluralistic society, and we should have our laws allow people to live the way they want insofar as we're not impeding on other people's liberties or harming others, right? To my understanding.
So what about the right of a kid to have his natural mother and father? Because when the rubber meets the road in gay marriage, it's not just two people living together. You could always do that. It's not two people doing those things you guys do that you could always do that. It's the ability to adopt children and in some cases acquire children by going to the baby store and purchasing the eggs of one woman, renting the womb of another woman, and raising children, depriving them intentionally of their natural mothers, and that's very wrong. And that does infringe on the rights of kids.
I understand that you believe that.
And all the side,
I feel like these are such utilitarian arguments. He's shifted. I don't think I would ever. Also, I can call this out because I'm just sitting here calmly reviewing it and pausing it and listening to it. I don't know if I'd be able to call these out in real time, but like I feel like a simple response would be like, oh, okay, we should probably release all men from prison who have children right now then, right? It's like, well, what do you mean? Well, because aren't you depriving all those children of their fathers? Like, we can find other reasons why a child might not have both parents, but we wouldn't start defining things based on what a child has after birth or whatever. This is a fool's endeavor. I think this is a very sneaky, slimy way of arguing.
Scientific literature, by the way, backs that up.
That's not true.
It is true.
Fact check that, please.
It is true.
Let's let them fact check that on video.
According to the National Institute of Health, numerous studies have found that children raised by same-sex parents fare just as well as kids raised by different-sex parents. I thought it was better because of the adoption stuff.
I'm happy to fact check it for you right now.
No.
The study that you're referring to is the Michael Rosenfeld study out of Stanford in 2010, and it said that kids raised in gay households did just as well in
It's
schools.
not
the other
a
kids.
study.
And that was a major study.
No,
but it was wrong. It had a major methodological error, and it's been corrected by multiple other studies.
I would love to engage with you on that.
No, it was a major study.
No,
but it was.
Douglas Allen re-examined Michael Rosenfeld's study using alternative methods and found that when compared to traditional married households, children raised by same-sex couples are 35% less likely to make normal progress in school. Douglas Allen re-examined Michael Rosenfeld's study using alternative methods and found that when compared to traditional married households, children raised by same-sex couples are 30% less likely to make normal progress in school. I wonder what that means. Let's find out. Fuck it. Let's go find it. Okay. Michael Rosenfeld, gay marriage adoption study. I use. Oh, he forgot a space here. U.S. Census data to perform the first large sample nationally representative tests of outcomes for children raised by same-sex couples. The results show that children of same-sex couples are as likely to make normal progress through school as the children of most other family structures. Heterosexual married couples are the family type of children who have the lowest rates of grade retention, but the advantage of heterosexual married couples is mostly due to their high socioeconomic status. The lowest rates, heterosexual married couples are the family type of children who have the lowest rates of grade retention. What does that mean? The lowest rate of grade retention. Does that mean being held back? That's a really weird way of phrasing that, if that's what that means. Maybe it's normal for this field of literature and I'm not aware. But the advantage of so this is good, obviously. But the advantage of heterosexual married couples is mostly due to their higher socioeconomic status. Children of all family types, including children of same-sex marriage or same-sex couples, are far more likely to make normal progress through school than are children living in group quarters, such as orphanages and shelters. Okay. Am I typing this incorrectly? Don't use the PubMed URL. Which URL am I supposed to use? Click through to the actual article. What thing do I click? DOI. 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 Paste the DOI. Non-traditional families and childhood progress through school. The census complements 45 empirical studies by including all studies listed in Tasker study rate that examined childhood outcomes. Several more recent studies listed by Wald, all 4 studies listed by memein and Rauch as the highest quality studies in the field, and all the more recent studies that cite the earlier ones, none found statistically significant disadvantages for children raised by gay and lesbian parents compared with other children. These studies are listed in table form in a supplement posted in Demography's web. Okay, that's a lot of literature that seems to point towards there being no significant disadvantages for children raised by gay and lesbian parents compared with other children, but okay. The uniform finding of no significant disadvantage for children raised by gay or lesbian parents has been convincing to some scholars, although others remain unconvinced. Several points are worthy of comments. First, as the critics have noted, convenience sampling dominated this literature in the past. More recent scholarship has answered this criticism by using nationally representative probability samples derived from the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health, as well as studies constructed from a hybrid of probability sampling and convenience sampling. A second critique of the literature, that are the sample sizes of the studies are too small to allow for statistically powerful tests, continues to be relevant. The mean number of children of gay or lesbian parents in these studies is 39, and the median is 37. Both numbers would be slightly lower. Studies without comparison groups were excluded. Grade retention, the opposite of normal progress through school, has been increasing in U.S. schools since former President Bill Clinton proposed ending social promotion in schools in his State of the Union address in 1998. Grade retention is an important childhood outcome because retention in the primary grades is a strong indicator of a lack of childhood readiness for school, and effective parenting is a crucial ingredient for in-school readiness. Brooks, Gunn, and Markman argued that the lower school readiness of racial minority children is due in part to parenting practices that differ from the authoritative parenting style found in middle-class white homes. Gould, Brooks, Gunn, and Harris studied grade retention among urban black children and found that some indicators of parental stress, such as unemployment and welfare participation, were associated with increased grade retention for children. In other words, they found childhood grade retention to be a useful measure of difficulties that the students were experiencing at home, identified 3 potential sources of grade retention. Grade retention associated with a more serious problem later in life. Okay. Relevant comparison sets. Standard group of homosexual married couples, heterosexual cohabitating couples are a second logical comparison group for same-sex cohabitating. Children living in group quarters, because okay, dating measure, okay, Because denominators, school populations cover 4 years, but the students can be identified as overage for their grade, come only from the last grade of each 4-year span. The implied grade retention rate is 4 times higher than the observed grade retention rate. Table 1 both shows blah, blah, blah. Wait. According to Table 1, children living in group homes, many of them awaiting adoption or foster parents, had an implied grade retention rate of 34.4%. Children who were incarcerated had a grade retention rate of 78%. Later in this article, I show that the enormous difference in grade retention between children raised in families and children living in group quarters remains even after individual level student disabilities are accounted for. Group homes are going to be like adoption homes, basically, right? One way to gauge the advantage of living with families is to note that adopted children, 10.6% grade retention, children, okay, who spent the, one way to gauge the advantage of living with families is to note that adopted children, 10.6% grade retention, who spent the 5 years prior to the census living with their adoptive parents, and foster children, 20.6% grade retention with 5 years of residential stability, performed considerably better than children who spent the same 5 years living at a single group quarters address. The performance hierarchy that favors own children, and then in declining order of school performance, adopted children, foster children, and children in group quarters, confirms the longstanding research finding that children do their best when living with parents to make a long-term commitment to the children's development. Oh, I didn't even know there's a difference in this. So a foster child means you just like are leasing them, basically. That's just temporary. And then if you adopt, are most foster children eventually adopted, or is a foster child just like a test drive? Most homeless people are those foster children. Gotcha. Selection bias, wherein the children with the most severe disabilities or children who have suffered the worst abuse are the least likely to be adopted, must also play a role, which unfortunately cannot be quantified with these data. Okay, because they're just going by census stuff, and I don't know if the census would include information about that. The rest of Table 1 shows implied grade retention along several other dimensions. Asian American children had the lowest rates of grade retention, and non-Hispanic black children had the highest. Girls were less likely to be held back in the primary grades than boys. Suburban schools had lower rates of grade retention than city schools, which in turn were lower than rural schools. Household socioeconomic status was a crucial predictor of childhood school performance. In households with income less than 25K, 12.6% of the primary school students were held back, compared to only 5.3%. Okay, unweighted number of children in grades 1 through 8, percentage over age at grades 4 or 8, implied percentage retained. So how many had to be held back? So heterosexual married performed the best, followed by lesbians and then gay people living together, followed by separated, divorced, and widowed women, followed by separated, divorced, and widowed men, then non-married parents, never married woman, never married men, and then group quarters are going to be fostered kids and everything, I guess. Damn, adopted children do better than stepchildren? Oof. Oof. Actually, I guess a stepchild can be temporary, so maybe. Fuck you. Jesus. Table 3 presents a series of multivariate logistic regression coefficients for normal progress through primary school versus grade retention of the following type, where P sub I is the predicted probability that the ith primary school student was making normal progress through school. The constant term is alpha and beta sub k, represents a column of k coefficients. So this means that predictors of making normal progress through school. So the bigger the negative, the higher the chance of not making it through school, I guess. What's the difference between model 1 through 5? Same-sex cohabitating, same-sex divorce, heterosexual cohabitating. Okay. Positive coefficients imply better outcomes, higher probability of making normal progress through school for the students. Negative coefficients imply higher rates of grade retention. Show the raw log odds ratios of normal progress through school for children of all less traditional family types compared with heterosexual married couples. Oh, because so same. These are all compared to heterosexual married couples. Yeah. Model 2 introduces controls for household socioeconomic status. Interesting. So when you control for socioeconomic status, like the heterosexual cohabitating changes quite a bit. Never married women and never married men change quite a bit too. Actually, this one changes quite a bit, right? Half is later sexual. Model 3 introduces student gender. No one cares. Model 4 adds control for this. Table 3 design. Okay. So what is our problem with this study? I'll read the next one. Hold on. Or go through the next one. What's our conclusion? Discussion. Children raised by same-sex are one of the most difficult populations in the United States to study systematically because of their small numbers, the geographical dispersion. Census data are far from ideal, and better data would, of course, be welcome. However, currently the U.S. Census is the only national representative data set with a large enough sample of children raised by same-sex. The extent that normal progress through primary school is a useful and valid measure of child development. The results confirm that children of same-sex couples appear to have no inherent developmental disadvantage. Heterosexual married couples are the most economically prosperous and the most likely to be white, the most legally advantaged type of parents. Their children have the lowest rates of grade retention. Parental SES accounts for more than one half of the relatively small gap in grade retention between children of heterosexual married couples and children of same-sex couples. When one controls parental SES and characters of the same-sex couple cannot be distinguished with statistical certainty from children of heterosexual married couples. Okay. How bad would the results need to be for you to change your opinion on same-sex adoption? I don't know if I would change my opinion on it based on results. I mean, unless they were like catastrophic. But I don't know if you have to like guarantee good results for an adoption, especially because I imagine it's always going to outperform them being foster kids or living in a group home or whatever, right? Children not living in group quarters, including children in households headed by same-sex couples, are dramatically more likely to make normal progress through school than students living in group quarters. Any policy that would deny gay and lesbian parents the right to adopt or foster children would force some children to remain in group quarters. A longer stay in group quarters would seem to be contrary to the best interests of the children in recent years. Oh, yes. So scholars have arrived at a consensus that moving children out of the group homes into adopted families should be the goal of public policy. Families, even suboptimal families, are better equipped than the state to raise children. Historical restrictions against interracial adoption in the United States represent one relevant historical precedent for the current debate over the adoption rights of same-sex couples. Prior literature has found no evidence that children raised by same-sex couples suffer any important disadvantages. The same literature has been heavily criticized on the methodological grounds that universally small samples are... Okay. All right. Jesus. Now we have... Is this the response to that study that criticizes it? I don't know, wait. That's the response to the response. What is the... Non-traditional families and childhood progress through school, a comment on Rosenfeld from Douglas Allen, Catherine Pukaluk, and Joseph Price. Okay. We re-examined Rosenfeld's study on the association between child outcomes and same-sex family structure. Using the same data set, we replicate and generalize Rosenfeld's findings and show that the implications of his study are different when using either alternative comparison groups or alternative sample restrictions. Compared with traditional married households, we find that children being raised by same-sex couples are 35% less likely to make normal progress through school. This difference is statistically significant at the 1% level. Okay, and then what did the other study say? Hold on. Let me see if I can actually understand this. Am I understanding this correctly? So would this say that using Model 1, I'm trying to understand how this association works, would this say that children have a 27% or 26.7% higher chance of being held back a year with a same-sex couple cohabitating versus a heterosexual married couple? That's what this, according to Model 1, that's what that implies, correct? Where are my study chads? I think those are log odds, not probabilities. Oh, fuck. How do you convert a log odd to a probability? Read this. Why would I read it? Why would I read an article when he wrote a paper? There's research on the effect of family structure. It's 7 pages long. Family structure on child outcomes. Almost none of the research using national representative samples has included same-sex parents as part of the analysis. The main barrier is the lack of a national representative. Rosenfeld used data from the 2000 census, 5% public use microdata sample to examine these. A study concluded with the outcomes of children raised by same-sex couples cannot be distinguished with statistical certainty from children of heterosexual married couples. Wasn't that when controlled Isn't that only if you control for a whole bunch of other variables as well? I thought he said that in his study. When one controls for parental socioeconomic status and characteristics of the students, children of same-sex couples cannot be distinguished with statistical certainty from children of heterosexual married couples. I feel like that's a very important caveat. I really don't like leaving that out there. I don't know why he would leave that part out, but okay. However, our findings suggest a reevaluation of this conclusion. We present an alternative approach that updates the original study with important estimates of the magnitude of the effect sizes and their corresponding confidence intervals. We also wrote a model that allows for robustness checks to the sample restrictions employed in the original study. Our analysis produces two parts. First, we show that the omitted group chosen for the regression itself informs the interpretation of the data because statistical precision is low. The omitted group, is that the group that you're comparing them to? So heterosexual married couples. Characteristics of the children, what does that mean? It meant race, sex, and socioeconomic status, I think were the three that they talked about in here. Model 2 controls for socioeconomic status. 3 introduces gender. 4 is urban, rural, or suburban residents. And I think race was in there too, I believe. An alternative omitted variable leads to the findings that the outcomes of children raised by same-sex couples cannot be distinguished with statistical certainty from almost any other family structure, including well-documented disadvantaged groups, such as children being raised by a never-married mother. We also update the original study by providing standard errors and odds ratios, coefficients, these two. Second, we present an unrestricted model of subgroups. Those in which children these groups are potential co-founders, confounders. The use of a model both eliminates two of the channels through which family structure. Fuck, this is going to be like pretty methodological heavy, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Okay, maybe we'll read the article. This is table 1. It provides a sample means for each of the control variables used in the regression for each of the family structure types. The variables for own child and same location for 5 years or more are used to model the effects of the subset restrictions of interest. Table 2, column 1 merely replicates the findings from the original study when the omitted group is children being raised by heterosexual married couples. Thus, all coefficients in column 1 provide inferences about the differences in outcomes between children raised by heterosexual married couples. Okay, fuck. Holy fuck. Okay, what was he responds to his response. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck. I feel like I would have to read through these completely now. Is there a response to his response? So here, this guy's conclusion in the 2012 response to the 2010 study was, together, these findings are strikingly different from those of the original study, and the differences are large enough to be noteworthy. With respect to normal school progress, children residing in same-sex households can be distinguished statistically from those in traditional married homes and in heterosexual cohabitating households. The magnitude of the differences is large enough to be relevant for current and future policy debates, as well as to indicate a real need for more research into the channels through which the family structure affects child development and educational outcomes. Now, his Rosenfeld, the original author, responded within the same year, I think, to the other guy. And he says, if we want to understand the effect of family structure on children's outcomes, we need to study children who were actually raised by the families in question rather than children who happened to live with the family at the time of the census. In Rosenfeld 2010, referencing the first study we read, I was very careful to include only children who lived with their current parents for at least 5 years because those children's current family structure influenced their progress through school. In their revision of my analysis, Allen et al. Preferred to analyze the outcomes of all children, regardless of how long they had lived with their current families. Allen et al. Therefore attributed to the current family at the time of the census child outcomes that may have been produced years before the current family was formed. Allen et al. Violated a fundamental rule of causal order, which is that later characteristics ought not to be used to predict earlier events. child origins, and the effect of family on children. Same-sex couples achieve parenthood in different ways than heterosexual couples do. Although heterosexual couples can reproduce on their own, same-sex couples cannot reproduce without assistance. Most children raised by same-sex couples are from a prior heterosexual relationship that has to break up before the same-sex couple parenting family is formed. Research has documented many of the ways the parental breakup can cause negative short-term repercussions for children. Additionally, gay rights vary dramatically from state to state within the U.S., so same-sex couples with children have unique reasons for making interstate moves, and moving is disruptive to families and children, whether they are from a prior heterosexual relationship that is dissolved, or they are adopted from the pool of special needs children, or their parents have had to move to obtain rights that heterosexual couples take for granted. Children being raised by same-sex couples are more likely to start out with disadvantages. Heterosexual married couples have very dramatic legal and tax advantages that were unavailable to same-sex couples in the 1990s. When the children in the sample were in school. Furthermore, heterosexual married couples are usually both biological parents to the children, whereas same-sex couples cannot both be biological parents of any one child, despite the legal and social disadvantages and the discrimination that same-sex couples and okay. Wait, does he have a response to this response? The response is the 2013 interview in the article. Allen et al. Reached the conclusion that children in same-sex couple families fare worse in school by including all children, regardless of how long the child had lived with the family, and by including adopted and foster children, along with the head of household's own children. Allen et al.'s finding of worse school performance by children living with same-sex couples is due to their conflating the initial disadvantage of children who come into same-sex couple families, a disadvantage that appears to be substantial, with the progress children experience during the time when they are actually being raised by same-sex couples, progress that is excellent. There is no statistically significant difference in making normal progress through school between children raised by same-sex couples and children raised by heterosexual married couples after family socioeconomic status is taken into account. Allen et al. Noted that even if the difference is not significant, the children of heterosexual married couples appear to be faring better. By the same logic, the children raised by unmarried heterosexual couples appear to be faring worse. The difference in greater attention is not a formal marriage. The parents is beneficial to children. If the goal of public policy maximizes children's chances of success, then perhaps the logical public policy prescription would be to extend marriage rights to same-sex couples in the United States. Okay, sorry. And then this. Okay, sorry, last thing. Fuck. The same-sex parenting really make no difference. Holy fuck, this. What is this? What is this called? Center justified? Or not justification. It's or no margins or whatever? What do you call when you click the button to do your indents like this? Despite the limited scientific validity of these studies, they all end with sweeping policy recommendations. It really is not scientific validity, rather public. Then came Michael Rosenfeld. That paper had a large random sample and looked at normal progression through schools in the U.S. It was, in my opinion, the first solid piece of statistical work done on the question. First, he didn't find no difference. What he found was a lot of noise, and so was unable to statistically distinguish, blah, 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 including ones who know. Decision. I don't understand this. What he found was a lot of noise. He was unable to statistically distinguish children in same-sex households from children in any other type of household, including ones we know are not good for children. Wait, who is he saying when he said he didn't find no difference? Is he talking about the Rosenfeld, or is he talking about himself? Price, Catherine Pakoluk, and myself replicated his study and found two problems. First, he didn't. I thought he did, but there were differences, no? That's 3. While this is going on, I was using the Canada census to look at some other questions. I noticed several things, and the census differed from the U.S. First, unlike the U.S., Canada census actually identifies same-sex couples. Second, the Canada census is a nice link between their children. Does he respond to the criticisms of the response to him, or? I don't. Okay, whatever. Let's throw these here. Gay couple adopted children. Rosenfeld, 2010 study. Douglas W. Allen, 2012 study. Reply to Allen et al. By Rosenfeld, 2012. And Douglas Allen article. Okay. Good. Good side tangent. Fun. Jesus. My God.
Let's let them fact check that on video.
I'm happy to fact check it for you right now.
No.
The study that you're referring to is the Michael Rosenfeld study out of Stanford in 2010, and it said that kids raised in gay households did just as well in schools.
It's not a study.
And that was a major study.
No,
but it was wrong. It had a major methodological error, and it's been corrected by multiple other studies.
I would love to engage.
Major. Who wants to bet that Knowles has never opened that study in his entire life, and he heard that it had his errors on some article, and that's what he's just repeating? But okay.
On that in a sec. Yes, in a sec.
I think
my point is, the majority of people in society are okay with these things. And society's laws should reflect what the majority of people are okay with.
The majority of people were okay with slavery for much of the 19th century. So should society's laws just reflect that?
Wait, so now things that happen...
Wait, but I thought you said the majority of society has done marriage in a certain way, and that's why we know that that's how it should be done? I don't understand. Did you just switch up arguments there?
In the past are bad?
Some things that happened in the past are bad. Some things are good. But some things are good.
But the thing
and some things that are happening now are very bad, too, and are contrary to reason.
The problem is that slavery is bad. Gay marriage, gay adoption, things like that are not bad.
They are bad. No. And gay marriage is non-existent and gay adoption is bad.
But how am I gay married if it doesn't exist?
You're not?
I'm having an existential crisis after this.
You're not.
People have see me? Can you guys see me?
You exist, but gay marriage does not exist.
Okay.
And gay adoption is very bad for the kids. I'm not even knocking the guys who want to do it. I understand there's a natural longing to have kids and homosexual.
Was the Jubilee fact check correct?
And some things are good. But society's laws
should reflect what the point is. The majority of people in society. I would love to.
Douglas Allen re-examined Michael Rosenfeld's study using alternative methods and found that when compared to traditional married households, children raised by same-sex couples are 30% less likely to make normal progress. Oh, this fact check is, I think, technically correct. And then, but Rosenfeld responds to Allen here, and I didn't see a substantive response from Allen about that correction, but maybe it was in that article deeper and I just didn't.
For correcting me on the word plutocratic.
Guys who want to do it, I understand there's a natural longing to have kids, and homosexuals in a same-sex union can't create kids, which is part of the reason why it's not marriage, but it's still bad for the kids.
Okay. Well, I thank you for correcting me on the word plutocratic. I otherwise completely disagree with everything you said.
All right. Well,
and I think most people do too, and that's why the laws don't reflect your opinions on this.
Most people around the world agree with what I said.
All right, guys.
All right.
That's it for this claim. Please return to your seat.
Thank you. Thanks. My next claim is that transgenderism should be eradicated from public life entirely.
Hi.
What was it? Transgenderism should be eradicated from the public entirely?
Eradicated from... My next claim is that transgenderism should be eradicated from public life entirely.
Okay. I hate trans arguments.
Hi.
Hello.
Blossom. She got hers powerhouse.
The Blossom Powerhouse. Lovely to meet you.
Yes. Go ahead. I want to know your ideology around transgenderism, something that doesn't exist. It just sounds more like conservative propaganda. So I kind of want to know a little bit more about what you're trying to communicate.
Okay, I think for all of history everywhere, people have understood the human person to have something to do with his body. So like your body has something to do with who you are. Now there is an alternative view, which is called Gnosticism. It's a view that our bodies don't really have anything to do with who we are, that the body is maybe even evil, and that our true selves have no connection to our bodies. And I see in the transgender ideology a kind of Gnosticism that says that you could look like a...
Damn, I don't fucking know anything about this. I thought Gnosticism just had to do with like knowledge that you can have about the existence of a higher power. I don't know. Fuck, geez, that's what I thought a Gnostic was. Gnosticism is a collection of religious ideas and systems that coalesced in the late 1st century AD among early Christian sects. These diverse groups emphasize personal spiritual knowledge, gnosis, above the proto-Orthodox teachings, traditions. Maybe this is included as part of it, I guess. Gnostic cosmogony generally presents a distinction between a supreme hidden God and a malevolent lesser divinity, responsible for creating the material universe. Consequently, Gnostics considered material existence flawed or evil, and held the principal element of salvation to be direct knowledge of the hidden divinity attained via mystical or esoteric insight. Many Gnostic texts deal not in concepts of sin and repentance, but with illusion and enlightenment. Oh, okay.
Alternative view, which is called Gnosticism. It's a view that our bodies don't really have anything to do with who we are, that the body is maybe even evil, and that our true selves have no connection to our bodies. And I see in the transgender ideology.
I guess that could be a decent summary. Wait, fuck it. Let's ask the real God. Wait, what is that? Oh, I don't know what it is. Is there no entry for Gnosticism? Okay, well, fuck me. We're lost to sea.
A kind of Gnosticism that says that you could look like a man, you could have a man's genetics, you could have a man's genitals, you could have a man's everything. But if you feel on some deep level that you're really a woman, then you are really a woman. And I don't think that's true. And I think that the social effects of that are really bad because it leads to the depriving women of their legitimate rights. In some cases, it leads to rapes, notably in the last few years. And it also leads to women losing their sports competitions and their scholarships. And it's just disordered and false. And it also leads to more people adopting this identity, which leads to very high rates of anxiety, depression, and suicide. So it's bad for everyone. And it's not grounded in reality.
Oh, I don't even think you understand what you say sometimes. I don't think you even understand what you say, because when we talk about these rape cases of women in the restroom, they're coming from cis men like you. So let's be very clear.
No, that's not true. In 2021, well, I'm just trying to correct you. Well, I would never interrupt.
Okay.
Black woman. No, thank you. Here's the thing about me.
He means Gnosticism as a Christian theology. Yeah, Gnosticism might refer to different, like there might be different Gnosticisms or whatever. It could be as well.
As a black trans woman, I am not a threat to cis women, and I think it is harmful that you are going around here spewing that rhetoric, weaponizing this rhetoric against trans people. Transgenderism does not exist. We as trans people exist. We are 1% of the population, and there is a lot of power in the trans identity because you are sitting here spewing something to me that doesn't really exist.
I'm not spewing anything. I'm just stating facts.
I have lived experience. You don't, and you never will. But I do have a question.
I have lived experience.
What if one of your kids came out as trans? How would you react to that?
God forbid. I mean, I would obviously love my children, and I would try to do what's best for my children. And the best thing that I could do to be respectful
is the trans annihilation camps.
And also to be conducive to their flourishing is to tell them the truth, which is that they're not really girls.
Oh, come on. I can't even imagine your relationship with your children, no shade. But
That's right.
I just cannot even imagine that. But here's the reality. We exist. Again, people like you do not have the intellectual capacity to hold conversations like this, because in a minute you're going to reduce this down to genitalia, and then we're going to have to shift it somewhere else, because obviously people like you, that's where they go, right?
In a minute, what I'm going to do is correct something you said. When you said that the rapes that have occurred in these bathrooms are cis men.
White cis men, I should say, actually.
That isn't true. Loudoun County, 2021, the big case that actually ended up flipping the state was because there was a boy who wore a skirt, went into the girl's bathroom and raped a girl in a particularly hideous way. And you know what? Hold on, don't cut me off. You said you wouldn't.
A cis boy. It was not a trans woman. All y'all do is go back to cis boys. You're always talking about cis boys. I don't understand the fascination with trans bodies and what's happening in the bathroom. It is mostly happening.
I think you're filibustering because you don't want me to tell you what happened in the bathroom.
Who?
Me. I think you're filibustering.
No.
I think that you're distracted from the fact that a boy wearing a skirt in a girl's bathroom.
A boy, but not a trans woman.
Well, there's no such thing as a trans woman.
You're looking at one right now.
I'm looking at me right now. With
lived experience. You are looking at a trans woman who has been transitioning for over 20 years, who has lived experience.
Yes.
You're talking to an activist here.
But your identity is not grounded in reality.
I'm
not really talking to anyone because you keep talking over me.
In your head, I'm not, but I am in reality. I'm here in front of you right now talking to you.
You're confused about your identity.
No, you are confused at the fact that you don't really have any talking points right now, because then why
aren't you letting me speak?
You really don't.
If I have nothing to say, why aren't you letting me speak?
Put me on your show. How about that?
Then it would become your show, I think.
Oh, yeah, I should have a show. I should have a show.
In 2018, there were 2 rapes in bathrooms, and one in Wisconsin, one in Georgia, also because of the transgender identity.
But say it, cis men.
If you're going to describe a boy who wears a skirt and goes into a girl's bathroom as a cis man, no, I didn't.
No, you are. This is the example that you run to. Past that, you have nothing.
I've just given you 3 examples. I've given you 3 examples.
Okay. Oh boy. Pretty sure this isn't a live debate.
Oh, Sean, if you could do me a favor and...
Why? Wait, is it not live?
James, how much time do we have?
5 minutes.
All right, sounds good. I'll put my timer on.
What's the noise? Uh-oh.
So in 1973, Richard Nixon fired Elliot Richardson and the Deputy Attorney General because the subpoena that had been issued by the special counsel in the Watergate matter had been resisted by Richard Nixon. He didn't want it to be done. And it was considered one of the most profound constitutional crises in the history of the country. Nowadays, we don't even look twice at the scale of the corruption that Donald Trump has put our country in. It is an absolute disgrace that we have, for example, the sitting mayor of New York doing a corrupt quid pro quo, a political quid pro quo, to do political favors for the sitting commander-in-chief in exchange for his personal freedom. I don't hear Sean to defend the mayor in terms of his corruption. Sean will acknowledge that Mayor Adams is corrupt, and yet Sean is quite all right, quite fine with, or apparently willing to say that it's not corrupt, or that that this corruption should be overlooked in favor of some political preference. It is absolutely scandalous. The level of infiltration of the executive branch into the legislative prerogatives, deleting wholesale agencies like the CFPB, deleting U.S. aid that was statutorily approved. You
mean USAID?
might disagree, for example, with some of the funding decisions by your congresspeople, but those are congresspeople's decisions to make. Donald Trump's decision to completely halt all federal funding, all spending whatsoever. This is a infiltration. It is a attack on our Constitution, and nothing that Joe Biden did in his entire 4 years in office pales at all in comparison to what's going on there. They told us in their Project 2025 handbook what they were planning to do. What they want to do is centralize authority. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're doing illegal firings of inspectors general. They're doing illegal firings of independent agencies. And why? To make the functioning of the bureaucracy stop. What Donald Trump wants to do is make it so he determines what his money is spent on. He determines whether or not people are investigated politically. Joe Biden never, ever did anything like that. I am willing and happy to acknowledge certain actions that Joe Biden did that I do not agree with, that I've even called corrupt. I've called his pardoning of his own family corrupt. I'm willing to do that. But think about this. The sitting commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, let out 1,500 terrorist thugs who attacked our Capitol. Possibly the single most corrupt action taken by a president in the history of the Union. We have a president who supported these terrorists, these maniacs who attacked our congresspeople and tried to overthrow the election. Some indicted for and convicted of seditious conspiracy. And you guys think it's a fucking joke. It's not a joke. These people tried to upend the constitutional order, and now he's put out his deniable thugs into the world. Some of them literally pedophiles who have been indicted recently. And what is this all for? What is the purpose? The purpose is to install a king. That's what he wants to be, and I'm warning you right now. He wants to be a king, and he wants to have the authorities of a king. You hear it in what he talks about. He just tweeted the other day, quoting fucking Napoleon, and you guys think it's a joke. He's turning our country into Hungary. Joe Biden never did anything like that. And if you want to go down the policies, I'm happy to do it. Happy to talk about, I'm a liberal. I'm going to put my, cards on the table. You guys know that. So I'm going to prefer Democratic policies over MAGA policies. But how has your life meaningfully improved at all in the time that Donald Trump has taken office? Have prices gone down? He promised on day one to make prices go down. He's a fucking liar, because what he cares about is not efficiency. What Elon Musk cares about is not efficiency. What they care about is taking down this country's bureaucracy, taking down our agencies, and stopping Congress from doing its job and taking over. That's what he wants. And what's coming next is so predictable. He is gearing up for, as they all have done, and as the Chief Justice of the United States, someone who I disagree with a lot on, has warned about, he's going to defy the courts. That's what they're prepping for. And what are you guys going to do when he does? What are you going to do, Sean? Are you going to call for his impeachment when he defies a court openly? Basically, he's already violating court orders. There was a U.S. District Court out of Rhode Island where they acknowledged, yes, he violated the order, the plain text of the order, and where it was open and obvious, there was no excuse for it. And so that's what they're prepping for next. And these people are going to defend it all the way. They're going to make these absurd comparisons to Biden student loans, absurd comparisons to overreaches by the Obama administration. I'm not here for it. I'm here for the Republic, for the Constitution, and that's why Joe Biden's policies are incredibly better than Donald Trump's policy of corruption and centralization of authority.
Thank you very much for that opening, Pisco. We are going to kick it over to Sean for his opening as well. The floor is yours.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Oh, okay, I got this. Okay, so I noticed in his opening statement, he didn't really talk about a lot of actual policies of the Biden administration. And the reason that he didn't do that is because there aren't really these great policies that you can point to talk about the successes of that administration. Under President Trump, under his first term, because we have not just the 20 days of him being in office or whatever amount of days he's been in office as of late, we have a whole first term. The median middle-class income rose by $4,400. Now, the Heritage Foundation, which is very biased, will of course say it's $7,000. Some naysayers will say that it's $2,200. But according to a CBS report, which was trying to ding him because rich incomes went up faster, it was $4,400. That's everyday Americans being improved due to the economic policies of the Trump administration. The Biden administration, people lost $2,200 in income when it's adjusted for inflation. Obviously, when we talk about what the policies are and if they're better, the question should be better for who? And I think the who should be the American people. And in my opinion, that stat alone is one example of the economic policies being better for the American people. Now, as for Joe Biden, the idea that anybody's going to come up here and defend him when, especially you, who jumped on the bandwagon to force him off the ticket for another candidate, is ridiculous. Like, you didn't want this guy 3 months ago or however many months ago just before the election, and now you're turning around and trying to defend him, and you're throwing the same exact pre-election attacks against Trump. January 6th is what we heard about. The pardons of Trump's people. And by the way, I didn't support every pardon that Donald Trump issued. And yes, the Hunter Biden pardon is a bad pardon, but he also pardoned 2,500 other people that were supposedly nonviolent drug offenders. And included in these supposedly nonviolent drug offenders was a Adrian Peeler is a man who killed a state's witness who was 8 years old and his mother in order to prevent them from testifying against his brother, who was also a murderer. Biden pardoned him because some crappy left-wing organization said that he was a nonviolent drug offender because he was serving federal time for drugs, even though he had that conspiracy for murder on his state record. Adrian Peeler is so notorious in the state of Connecticut, he's the reason why they have a witness protection program. Biden set that man free. He will be out by July of this year, an unrepentant double murderer. I know that some of the January 6th defendants are bad guys. I would not have pardoned them. Trump had the sense to commute some of their sentences, which does not erase their felony conviction. But this guy was a double murderer, absolutely terrible. And yeah, there's a lot of bad pardons under the Biden administration I can get into. But again, in terms of policies, the Trump administration was a deregulatory administration, which frees up the economy for people to engage, make choices for themselves. And we saw the results in that in his first term. As far as his second term, he's dinging him for prices not coming down in under a month. I mean, this is a guy who denied, deflected, went along with the Democratic narrative that inflation was transitory, was telling you that you were wrong because you felt like the economy was getting worse under Biden, which, by the way, now they've come out and admit that the American people were right and the supposed data was wrong. This was in Politico, one of Clinton's comptrollers. So yeah, this guy, Biden, again, he was so bad, they literally threw him off the ticket in a nearly unprecedented move. And Donald Trump was so good that after experiencing Biden, people voted for him back into office. They were like, you know what? We're going to get back with our ex-girlfriend. That's Donald Trump. He cooks a little bit better. And that's where we're at right now.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. We'll bring it right into the open dialogue, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
Will you condemn the corrupt quid pro quo of Mayor Adams and the Trump Justice Department on the stage, yes or no?
Yeah, so I'm not a
yes or no.
I'm not a fan of Mayor Eric Adams. I never supported Mayor Eric Adams. I know this is your big get, like that you tweeted out about. Let me answer the question.
Yeah.
So I would have pursued the corruption charges against Mayor Eric Adams 100%. I do think he's guilty, but unfortunately, I read some of the rationale for postponing this past the election, and even though you're trying to frame it as a corrupt quid pro quo, it turns out that there's a little bit of an issue in that the state's attorney, Damian Williams, is actually using this, or was supposedly using this at, the district attorney for the Southern District of New York, was actually using the Adams prosecution, which his office filed, as a way to run for mayor of New York City. So this is the concern
propaganda by that administration. Do you condemn it
I mean,
or not? Do you condemn it?
You can
Do you condemn it?
You can go to Damien.
Do you condemn the
You
quid
can
pro
go
quo?
to DamienWilliamsOfficial.com and see his very much not a campaign website.
Are you
wink,
willing
wink.
to condemn?
And this is the
quid
problem.
pro
So
quo or
yeah,
not?
I definitely disagree with them postponing
Do you
it for Eric
condemn
Adams.
it as corrupt?
Well, I don't believe it's corrupt.
You don't believe it's corrupt? Okay, so you don't think that they were doing it in exchange for immigration policies?
I don't think so. No.
So you believe?
I think
you
they're
believe
trying to make it
a stooge of the
I think they're
administration.
trying to make something seem. I think they're doing something that I hate in American politics, which they found this guy who's going to run for mayor against Mayor Eric Adams was one of the architects of this prosecution. I think the case is solid, good, and should be pursued. But
at
in
how
order
insane this
to
is.
avoid the perception
yeah.
of this being political and biased, they're going to postpone it because they have not dismissed the
Look
charge
at the
completely.
lengths that they'll go through to defend this corrupt administration. We have a corrupt Democratic politician. He acknowledges that he's corrupt, and
it's alleged. He's not convicted.
You don't think Mayor Adams is corrupt?
Oh no, I definitely do.
Okay, so
but that's not a
you
conviction.
agree that Mayor Adams is corrupt. That's correct, right?
Yeah, I think he is, but he's not
100%.
convicted.
Yeah. So we both agree that he's fucking corrupt. And and you're saying that when the Justice Department comes out and says, "Hey, we're doing this so he plays ball with us on immigration," you're saying you don't believe them.
That's not exactly what they said.
Give me a fucking break.
In the memo.
So Tom Hallman comes on with him on Fox News and says we have an agreement. And by the way, the acting U.S. attorney, not a fucking district attorney, the acting U.S. attorney of the Southern District of New York said this was a quid pro quo. She points to the conversation. It's not even denied that at least one of the major rationales is for immigration policy. And you're sitting here and you're accepting some bullshit post hoc narrative about a website from the U.S. attorney at the time who had no influence on this investigation whatsoever, and you have no evidence of that, and you're willing to say that this exchange is not corrupt.
I mean, he had no influence except for the fact that he's campaigning and showing himself at the press conference where they're announcing the indictments. But okay.
Just to be clear, so you're buying the narrative that this entire thing was a witch hunt.
No, I didn't say it was a witch hunt.
Was it
I said
corrupt
the exact
investigation?
opposite. I said the exact opposite.
Was it a corrupt investigation or not?
Is English not your first
language? Was it a
corrupt
investigation or not?
I don't think it was a corrupt investigation. I think it is legit to go after Mayor Eric Adams. I disagree with the Trump administration.
It was
on
not
this.
a corrupt investigation. It was not a corrupt investigation of a corrupt mayor who he thinks is guilty, and he's okay with a not corrupt investigation with Donald Trump. Why would you stop that investigation? Why would you stop that?
Well, they're worried about an appearance of corruption, which is what they're concerned about.
And you don't think that the appearance of corruption, of writing in your fucking memo that, hey, we want you to play ball on immigration.
That's not what it said in the memo.
What about the appearance of a political statement on that? How about every Southern District of New York U.S. attorney in like the past, I don't know how many years, coming out and condemning it? How about the Friday night massacre we had there? You have nothing to say for that. You think that that's above board? You think it's not corrupt to drop this investigation? And by the way, they didn't drop it permanently. They dropped it temporarily. So if this is all the appearance of political bias, that's what he's worried about, why not drop it permanently? Why not pardon him if that's the reason? The reason why they kept it open and it's not done permanently with prejudice is because they want to hold it over his head. Because they might indict him after, as they state, after the election, we might still indict you. They said, by the way, we didn't even look at the facts or law in this case, in their own memo. And he's sitting here and telling you that's not fucking corrupt. That's the lengths, and just so you know why this is relevant, that's the lengths people like this will go to defend the obvious, blatant corruption by the Trump administration.
Again, you're just asserting that it's corruption and monologuing about it. It could be corruption. It could be a problem. Again, I think Eric Adams is corrupt. I would have pursued the case. I understand the rationale that one of the guys who's the head of the Southern District of New York, he's the one that is running for mayor or allegedly going to run for mayor against Mayor Eric Adams. He sets up a campaign website for cases that he has influence on, including the Adams case. Again, it's called, what's this guy's first name? DamienWilliamsOfficial.com. Anybody can look it up for himself. So I have an issue where you have an appearance of corruption from the Southern District of New York. I don't think that's legitimate. I would pursue the case, but you're asserting that it's a quid pro quo because they're saying they'll examine it after the election.
You're naive. You buy the regime's propaganda. So what they're doing, right? Like if you're a prosecutor, one thing that prosecutors do is run for elected office. And one thing they do is like, hey, look at all this crime we stopped. That doesn't mean that just because I'm showcasing the crimes I stopped, just like, by the way, you had an issue with Alvin Bragg listing the different things that he's done as a public servant. Sorry, dude, that's fucking campaigning. By the way, if Trump ran for office, he would also campaign on going after people and having big cases. That's just how our system works. And you're acting like that's fucking corruption because you're a stooge. You're a stooge of the regime. And we can move on from it, but just look at what
stooge of the regime.
I mean, you just said it's not a corrupt investigation. You think he's guilty.
I think
and because
Adam,
there's a fucking website,
I think
he should drop the case, but only temporarily.
I think Mayor Eric Adams is corrupt. The website is just supporting evidence that the guy from the Southern District of New York is going to run for mayor of the city of New York. So yeah,
why do you discount the acting U.S. attorney? Why do you discount the line prosecutors?
I didn't say any of that. I said it looks like this guy's running for this position. So yeah, it's weird when your office indicts a guy before an election for a position that you intend to run for.
On balance, if you had to pick right now between this whole exchange being corrupt or not corrupt, on balance, would you say it's corrupt or not corrupt?
Which component?
Given the evidence that you've seen of the memo of the acting U.S. attorney, the memo of the line prosecutor who said this is fucking corrupt. They can't even find someone from the integrity office to file the motion. And they have to put them all in a room and say, one of you motherfuckers has signed this. Because if you don't, you're all fired. And you're saying on balance that you're indifferent between the outcomes? That if this wasn't fucking Joe Biden and the IRS whistleblowers, he wouldn't be screaming from the fucking ledges saying, holy shit, look at this corruption. That we saw this shit, by the way. Every second, Joe Biden, there's some insider that says he whispered that he's upset with Merrick Garland, and these guys are screaming from the rooftops, interference. It's blatant in your face. You have no answer for it, and we can move on. But
I've already answered it.
All right, cool. So what about gutting all the agencies? So these are statutorily enacted agencies. The CFPB, just for an example, and they say we're going to delete it. Elon Musk's whim, a billionaire oligarch. You're okay with usurping the legislative authority? Is that right? They can put all their funding down to one on the president's unilateral discretion. Is that right?
So Elon Musk said that he wanted to delete the CFPB. They haven't done that yet. Again, they're examining it. They're auditing it. I remember somebody named Donald Trump who ran for president, and he said that they're going to set up this Department of Government Efficiency prior to him taking office. People like you were like, this is a joke agency. It's not real. Nothing to worry about. This isn't going to do anything. And now, because the talking points have changed, it's President Elon Musk. Oh, no, he's going after all this different spending and whatnot.
You're mischaracterizing what I said before. I've always said that Elon Musk is a dangerous influence on the president. You can look at my statements. You're just assuming shit. But just to be a trillion% clear, you think it would be acceptable if they reduce, for example, the CFPB funding to $1, or they fire all the employees in that agency because,
Well, the CFPB gets its funding from the Federal Reserve rather than from congressional appropriations, which is an issue onto itself. Like, that's an agency that essentially exists in a fourth branch of government.
If the CFPB, it's everyone fired, they close their offices and they use them for immigration detention, do you think that that's
use the offices for immigration detention?
So if it's you can fight the hypothetical.
Like they're going to put them in the
Federal
Reserve.
They've stated their desire to end the CFPB, to end the Department of Education.
You can have a desire to end the Republicans have been running on ending the Department of Education since the 1980s.
Do you think the president has the unilateral authority?
No, he doesn't have the unilateral authority to get rid of the Department of Education.
So why are they, for example, saying that they're going to do it? Why are they saying that we're going to delete it?
Elon Musk said he wanted to delete the CFPB.
And Trump fucking didn't? Are you serious?
Trump may have said it, but Elon Musk is the one who
Of
said
course he
that.
said
But
it.
they have not,
like you said, they
have not shut down the CFPB. If they fire the people there, anybody in the executive branch can be fired by the president.
So just to be clear, Elon Musk, who's the head of this agency, which you said, by the way, is a real agency with power, right?
No, I said your talking points changed, that it was a fake agency to a real agency.
Oh, God, they're talking about the legal justification for Doji. Pisco's well read on all of this, right? I'm assuming. Hold on. We're rewinding. Stay mad. Did I miss anything good? Or has it just been dumb?
Agency, it's not real, nothing to worry about, this isn't going to do anything. And now, because the talking points have changed, it's President Elon Musk. Oh no, he's going after all this different spending and whatnot.
I'm mischaracterizing what I said before. I've always said that Elon Musk is a dangerous influence on the president. You can look at my statements, you're just assuming shit. But just to be a trillion% clear, you think it would be acceptable if they reduce, for example, the CFPB funding to $1 with him on Fox News and says we have an agreement. And by the way, the acting U.S. attorney, not a fucking district attorney, the acting U.S. attorney of the Southern District of New York said this was a quid pro quo. She points to the conversation. It's not even denied that at least one of the major rationales is for immigration policy. And you're sitting here and you're accepting some bullshit post hoc narrative about a website from the U.S. attorney at the time who had no influence on this investigation whatsoever, and you have no evidence of that. And you're willing to say that this exchange is not corrupt.
I mean, he had no influence except for the fact that he's campaigning and showing himself at the press conference where they're announcing the indictments. But okay.
So you're buying.
Fuck. Did either of them read the memos? Did Pisco read the memo? They Bovee very clearly said he was not making any statement on the authenticity of any of the actual investigative processes around the indictment itself. Bovee explicitly said he wasn't making any statement about the strength of the evidence at all.
In the narrative that this entire thing was a witch hunt.
No, I didn't say it was a witch hunt.
So was it? I said the exact opposite.
I said the exact opposite.
Was it a corrupt investigation or not?
Is English not your first
Was it a corrupt investigation or not?
I don't think it was a corrupt investigation. I think it is legit to go after Mayor Eric Adams. I disagree with the Trump administration.
It was not a corrupt investigation. It was not a corrupt investigation of the corrupt mayor who he thinks is guilty, and he's okay with a not corrupt investigation with Donald Trump. Why would you stop that investigation? Why would you stop that?
Well, they're worried about an appearance of corruption, which is what they're concerned about.
And you don't think that
You don't think that, oh, he's going to say it. You don't think them dropping the chart, if you were worried about an appearance of corruption, why would you say nothing about Eric Adams flying to Mar-a-Lago and then being on Trump's side and then immediately having all these charges dismissed? Does that not appear to be a million times more corrupt?
Appearance of corruption, of writing in your fucking memo that, hey, we want you to play ball in immigration.
That's not what it said in the memo.
What about the appearance of political...
That is, what do you mean that's not what it said in the memo?
On that. How about every Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney in like the past, I don't know how many years, coming out and condemning it? How about the Friday Night Massacre we had there? You have nothing to say for that. You think that that's above board? You think it's not corrupt to drop this investigation? And by the way, they didn't drop it permanently. They dropped it.
True, they dropped it temporarily, just until after the election, just to make sure that Mayor Adams knows that they can always come back on that ass if you don't play ball.
Temporarily. So if this is all the appearance of political bias that he's worried about, why not drop it permanently? Why not pardon him if that's the reason? The reason why they kept it open and it's not done permanently with prejudice is because they want to hold it over his head. Because they might indict him after, as they state, after the election, we might still indict you. They said, by the way, we didn't even look at the facts or law in this case in their own memo. And he's sitting here and telling you that's not fucking corrupt. That's the lengths, and just so you know why this is relevant, that's the lengths people like this will go to defend the obvious, blatant corruption of the Trump administration.
Again, you're just asserting that it's corruption and monologuing about it. It could be corruption. It could be a problem. Again, I think Eric Adams is corrupt. I would have pursued the case. I understand the rationale that one of the guys who's the head of the Southern District of New York, he's the one that is running for mayor or allegedly going to run for mayor against Mayor Eric Adams. He sets up a campaign website for cases that he has influence on, including the Adams case. Again, it's called, what's this guy's first name? DamianWilliamsOfficial.com. Anybody can look it up for himself. So I have an issue where you have an appearance of corruption from the Southern District of New York. I don't think that's legitimate. I would pursue the case, but you're asserting that it's a quid pro quo because they're saying they'll examine it after the election.
You're naive. You buy the regime's propaganda. So what they're doing, right? Like if you're a prosecutor, one thing that prosecutors do is run for elected office. And one thing they do is like, hey, look at all this crime we stopped. That doesn't mean that just because I'm showcasing the crimes I stopped. Just like, by the way, you had an issue with Alvin Bragg listing the different things that he's done as a public servant. Sorry, dude, that's fucking campaigning. By the way, if Trump ran for office, he would also campaign on going after people and having big cases. That's just how our system works. And you're acting like that's fucking corruption because you're a stooge. You're a stooge of the regime. And we can move on from it. Just look at what
stooge of the regime.
I mean, you just said it's not a corrupt investigation. You think he's guilty.
Oh, I think
there's a website. There's a website.
I think Mayor Eric Adams is corrupt. The website is just supporting evidence that the guy from the Southern District of New York is going to run for mayor of the city of New York. So yeah,
why do you discount the acting U.S. attorney? Why do you discount the line prosecutor?
I didn't say any of that. I said it looks like this guy's running for this position. So yeah, it's weird when your office indicts a guy before an election for a position that you intend to run
balance,
for.
if you had to.
Yeah, but like, it's weird. This is the criminal justice system. You need more than it's weird for dismissing a federal case. You need more than it's kind of weird. Like, that might be good enough for a fucking YouTube video, but to dismiss a federal case where the voters of New York City's public funding for elections was allegedly scammed to the tune of, I don't know what, $2 to $10 million? Like, it's got to be more than it's weird, bro. What the fuck? You know what's weird is Epstein dying in prison when Donald Trump was the head of the government. You know what's weird is Donald Trump refusing to release the Epstein files, saying that some good people might get caught in the crosshairs. Like, those are weird things. Is that enough to throw somebody away in prison for life, or to disbar somebody from, from running for president, or to impeach somebody? Like, what do you mean? Like, it's weird. What a bullshit, dog shit fucking argument. Ugh.
If you had to pick right now between this whole exchange being corrupt or not corrupt, on balance, would you say it's corrupt or not corrupt?
He's not even going to answer. He's going to be like, I don't know. I don't even have evidence to say. I would be, if he even answers a question, I guess I'll give him props or whatever. But
even the evidence that you've seen, the memo of the acting U.S. attorney, the memo of the line prosecutor who said this is fucking corrupt. They can't even find someone from the integrity office to file the motion, and they have to put them all in a room and say, one of you motherfuckers to sign this, because if you don't, you're all fired. And you're saying on balance that you're indifferent between the outcomes. That if this wasn't fucking Joe Biden and the IRS whistleblowers, he wouldn't be screaming from the fucking ledges saying, "Holy shit, look at this corruption." We saw this shit, by the way. Every second, Joe Biden, there's some insider that says he whispered that he's upset with Matt Garland.
Fuck, he let him get away from it. That's what Pisco shouts at me for. He didn't make him answer that question.
And these guys are screaming from the rooftops, interference. It's blatant in your face. You have no answer for it. And we can move on. But
I've already answered it.
All right, cool. So what about gutting all the agencies? So these are statutorily enacted.
The Eric Adams, that's a killer. I think that's probably the worst example so far of blatant authoritarian corruption from the president, from the executive branch. I think that there should have been a way bigger own at the end there of like, I need you to own these positions. I need you to say that you will never be mad if a Democrat comes into office and dismisses all charges against a Democrat being prosecuted, or I guess Eric Adams is a Democrat. If anybody makes any political statement whatsoever afterwards, like, that's such an unbelievable position.
Agencies. The CFPB, just for an example, they say, we're going to delete Elon Musk's whim, a billionaire oligarch. You're okay with usurping the legislative authority, is that right? They can put all their funding down to one on the president's unilateral discretion, is that right?
So Elon Musk said that he wanted to delete the CFPB. They haven't done that yet. Again, they're examining it, they're auditing it. I remember somebody named Donald Trump who ran for president, and he said that they're going to set up this Department of Government Efficiency prior to him taking office. People like you were like, this is a joke agency, it's not real, nothing to worry about, this isn't going to do anything. And now, because the talking points have changed, it's President Elon Musk. Oh no, he's going after all this different spending and whatnot. And
mischaracterizing
what an unbelievable straw man and non-response to what Pisco just said, but okay.
Said before, I've always said that Elon Musk is a dangerous influence on the president. You can look at my statements, you're just assuming shit, but just to be a trillion% clear, you think it would be acceptable if they reduce, for example, the CFPB funding to $1, or they fire all the employees in that agency because,
So the CFPB gets its funding from the Federal Reserve rather than from congressional appropriations, which is an issue onto itself. Like, that's an agency that essentially exists in a...
Look at how another talking point non-answer.
fourth branch of government.
If the CFPB, everyone fired, they close their offices and they use them for immigration detention. Do you think that that's
use the offices for immigration detention?
So if it's, you can fight the hypothetical.
Like they're going to put them in the Federal Reserve?
They've stated their desire to end the CFPB, to end the Department of Education.
You can have a desire to end the Republicans have been running on ending the Department of Education since the 1980s.
You think the president has unilateral
authority? No, he doesn't have the unilateral authority to get rid of the Department of Education.
So why are they, for example, saying that they're going to do it? Why are they saying that we're going to delete it?
Elon Musk said he wanted to delete the CFPB.
And Trump fucking didn't? Are you serious?
Trump may have said it, but Elon Musk is the one who said that. They have not, like you said, they have not shut down the CFPB. If they fire the people there, anybody in the executive branch can be fired by the president.
So just to be clear, Elon Musk, who's the head of this agency, which you said, by the way, is a real agency with power, right?
No, I don't know why they're focused on the CFPB. They should just look at what's happened with USAID or what's happened with the Treasury payment freeze thing. Those are the two strong things. Maybe do they already talk about it, or maybe they'll get to it?
Talking points changed, that it was a fake agency to a real agency.
Well, the question is whether or not it's an authorized agency, whether or not it's statutorily, properly enacted, and time will tell on that front. But he absolutely has effective control. You would agree Elon Musk has effective control over a shit ton of American policies. That's fair, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think Elon Musk? So what we're going to do, you do not think Elon Musk is having an effect on U.S. policy?
Right now, he's examining the government.
You don't think that Elon Musk is influencing, for example, how much money goes to particular
now you're like weaseling. What about all the people? He's calling him a weasel. God, he's such a disgusting fuck. What about all of the people that have already been fired or have had their funds frozen, or the massive layoffs that happened? Wasn't this all done at the behest of Doji?
You said effective control, and now you're influencing. There's a big difference, a giant valley between those two things. But of course, you're trying to use your weasel tactics because again, you can't defend any of the Biden policies. Notice how all of this is like, oh, Elon Musk and the CFPB, oh, Elon Musk and the USA.
What is it? Biden's not the president right now. What is this? Well, I don't know what this debate is over. Oh, Trump or Biden's whose policies are better? Okay.
Oh, can they get rid of the Department of significant influence? Does he have influence over the president? Yes, he's in the Oval Office. Nobody said that. Again, you said control. You went from control to influence. And pretend like I don't notice that.
Can you point to a single thing that Biden did that was as corrupt as pardoning all the Jan 6ers? Oh, wait.
Oh, he's going to say pardoning his family. And Pisco already owns this point, so...
Pardoning his son? What? So you think pardoning his son, pardoning federal government officials with a preemptive pardon that dates back 10 years, 3 years before any of the offenses?
I just want to be clear. You think that it is more corrupt. It is more corrupt. I agree it's corrupt. You agree it's more corrupt to pardon Hunter Biden for his tax-related offenses, for all offenses.
For every offense for 10 years, including offenses unknown?
Than to pardon the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers that committed and were convicted of seditious conspiracy.
So some of those people like Stuart Rose had their convictions commuted.
Do you think that is it more corrupt to pardon Hunter Biden than to Stuart Rose?
Represent your own family?
This is a guy who actually planned violence. It was proved beyond reasonable doubt to overthrow the government. And he's saying that it's more corrupt to pardon your son, which is corrupt, than the people who tried to overturn the 2020 election. That shows you he's not serious about constitutional republicanism. He's not serious about democracy. Anyone who can sit and say that with a straight face is fucking lying. And to say that everyone, 1,500 people, how do you defend that?
1,500 people? Yeah, he pardoned 1,500 people. Joe Biden pardoned 2,500 people in a list that was given to him by an
the
organization,
commutation
including murderers.
Had to do with people that were had to do with people who had sentences commuted because they'd stayed at home during like COVID lockdown for prison shit or some COVID related bullshit. Totally different than 1,600 people that were convicted of an insurrection, or not insurrection, I guess we could say rioting or violence that was like in direct connection to your run for re-election. It's totally not even remotely close to the same thing.
That were told to him to be nonviolent.
And by your own retelling,
is the raw number of those people?
By your own retelling,
issue?
By your own retelling, he was lied to by a leftist group, in which case it certainly was.
Well, they gave him that list, and then
if he's just an idiot and going off the left.
Trump campaigned on pardoning and commuting the January 6ers. The American people voted for him, and he enacted those promises. Again,
that's not responsive. You could run on. I'm running on unilaterally as the president of the United States. Abolishing the Supreme Court and the Congress with the stroke of a pen. If he won the election, does that mean that he's allowed to do that? That he should do that? Can the president literally just run on anything and then do anything, even if it's unconstitutional? Is that the argument? What is this argument of like, they voted for him to do this, so the fuck what? But that doesn't mean anything. You can vote for the head of your 5th grade student council, and he could promise hot dogs for lunch every day and no more homework. That doesn't mean he can deliver on it. Like what?
One of the Trump presidency, something that people don't usually see for the politicians. He had an hour-long session where he was going over all the different orders that he was doing in order to show the American people that he was keeping to his word. Joe Biden could talk for 5 minutes. And again, notice the lack of defense of any of Joe Biden's policies from this man right here. It's called Orange Man bad, Trump bad, January 6th. Where were you on January 6th? Do you have an alibi? That's all he's got.
So Joe Biden, 100.
Why is AJW tripling down on Jan 6? It just makes him look stupid? No, it doesn't. And the Trump crowd, this makes him look awesome. The Trump cult requires buy-in to every single part of every part of the deep state narrative, of the constellation of all the crazy beliefs that all the Trump people believe into. You can't break with any of these big points. So like COVID, lockdown bullshit, vaccine bullshit, like Trump false prosecution bullshit. Like you have to be on point with every single one of these things. So you have to own all the J6 stuff. But they do it. That's fine. 2020 election, stolen bullshit.
right here.
Let's go after
Orange man bad, Trump bad, Trump bad. January 6th. Where were you on January 6th? Do you have an alibi? That's all he's got.
So Joe Biden, 100%. So immediately, instead of focusing on centralizing executive authority, Joe Biden was going after bipartisan legislative wins. Bipartisan legislative wins that were voted on by Republicans as well. Not the American Rescue Plan, but the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Chips and Science Act. These are pieces of legislation that invested and protected the American worker, that invested in our economy. Bipartisan gun legislation, where even if you're a Second Amendment person, these are to stop domestic abusers from getting access to guns and things like that. So we can talk about legislative wins that he pursued honorably, as the president should. And yeah, I mean, what legislation are we waiting for Trump? We're waiting for massive tax cuts, and he wants to defund Medicaid. They're telling you he wants to defund Medicaid. He wants to increase the military budget. Are you like a war hawk now? By $150 billion. How is that responsible? How is that good policy?
The military budget goes up under every administration, number one. Number two, the tax cuts put money back in the American people's pockets, and the proof of is in the results of the economic policies. Again, incomes for ordinary people went up $4,400. Under Biden and all those investments in the American economy, what did we get? A decline in your income adjusted for inflation by $2,200.
Classic.
And in addition to that, like these...
What is he even citing here? How do you measure this over a 4-year term with COVID? I'm curious what he's citing to here.
Programs like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is really about climate change. You can look at all the different ridiculous programs that they've done under the guise of climate change. I mean, I just did a story about Maine where they were gifted 4 electric school buses in a school district from a company called Lions Energy. Now, these buses catch fire, they break down. One of them stalled twice en route to pick up the kids. And this guy, who's the driver of this bus, had to veer off into a snowbank in order to prevent himself from crashing into an intersection. So that was given through an EPA program. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why they're trying to examine all these different various grants under the Biden administration. And there were free buses under the condition that the school district had to run them for 5 years. Problem is, they didn't work. They sent them back to the manufacturer. Manufacturer, again, a Canadian company, Lions Energy. They say that they're fixed, return them back to the school, and they're still broken. They're still busted. And now these school districts across the country are stuck due to this ridiculous environmental program. Another ridiculous environmental program from the Biden administration, again, the Bipartisan Inflation Reduction Act, that's actually a climate change bill, is building an electric car charging network around the country. Now, we're only a few years into this program, but it had a full budget of $7.5 billion. And after 3 years, they built 8 of these stations. It shouldn't take 10 years.
Well, think about how much time should it take for massive infrastructure building in the United States of America? I love it when people say that. It shouldn't take this long. About how long should it take? What do you mean? What?
Oh, wait. You can say the plan sucks.
Though.
You can say the plan
8
sucks.
in 2 years. Just think about that. So you get 40 after 10 years at that pace. That's horrible.
You can say the plan sucks, but you're acting as though it's not going according to plan. They're trying to do private-public partnerships and not just work everything like fiat, because we recognize that it's a complex fucking system that we live in. But you talked about prices. I want to talk about that. So if prices don't come down in the next 4 years, are you going to call the policies of Donald Trump with respect to the economy a disaster?
Yeah, of course.
If they don't come down,
he won't. He'll blame the deep state.
He promised that prices would drop, and he said he was going to do things to help prices drop. So yeah, if
inflation is up.
It's February.
Yeah, what I'm telling you is...
Are you still using statistics from January?
No,
like, you know how they use the egg stat that was like the price of eggs as of January 15th?
I want to be clear.
They blame Trump?
I just want to be clear. You should not expect your prices to decrease. You should not expect your prices to decrease. So we'll see you again in 2 years when prices have not decreased. And where Trump, by example, is talking about and edging for these massive tariff wars. You guys saw that, right? Where he's having these fake propaganda victories where nothing of any consequence happens. And so you should not expect those prices to come down. So I'm very, very looking forward to when you post that video in 2 years saying Trump's policies are a disaster because prices have not come down.
I think you can expect some of your energy prices to come down, and that will have some downstream effects on the economy.
Oh, really? You know one of the major providers for energy in the United States of America, exporters? Canada. And who right now, like, relations with Canada have never been fucking worse. He's openly talking
Once Canada is a province of the United States of America, we will
have
and
then he memes it away. That meme. Fucking hilarious fucking meme, bro.
And who right now, like, relations with Canada have never been fucking worse. He's openly talking
Once Canada is a province of the United States of America, we will have access to all of their
oil.
It's a
meme. It's a meme just because they think that this whole thing's a joke for them. It's about owning the liberals. They have flipping comments like that where they're not taking it seriously. The expansionist vision of this administration, for example, talking about owning Gaza. What do you think about that? Well, Al Rubio's doubling down on it. So what do you think? You just think the posture.
More about atheists for liberty and what we do.
Oh my god, I didn't mean to click that. Fuck.
To just rewind the tape. He then switches to influence, right? So he's... Well, that's where you start the negotiation.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
You just think it's a posture. You just think it's fake.
Well, I do think it's a posture. I hope it's a posture.
It's all negotiations. It's all negotiations. Please, go bring up the fact that where are the hostages? I thought the hostages were supposed to be out by now, yesterday afternoon. So does that mean his negotiation positions failed, or?
So the United States of America, we will have access to all of their oil.
It's a meme. It's a meme just because they think that this whole thing's a joke for them. It's about owning the liberals. They have flipping comments like that where they're not taking it seriously. The expansionist vision of this administration, for example, talking about owning Gaza. What do you think about that? Well, Al Rubio's doubling down on it. So what do you think? You just think it's a posture. You just think it's fake.
Well, I do think it's a posture. I hope it's a posture because I don't want anything to do with Gaza. Now, Greenland, that is a vision for the future, and I'm definitely
fucking epic meme, bro.
Would you end NATO? Would you end NATO to take over Greenland?
Would I end NATO to take over
Greenland?
No, we want to buy Greenland.
Okay, but Denmark is not for sale.
Well, that's where you start the negotiation.
Yeah, okay, but what about Gaza?
All this fucking negotiation, bro.
I don't want Gaza.
Benjamin Netanyahu has, you would agree, a tremendous influence on Donald Trump there.
Yeah, or does he control him or influence him? Because you seem to think that those words are interchangeable.
Well, so just to be clear, I said that Elon Musk has effective control over a lot of policies, which he does. Fair?
No, influence.
He doesn't have control.
Influence.
So okay, explain that to me. So someone is able to.
He's a special government employee. He serves at the discretion of the president.
He has effective control over a lot of stuff.
I don't think so. No.
Not even effective control.
No, because Congress is going to have to examine the things that he's doing, especially with these departments that are authorized
by Congress.
Like
senile. All his handlers, you think that they didn't have effective control?
No, Joe Biden was the president of the United States of America and the Democratic Congress.
Semantical fucking bullshit that you'll get into.
It's not even use the word. You're the one who's getting into the semantics. As soon as we argue on control, again, you just rewind the tape, he then switches to influence, right? So he's
the
doing the Mott and Bailey. So he goes out on the strong position, and then when I push back on it, he retreats to a weaker one. This is the tactics that he's trying to go with.
The term is effective control.
Yeah, and I said no. I disagree. I don't buy into your premise. I'm not on board.
This is why, if you look by the end of it, this is why Sean is a person who's not worth engaging with politically, because like you never have like a real conversation of substance. He is one of the snakiest, most weaselly fucking persons like ever to debate with. There's never, ever a debate on the substance of anything. It's always these cute, stupid little fucking word games. It's memeing when he's cornered into a position. Like, there's no conversation of substance ever with this guy. It's so stupid and boring.
With it. So how can I say this more clearly so you stop asking the same question?
Yeah, so why does he
I say he has influence?
Does the Secretary of State have effective control over State foreign policy?
Yeah, the Secretary of Secretary of State has influence.
Why?
I'm sorry, has control over policy.
No, does he have effective control?
I think the Secretary of State has control over
effective
policy.
control.
Yeah, effective control.
Why does the Secretary of State have effective control?
The Secretary of State is a confirmed nominee to that particular office. I forget what position they are in the line of succession in the government.
He serves at the pleasure of the president, just like Elon Musk.
Okay, well, the Secretary of State is a cabinet level department, again, doing duties that are authorized by Congress. Elon Musk is a special government employee that can only work for 130 days in a 365-day period.
So
what are you talking about?
So what we're talking
you think a cabinet level
so
department in the line of succession is the same as a special government employee?
Well, but the cabinet level department, the Department of State, is supposed to be what has control to some extent over the USAID, but USAID was being cut up by essentially, I mean, you could say recommendations from Elon Musk, I guess, but I mean, like, it's not like Rubio did any analysis of what was going on in here, right?
Doing is because the president is ultimately the supervising authority over, I guess in your mind, every single employee in the executive branch.
Well, that is true. He's the head of the executive branch.
Oh, the unitary executive theory, nice.
Mine.
I'm not even
Article 2 of the Constitution.
I'm not even willing to say where in Article 2 of the Constitution does it say
the president is the head of the executive branch.
It says there's a vesting clause, but where in Article 2 does it lay that out?
Where in the Constitution does it say that they can create something in the executive branch that's above the president?
Well, there's
above the president. What do you mean that they can create offices that are separate from president? They literally have the clause. What's it called? Is it the appointments clause? They literally say that Congress. Why would you ask this question? Congress literally has the power to create things in the executive branch that the president does not have universal control over. What do you mean? Does he not think that?
Binding Supreme Court precedent on that. It's called Humphrey's Executor. And there's another one recently by Roberts called Say the Law. You're aware of those precedents there?
No.
You're not aware of the precedents on unitary executive theory and on executives who are not immediately fireable by the president. You're not aware of that, but you're talking about it as though it's a foregone conclusion that Article 2 of the Constitution works the way you think it is. Because you're talking out of your ass because you've never actually read these cases or have dealt with the arguments.
I don't know the two specific cases that you're referring to, but yeah.
They're the most famous cases. Humphrey's Executor is and they're talking about overturning it. But you're willing to say on here that it's so obvious that the president can fire anyone he wants in the administration.
The president should be
the premise that Trump wants.
The president literally cannot do that. I'm guessing the Supreme Court thinks he's talking about too, but the president can't like go down into the DOJ and just like fire base level employees. I don't think he even has I don't think he can do that. I don't think he is allowed to. It's not legal.
He wants to take everything under his thumb. That's why he's firing illegally all of these protected offices. That's why he's firing, for example, the heads of the FTC or the heads of the EEOC. He wants these agencies and independent agencies to stop functioning.
They're not independent agencies. They're under the executive branch. Like this idea.
He like Sean is just going by memes on Twitter. Independent? They're not independent. It's all the president basically. That what he like? It's just retarded.
Yeah, that there's these independent agencies. It's just not real. Again, the president.
It's not real. What, like okay.
Head of the executive branch, and even the inspector generals that you brought up in the open. Like, did you explain what is supposedly illegal about their firing? He's supposed to give them 30 days notice that he's firing an inspector general.
And a substantive rationale, but listen, those notice provisions are important. Why are they important? The notice provisions are put there for a reason, to prevent these kinds of situations where the president of the United States is at the drop of a hat firing the people who are responsible for internal compliance, firing the people who are responsible for being a check on its own branch. And so violating that 30-day notice provision is extremely important because it's Trump trying to usurp the limitations that Congress has put in the law. The Congress has said you may only fire these people for such and such reason and after 30 days notice to Congress, just like he's flagrantly flouting the Impoundment Act on these spending freezes. What he wants to do is take away power from Congress, which has delegated some authority to the president on conditions. They say, yes, you can impound certain funds, but only through these procedures, only this amount of time. Yes, you can fire these people, but only through these procedures. And when you say, we haven't
even hit the limits of the Impoundment Control Act. It's something like 45 legislative days.
Oh no, he's just gonna kill himself on stage for this stupid argument. Well, how many days does it count if he's being illegal? Can you not do it for 1 day, 20 days, 40 days? Name the day.
Well, I'm talking. So first of all, in order to be in compliance with the Impoundment Act, you need to send a special message to Congress. Is the Impoundment Act being followed, yes or no?
Well, I don't believe the Impoundment Act is constitutional. Prior to...
Whoa, it's not even a real law. Notice how he cited it, and now he's like, well, I don't think it's constitutional because if Trump does anything, he is the law. Trump is the law. Trump can do whatever the fuck he wants, and it's always better than whatever Congress's law says. Yes.
The Impoundment Act, it was expected that the president would trim back the funds if it was appropriated in such a way that Congress gave a cap. And in the U.S. aid legislation, which I actually have it written down right here, it's called Senate Bill 2438, you see multiple different authorizations, which is up to a certain amount or as is necessary to perform the function. So you actually do have the authority under the previous system to trim back those funds.
To perform the functions with the, what is it, the full faith and credit? No, what is it called? Or that the president will perform, and there's a phrase for this that I should know, but...
Up again, as long as you're accomplishing the necessary mission.
So listen to what he just said. The Impoundment Act is unconstitutional. So what
the Impoundment Control Act, yeah.
So what he's suggesting to you is that it would be constitutional for the president to stop any appropriation passed by Congress.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so do you think that Trump has the power right now to stop any funding he wants for an indefinite period of time?
I didn't say that.
Do you think he has power?
I didn't say that, but you want to answer the question.
I said if Congress appropriates money on a maximum cap, like you are to spend, like the classic example that goes back to Washington is if you were to authorize the president to purchase 10 gunships and you gave them back in the day, it would be like $20,000, and the president can get that
faithfully
for
execute the laws.
then he does not have to spend the maximum authorized by Congress.
Does the
this is the
president
theory
have the
that
authority to stop any amount
under the circumstances that I just laid out, where there's a maximum spend amount, if you can accomplish it for less money, then yes.
So wait, I want to be 100% clear. So the Department of Education has been appropriated funds by Congress, agreed?
Okay.
So could Trump, if he wanted to, under your theory of executive power, halt, only put in $1 for the Department of Education and halt the rest of it for an indefinite period of time, yes or no?
First of all, it's what did I just say? If the legislation offers a maximum cap for appropriations, then the president can go under it.
It's appropriating a specific amount of money. I'm asking you that question.
If it's appropriating a specific amount of money, then no, the president wouldn't be able to just get rid of it altogether.
So should he have to? So then, if that's the case, what can Congress effectively do about it if he decides I'm going to pause it?
Well, he can pause funds like temporarily under the impoundment
No,
control.
you said that that's unconstitutional.
Yeah, I think it's unconstitutional. Yeah.
So what? Could Congress constitutionally do because they can't pass a
Well,
law?
they already had the legislation, so like that can be enforced, but we haven't even gotten to that 45-day period.
Enforced by whom?
We haven't even gotten to that 45-day period. Then you would go to the courts.
So the 45-day period is constitutional, but not the next provision?
Oh my God. The current law, regardless of what I think is constitutional or not, since you need it in clear English, says 45 legislative days. So we haven't even gotten to that point to even have this discussion about the Impoundment Control Act. After the 45 legislative days under the Impoundment Control Act, they can take the president to court.
So that is only for rescissions, not deferrals. And to be 100% clear, they have to have sent a special message to Congress, which you agree he did not do. Fair?
I don't know if he did.
He did. He sent an OMB.
You just asserted that.
Well, I want to represent. He, of course, did not fucking send a special message because Trump believes, as actual justice warrior Sean does, that
that is my full government.
So you can check it. People at home can check it. They can that they believe the Impoundment Act is unconstitutional. No one can argue that they're trying to follow the Impoundment Act. They're deliberately, just like they're deliberately flouting the requirements of firing and notice on firing. They're deliberately flouting the congressional limitations on the Impoundment Act. And so it's such a pretense to sit here and think that they're complying when they're openly defying Congress. And what they're trying to do is what they're hoping for is that court orders will go their way. A lot of them won't. And what will happen is, just like they're gearing up for, they're going to defy court orders. And you're going to sit here
and because of this, Joe Biden's taxation policy is better. Like again, notice how he can't actually argue the premise of the debate. And speaking of defiance of court orders, the Supreme Court of the United States of America struck down
Joe Biden trying to dismiss $50 billion of student loans, and then Joe Biden said, I'm going to try to do it anyway, even though he looked for a totally different pathway to do it, and he acknowledged that the Supreme Court struck down the one pathway that he did it. Sean's going to bring up this. They love this one example. They always have their one go-to.
Down affirmative action under the Biden administration.
Fuck! Just kidding. He brought up affirmative action again. They have two they like to go to. That was the second one. My bad.
Administration's Department of Education, they were advising universities as a way to do an end around the Supreme Court decision by telling them to stop looking for racial diversity and start doing these adversity scores. This is well documented from the Department of Education. Biden's he even had a little bit of a speech where he talked about how, the Supreme Court may have struck this down, but diversity is still our strength. Similar thing happened after student loan forgiveness was struck down.
Okay, we got it. Fuck you. I got there. We got there.
The courts. The Biden administration turned around and started expanding other relief programs. He even gave a speech where he said, the Supreme Court shut this down because the Republicans and the attorney generals ended up suing. And then what did he do? He expanded eligibility through the executive branch for a bunch of different programs to try to get some of this done and buck the Supreme Court.
Did you read Biden versus Nebraska or the affirmative action case?
Did I read the case? No.
Of course not. Because obviously those adversity type, you're laughing. It's completely true. He didn't read it. He doesn't know what's in it. He doesn't know if it's defined the core. And because the truth is, the court said you're allowed to consider adversity. You're allowed to do that in a kind of generic or an essay.
They're using this in the Department of Education as a code for racial diversity.
The court said that was acceptable. So it's so fucking laughable.
It's not acceptable when you're using it to subvert in order to get the same racial.
You read the case and you're telling them what's acceptable under the case. What a fucking joker you are. And then obviously completely. I mean, what does that have to do with what Biden did? What Biden did was initially tried to have a policy that affected $10,000 for universally if you don't have a Pell Grant, $20,000 universally if you do have a Pell Grant, and that was striking at millions and millions and millions of people, very, very, very broad, and that was struck down. He never tried that fucking shit again. He expanded existence, so he did different things. He expanded
but you just went after Trump, and in your opening statement, you went after Trump for supposedly defying a Rhode Island judge. But the Trump administration's justification for that was that the OMB memo is what was rescinded as per the court's request. However, they had a different executive order that they were using to freeze specific funds, and they didn't believe that the court's decision on that one case, which was on that one order, expanded to all orders.
Yeah, so I want to
explain. So that was a legal theory. Like every legal theory from the Biden administration is valid and good and honest and genuine. Every single one from the Trump administration is corrupt. And again, we're also not talking about economic policies or anything of the sort because you can't defend it. You talk about foreign policy. You're going after Trump over the Gaza thing. I think it makes sense.
Because Pisco needs to be able to say 4 different things at the same time. Like, Jesus, we can get there, bro. My God.
I think it makes sense to actually posture strength on behalf of our allies rather than the wishy-washy nonsense where Biden's like, oh, yeah.
How could you ever say that Trump postures strength? Oh, my God. Are they going to get to the foreign policy part? Does Pisco do foreign policies much? Oh, my God, bro. The U.S. is a fucking loser under Trump. We surrendered to the Taliban. It looks like the United States is going to surrender Ukraine to Russia without even inviting Ukraine to the talks. What concessions, with all of our bravado and all of our machoism and all of our strength, what concessions is the U.S. going to pull out of Russia here? Any guesses?
So we're going to support the Israelis, but also we're going to not give them the 2,000-pound bombs. We're going to freeze that temporarily. Like it's nonsense.
So you agree with him coming out and saying America's going to own?
I think posturing that the Hamas terrorists.
No, you agree with him coming out and saying that? Fair.
Let me answer the question. Okay. I think that posturing that the Hamas terrorists might actually lose something they care about, like territory, as a consequence for their actions, rather than just get a ceasefire, a reset, and repeat, which is the standard in the Middle East, is a better strategy on a foreign policy stage than what was the status quo.
Do you agree with Trump coming?
They should have taken territory from Gaza. Jesus.
Coming out and saying America's going to own Gaza. Do you agree with him coming out and saying yes or no?
I wish he wouldn't have said America was going to own Gaza because I don't want it. So I disagree with that.
Why would you disagree with it? It's just a smart posture.
I think. Do you not like hear hear the words that I say? You just imagine them?
You just said it was a smart thing. Wait, you just said it was a smart thing to
I
do.
said it's a smart posture to tell Hamas, this organization that is the governing authority in Gaza, that they're going to lose something for their actions. And in this case, it's territory. What I disagree with is I don't want Gaza. I don't want the Americans to say that they want Gaza. I would say I would have backed Israel, like saying that they would take it rather than us, because I don't want that problem. Now, do I even...
Oh, apparently Rubio said that they would be there. Ukraine, Russia.
Want the Israelis to take Gaza? In truth, probably not. It's not something that I care about. That's a foreign overseas conflict. But you posture on behalf of your allies. You go ride or die with them.
It was bad for.
It was bad. Oh my God. It was bad for America to claim that they were going to own it, because I don't want it. It's good to tell Hamas that they're going to lose something they care about, because they don't care about their civilians, but they do care about their territory.
Yeah, but
because when you lose a war, you should feel like you're going to lose something, and that actually increases or decreases the chances that you will attack again. Because what happens in the Middle East? Hamas attacks, or whatever organization attacks. The Israelis strike back. International pressure goes on the Israelis. They initiate a ceasefire, and that never leads to peace. We just get rinse and repeat. And the reason why is that international pressure ends up lowering the consequences for initiating force against Israel, and that's why the cycle keeps going.
So why would you disagree with Trump's posture then? If Trump is saying that just as a posture and it's not really going to be implemented and you don't want to be taken over anyway, why would you disagree with it and say it's bad?
For the reasons that I said, I want to say 2 times or 3 times, I don't know.
Well, you basically said you need to tell them that they're going to lose something.
Yes, lose territory, but I don't want America to have Gaza.
Lose it all and give it to America. That distinction
yeah, it does matter.
Okay, okay.
Yes,
then it was
yes, it does matter.
I agree with the stupid policy. Also, I totally disagree with Trump being Benjamin Netanyahu's dog, which he goes around, pulls the seat out for him, and does anything that Bibi asked him to do. You know he's funded by a bunch of pro-Israeli donors, and let's just be clear about that. He's going to do what Israel commands him to do. Fair?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so more so than Biden. Fair?
No, not necessarily.
Do you think that Biden is more beholden to Israel than
Trump? Well, Biden actually received more money from AIPAC than any politician in American history.
I like that. What a pivot. Oh my God.
So first of all, AIPAC is not all pro-Israeli funders. Fair?
AIPAC is not all pro-Israeli funders. Are there anti-Israel people in the American-Israeli Political Action Committee?
I didn't say no. But you said that Biden got more AIPAC dollars, and I'm telling you.
Oh, okay, I got you. Like, all right,
no,
I understand what you're saying. It's like all dogs.
Trump had $8 fair. I mean, and Biden didn't get that money. And so the question is, and I want to be clear, because I don't think that you agree with Netanyahu's the amount of influence he has in America, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Right. So why do you think that Biden is more beholden to Israel than Trump?
I don't think that I think both parties in the American politics are influenced strongly by Israel.
It's a relative question. Who's more influenced?
I think Trump is more influenced by the Adelsons, because he gets more money from the Adelsons.
So okay, they're both. You can't say who's more.
I think Trump is more pro-Israel than Biden.
Yeah, more influenced by Israel. Fair, and he's going to do what Israel wants.
I don't know necessarily. I don't know what this Gaza thing is.
Oh my God.
They're signaling now.
I think Trump was more likely to signal that he's going to do what Israel wants, which I think is important.
Like, I like how we can mind read every single thing that Biden is going to do based on these vague statements or these unreal statements. But when Trump literally says he's going to do a thing, then we're like totally in the dark and we have no idea what he might do. Like, it's impossible. These are unwinnable arguments. You can't do it. Like, Trump is like a shadow boxer using a fucking jutsu that puts him in 27 places at once, and you're trying to pick out which one is the real one. Meanwhile, Biden's not even in the room, and he can point to him and say that's Biden. Like, it's an impossible debate. Like, Trump can't be held to any standard, to any accountability, to any position whatsoever. It's a joke.
Let's look at the actual things that they did. They had the Abraham Accords. They recognized Jerusalem as the capital of Israel.
What a great mention of foreign policy victories for Trump. I mean, negotiating peace with bilateral peace agreements with Arab neighbors. What was it, like the first time in 25 years that they got a peace agreement?
Yeah, you say that, but just to be clear, 100%. The question was who's more influenced by Israel, and Trump gave Israel tangible wins and victories. Fair.
Yeah, you help your allies.
Some say, by the way, had a causative effect on that horrible attack. Obviously, Hamas bears complete and total responsibility for the atrocious acts that they did and the terrorism. And I fucking hate Hamas, and so I'm not a supporter of Hamas at all. But people point to that as a causative effect. The Abraham Accords.
Dumb people point to that as a causative effect. No, I don't. I think that if Hamas gets the opportunity to attack Israel, they do it. Like, I don't think negotiating these bilateral peace agreements made Hamas more violent. They were always a violent terrorist organization.
You don't think that it was isolating the Iranian proxies, that it was isolated that Hamas in Iran in conjunction with Hezbollah wanted to take a one-up?
So you think like Hamas was like sitting around and they're like, gosh, like us and the Israelis are good. Holy crap, they're getting these bilateral agreements. Now we really hate them.
Like, it's funny because that's literally what happened when it came to recognizing the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem. It was literally like, holy shit, this isn't cool. Israel's getting a lot of shit from the United States. Holy shit, this isn't cool. We're being abandoned. Yes, this is exactly what happened. Yes.
They always hated the Israelis. They were always attacking them. There's this dumb theory of Israeli or Middle Eastern foreign policy that all peace has to start with the Palestinians. That's not true. The Trump administration ingeniously in its first term realized that it made way more sense to cut off the Palestinians from some of these people, some of these countries, and negotiate these bilateral agreements. And then maybe you'll get to a point where the Palestinians aren't being funded by all these different various groups. And I know a lot of the Shia groups like Hezbollah and all that through Iran are funding them now, but I think this is a much...
Saudi Arabia, was Morocco, were these people funding Hamas? Like,
better strategy to
negotiate.
You
support cutting off aid for Palestine.
What did I say that?
I'm asking.
Well, I don't want the American taxpayer to fund them.
So you do support cutting off aid for
I might do some humanitarian aid. Whole territory got blown up.
I mean, they paused all...
As opposed to what aid? Do you think we send military aid to Palestine?
All foreign aid.
Well, I mean, they're in the middle of a war. You said end it like altogether.
But, I mean, so I just want to be clear. In terms of the humanitarian aid, it sounds like you're in favor of it. Do you agree with the pause on all U.S. aid except for Israel and Egypt?
Yeah. Well, we haven't paused Ukraine, actually. We're still supporting them. So I wouldn't cut off an ally in a war.
Okay, so you would be in favor, for example, of Ukraine and America continuing to have a relationship and not taking money away from Ukraine, which is what the Republicans in Congress want to do next.
I mean, they're saying that they want to do that, or Trump campaigned on doing that, but that's not what's been the effect. And speaking of Ukraine, another genius Biden foreign policy blunder was reducing lethal aid to Ukraine as the Russians were amassing troops in Crimea, which he was doing, and I believe it was June of 2021. Trump actually, during his first administration, was increasing lethal aid to points that the previous Obama administration, which is not relevant to this particular conversation because we're doing Trump versus Biden. Again, you should start defending Joe Biden anytime now.
Something right.
And Biden was reducing it because every president, and this is really unfortunate, and by the way, Trump did a little bit of this in his first term, has this idea that you could do a Russian reset. It's one of the dumbest conventional wisdom things in American foreign policy, and I just can't stand it. So yeah, we ended up reducing as a country under Biden administration aid to Ukraine, lethal aid, prior to their invasion, which again signals weakness, and that's what I'm against. Now, ideally, would I want to reduce funding to Israel? 100%. Ukraine? 100% over time. But you don't do that during a war because you have to think about the broader game. You don't want the Chinese to be incentivized to go for Taiwan. So you have to put up a strong front in these regards with our
like we're putting up a strong front in Ukraine.
Known allies, even though it sucks, and I don't like our money going out the door in order to deter us from getting involved in future conflicts.
On the Ukraine stuff, I'm man enough to know when Trump gets something right. When Trump gave lethal aid to the Ukrainians, I think that is correct. He was the first president to give lethal aid in that context, and yeah, he was right for doing that. But if you look at
Can somebody tell me, did Trump give lethal aid, or I thought he just authorized weapons sales? Was there actually donations made, or was it just approving sales of weapons? Somebody link me that. I don't know.
Of these people's work, it's obvious that Biden is way more pro-Ukraine. I'm not aware of the line item that you're referencing right now with like the specific lethal aid given prior to the invasion. What they do is they'll cherry pick like the specific line item that makes them out to be bad. But, like what's going on now is obviously, and as Ukraine is signaling, they're cutting Ukraine out and they're signaling that they want to take away funding from Ukraine. And I don't know where if you're worried about China, for example, why are you giving all of these developing countries incentives to go into Beijing's arms by cutting off all their U.S. aid? Why are you signaling that America is an untrustworthy ally by like in the middle? Like, you think talk about efficiency at a drop of a hat, all the funding gets cut off. We have boats that are supposed to be leaving with food and they're all fucking rotting on their boats. How is that a good idea? How does that not embolden and strengthen China?
Like, I don't understand. Like, can somebody tell me, did this come from somewhere? Or I see Trump admin approves new sale of anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. $39 million sale of defensive lethal weapons to Ukraine. Nearly $400 million in military assistance Ukraine to be withheld. This was over the first impeachment thing.
You want me? Come and get me!
I should look this up sometime. Sale of model sniper systems coming for value of $41.5 million. Okay, I don't know. If anybody has a link, I'm just curious.
In Russia.
Well, for the Chinese, yes, there is the chance that some of the cuts from U.S. aid could create a vacuum for the Chinese. But like right now, we're in a pause. We're reviewing this stuff. And I do believe a lot of times some of our foreign aid is counterproductive. And again, to be clear, under our democratic system, people voted for this, for the Trump administration. As far as subverting China, this is what the whole Panama Canal drama was all about. Because there's a Chinese company, technically it's a Hong Kong-based company, but since China took Hong Kong in Trump's first term, that has positions on both sides of the canal. And we were trying to put pressure on the nation of Panama, again, to get them out of our backyard. American foreign policy that dates all the way back to the Monroe Doctrine, so that they can't potentially block off the canal. So yeah, we are trying to subvert China. We're also trying to re-examine the programs that we have in places like U.S. aid. And there's not everything that they're doing that I'm going to absolutely love. Like, I am going to be against certain things that are strategically valuable for the United States of America. But we don't know if U.S. aid, because none of us, let's be real, we're talking about U.S. aid 3 weeks ago or 2 months ago. Really, we don't know how effective any of these programs are. So it's fine to review them, in my opinion.
Freeze them all completely.
Review them is not cancel and freeze. Like, nobody would do. It's so stupid. This is so stupid. I don't even know why I'm. Like, even if we just look at this from a businessman perspective, like, you can do department reviews without freezing every single thing the department is doing. It's such a stupid talking point.
Review them while they're being frozen. Why not just review them and then freeze them as
yes.
needed? And also, by the way, Congress has to do it. But let's be clear, you're fearful.
Congress would have to.
No, you should make him answer that question. Why not just review them then? Why do you have to freeze them?
Final nail in the coffin for U.S.
Well,
aid.
for you, I think there's like some discretion for the president to indefinitely suspend all kinds of things. Well, I'm just saying that's what it sounds like. That you think that the only limits.
What it sounds like in your head.
Yeah,
you're making
that's what it sounds like. Based on the words you're saying, that the Common Act is unconstitutional. Congress cannot create statutes to limit the president's discretion in that area.
You don't know the difference between influence and effective control. So, like,
so to be clear, you're fearful of China's encroachment. So am I. That's why I think it's weird to have.
Do you think AJW actually believes what he says? No. I think that he knows enough like bits and pieces of the arguments to know he's like, when he's searching for arguments, he's looking for like, how can I weasel through this? Like, that's an intentional thought from him, 100%. You can just tell by the way that he speaks. When somebody only has like a bit or a piece of information, you know that they've come across the correct answer, but they're intentionally not saying it. Like, AJW is a deliberate bad faith interlocutor. Yeah.
Someone who has very strong financial ties to Beijing and China.
How come you didn't respond to any of my Middle Eastern points? Why are we off that?
Which ones do you want me to respond to?
What I said.
The ones related to Israel-Palestine?
Yeah, I was defending the bilateral peace agreements, and you're saying no, Israel.
You just talked about China. I was responding to the last thing you said. Okay. Is that okay, or do you think that you want me to go back to Palestine?
Which one are you glossing over it?
No, I think that Trump's posture on Israel-Palestine, Biden's posture on Israel-Palestine was not perfect. I didn't like it. I thought it was far too deferential to Bibi Netanyahu. I do think that, but I think that Trump is worse in that respect. And I think that we agree that they have too much influence on American foreign policy. And so on that, I think that there's common agreement on that. So I don't know what the big deal is in the sense of acknowledging that Trump is worse with respect to Israeli influence. But what you're saying is the Abraham Accords, which established mutual recognition, which was de facto agreed. I mean, like they were traded, they had mutual interests, and that this formal signing, which some say incited generated tension in the region that it was worth, the paper that it was written on. And you think that's a huge victory, fair?
I think that those bilateral agreements are good, and it also demonstrates that this theory in American foreign policy that's gone on for way too long, that the key to peace in the Middle East is to settle the Israeli-Palestinian issue, is just not true.
I mean, what does it look like now? It sounds like it's a big component of establishing peace in the Middle East right now. And Saudi Arabia says, we're not going to establish diplomatic relations with Israel without a Palestinian state. So it sounds like...
I mean, they were already working on this prior to the October 7th attack.
Saudi and Israeli relations. Yeah. But the Saudi position now is that...
right now, during the war.
So you think that they would have... I mean, if that's
I do think, yes. If Trump would have won a second term, I do think they would have gotten the Abraham Accords signed.
Oh, that's so you think that the invasion of Israel would not have happened under Trump's watch? What's your evidence for that?
You're talking about the Hamas attack?
Sorry, the Hamas attack into Israel.
No, I think that they would have continued to work on the Abraham Accords and they would have gotten a deal.
With who? With Hamas? With Iran? With Hezbollah?
Saudi Arabia, because that was something that the Trump administration...
Why would a deal with Saudi Arabia mean anything at all? Well,
was pushing for. Biden promised a return to normalcy, and when he got into office, all of a sudden Middle Eastern policy returned to normalcy.
What do you think Hamas would have attacked?
I think Saudi Arabia would have recognized, I think Saudi Arabia would have become a party to the Abraham Accords if Trump won a second term. This is what I'm saying. The October 7th attacks was in 2023, so we would have had 2021, 2022, and most of 2023. That's what I said.
How would that have prevented the October 7th attacks?
Okay, I mean, listen, I think that Joe Biden was not an enemy to Saudi Arabia. I don't know where you're getting that.
I didn't say he was an enemy to
Joe
Saudi
Biden
Arabia.
goes out and shakes
I said that there's a different theory in Middle Eastern foreign policy under the Trump administration versus the Biden administration, and honestly, all administrations that preceded, that peace must start with the Palestinians. That was not Trump's theory.
The foreign policy
and that's why he got the Abraham Accords.
Is Trump is transactional, and Trump is doing things for his personal interest and not for the nation's interest. So and so are the other cronies and oligarchs in his administration. So for example, as I raised before, Elon Musk has direct financial ties with China. Why is he the one who's leading these audits? Why does it make sense for someone so conflicted to be? Isn't that by itself showing that this is a wrong process? The fact that he's heading it, and we have so many deep ties to countries that could be, or also internal actors that could be affected by how the government is funded. Tesla, for example, SpaceX. He's leading the NASA fucking quote unquote audit. How is that okay? Are you okay with that?
I mean, look, there are potential conflicts of interest, and as they arise, I think they should be addressed, and he should be removed.
Should he be in charge of those audits? No?
But in terms of NASA specifically, Elon Musk has done more money to save
NASA
Musk
be in charge of those investigations?
Than in charge of the investigations?
The audits, whatever you're calling them.
The audits as pertains to
the
what?
Spending freezes, the Doge activities, and the other spending freezes, and the audits that you're saying Doge is doing. Should Elon Musk be in charge of that? Yes or no?
Well, he's a special government employee.
Should he be in charge?
I think he should be in charge of it, and when conflicts of interest come up,
they should be addressed.
Well, I mean, there was a fake one that came up, and the way that the Trump administration dealt with it, I actually think was quite admirable.
So
there was a report from Rachel Maddow.
So look at this, the Tesla vehicles, right?
Yeah, there was a report from them, and they actually paused that contract.
He thinks it's still not a conflict of interest because the acquisition happened under Biden. Is that fair?
No, the purchase order happened
under Biden.
It hasn't been
therefore,
delivered.
it's cleansed of its conflict of interest.
No, I didn't say that.
But think about that for 2 seconds, right? Elon Musk is deciding which programs and which expenditures get exemptions. And so whether or not the expenditure happened under Biden's watch or Trump's, Elon is in charge of whether that funding goes through. He's in charge of getting the exemptions.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like if what somebody in chat just said, the appearance of corruption was important enough to dismiss the Eric Adams case, irrespective of the legal merit or any of the evidence. But the appearance of corruption, no matter how much it exists with Elon Musk, doesn't matter. Now we do letter of the law, constitution, even if it is defying Congress. Like what? Why?
Administration specifically pauses that deal that was the subject of a fake report that you bit into on social media, and now you're backing off of.
That Tesla fleet example is a perfect example of a conflict of interest. It's a pristine example.
And they froze that contract.
After it was brought to their attention, correct?
Yeah.
So but he should not be leading this. And the fact that he won't say it, that he should not be leading this, crazy. This guy, there's so many connections between, he's a fucking military contractor, and he's going to be in charge of all of the government, or at least, having significant influence, not in charge.
They make recommendations
that are having the force of law.
They make recommendations to the president, again.
That he's accepting wholesale.
Well, I don't know.
And you pretend that it doesn't matter. You pretend that it doesn't matter.
Look, if the specific conflicts are identified, they should be addressed. Yeah, he's a special government employee. Like a bunch of different special government employees.
Imagine if anyone.
George Soros does have huge influence. I mean, you brought up Alvin Bragg. He paid for.
Oh my God, George Soros, and then he's gonna bring up Alvin Bragg, and you're like, come on. I wish, bro. Fuck George Soros, man. I wish Soros was half the corrupt piece of shit that fucking Elon Musk is. Unbelievable. Like the gall to even breathe that name compared to Elon Musk. Holy shit.
For his political campaign.
Imagine if Rachel Maddow, because Elon is also a media figure. Imagine if Rachel Maddow was in charge of the audits that were happening under a government watchdog. How these people would fucking cry pathetically every week.
Oh, they would put an anchor actor in charge of it.
You don't think that it's a problem to have someone like Elon Musk either for the optics of impartiality? Before you said, we had to stop the prosecution.
Yes.
For the optics.
I didn't say we had to. I said I wouldn't have, but I understand.
Oh my God, he's such a weasel. I got like 2 more minutes, so I can't listen to this guy. He's actually such a fucking loser. I can't listen to this. I don't know. This is why I will never debate this guy again. It's actually such a.
And the
it's so
and
gross.
This idea of what you call trying to appear not political.
So you're saying you wouldn't. So you said, for example, you
it's
wouldn't
the clown mirror analogy, or the clown mirror debate perpetratory tactic, where you can never ever restate the person's position. And you can't with Sean. More than any other person I've ever seen online, you can never restate Sean's position or ask him like, oh, so you wouldn't approve this? And he'd be like, I didn't actually say approve. I just meant that I wouldn't disapprove. Okay, wait. So then you would be okay with this? I never said I'd be okay with that. I just said I'd be okay with maybe something like that in a different universe. You can never restate a position. You can never restate a single thing he said. You can never get him to engage, honestly, with a hypothetical. You can never figure out like what he means because it's always like slippery. It's so, ugh.
I've stopped the case against Alvin Bragg.
No,
would you
Eric
have
Adams.
Would you have Mayor Adams? Would you have appointed Elon Musk to head this Doge?
Yeah, the whole department is his idea, or the agency, or whatever.
Given the appearance of a conflict of interest that was sufficient in your mind to understand at least what's going on with Mayor Adams, why would he be the person you appoint to head this?
Because the agency was his brainchild, and you need somebody to run it.
So
see, like, look at the matter of fact, like, why the appearance of impropriety matters with like, why couldn't you just say, well, it's the job of the U.S. prosecuting attorneys to decide who to prosecute? Well, the appearance of impropriety is enough there to literally pump the brakes on that entire thing. Okay, but then for Doge, well, he is what he is. Like, it's.
And he's good at downsizing. Look at what he's done with his company. He's good at downsizing. That's the goal.
This is where we're at, folks. I mean, there is no conflict of interest too corrupt, no obvious blatant hypocrisy happening in front of you that they will not defend and go to the mat defending. I mean, think about it. What could Elon do that would make you say, oh, he shouldn't be?
And it's like so gross. Like, Sean can't own a single thing in good faith. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe this is probably not okay. Yeah, maybe this is probably not like the only thing he owned is like, yeah, I don't want America to do this thing, but I don't even think Trump was serious about it. He's just like baiting on that, like the owning Gaza shit.
Of Doge, like, what could he do?
There's plenty of things that he could do.
Name one.
I can't think of anything right now. This second.
Like, it's so gross. Can you think of one thing that he could do that you would like? I don't know. I can't think of anything.
Corrupt. No obvious blatant hypocrisy happening.
You know why he won't do it too? Is because fucking Elon might actually do it, and then Sean would look like a massive hypocrite. So he can't even name a thing because he might accidentally do that thing, and now he looks like a really huge hypocrite.
That they will not defend and go to the mat defending. I mean, what could Elon do that would make you say, oh, he shouldn't be head of Doge? Like, what could he do?
There's plenty of things that he could do.
Name one.
I can't think of anything right now this second. I mean, he could grant himself like $100 billion contract out of nothing. I mean, there's plenty of things.
What if he hadn't granted that exemption to himself, or sorry, that hadn't frozen that $400 million of the Tesla fleet vehicles? If he hadn't done that, would you say, okay?
Well, he didn't freeze it. It was frozen by the Trump administration in response to the news reports.
So, by the way,
oh my God.
That representation, I don't know that it's frozen. I thought that was under the State Department, and I think a lot of the State Department stuff is not covered by some of the exemptions they're applying. So I'm taking you on good faith that stuff has been frozen. So I don't know that to be true.
Good faith for once.
Yeah,
$400 million.
I'm just saying, I don't know that to be true. But suppose that he hadn't frozen it. Would you say, okay?
I mean, that's a contract that was put out there for anybody to bid on. Elon Musk's Tesla was the only company that bid on it. But again, like, I would have frozen that on a different account, which is we don't need all of our State Department armored vehicles to be electric. I mean, this was the big red flag for when Rachel Maddow was reporting the story, that it was total nonsense. Because what administration is like, oh, you know, the armored security vehicles, those should be green and carbon neutral. These are obviously Democratic policies. So they should be frozen by Trump's executive order that you're against as it relates to EPA spending. Lee Zeldin should crack down on that nonsense.
No, if there's evidence of fraud.
How did we get through this from a climate change perspective? Jesus Christ.
You present it to Congress. It is not for the president to decide with his buddies, his rich, corrupt oligarch buddies, that he gets to say what's fraud, what's waste. It is Congress's discretion. You don't want to talk about core executive power, core legislative authority to appropriate Congress. That is their key responsibility. The most important power that Congress has is controlling the purse strings, and you have no problem with them fucking with it on whims or
Congress
or
still controls the purse strings.
Oh, please.
And we're talking about like marginal parts of the budget, like 1% of the budget. It's like nothing right now.
The fact that
but yes, like Congress will put out a budget of their priorities, and this audit will hopefully at least incentivize them when they put out that budget to cut off funding where it needs to be cut.
The fact that you acknowledge that these quote unquote cuts, that they are cuts, is one that's damning because you're not supposed to cut unless you go through the procedure they have, which you're not going through. But the fact that you're acknowledging that it's marginal given the size of the overall budget should tell you what's going on here. They don't care about overall reduction in the deficit and in the debt. What they care about is having this kind of signaling war, this meme war, talking to you guys, talking your ears off, and trying to signal in because they have policies they don't like. They don't like it when it goes to trans daycares or whatever. You know,
that stuff should be cut off
underwater
for sure.
basket weaving, that kind of shit. And so they know that you guys are like.
I mean, you're going to the mat to defend all this stuff right now.
You get really upset about it. You get really upset when any money goes in the program that you don't agree with. You don't understand that Congress has this discretion. But notice, it is a small amount of the overall budget. And so what is this pretense that what they care about is a massive reduction if they're not even touching military spending? Military spending is.
They haven't got to military spending, and you'll be against it when they get to
that. Donald Trump has said on the record that he is going to increase defense spending.
Donald Trump says a lot of things. He said that after the war's done, I want to have a sit down with Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and say let's cut our military budgets in half. That was a quote from him this week.
It's not just
like his statements. Like, yeah, the guy says a lot of things. We all know that. Again, can you defend the Biden administration? It's Biden versus Trump policies, and I'm waiting for the.
Did Trump say that he was going to cut the military budget in half, or did Trump say he was going to cut the Pentagon's budget in half? Because at this point, I'm really not convinced that Trump even knows the difference between those two things. What did Trump actually say? Didn't Trump say cut the Pentagon's budget? Defense stocks drop after Trump says Pentagon budget or spending could be halved. Like, I don't even know if Trump knows what the fuck he's saying half the time. Like, I'm going to say there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on the military, and I'm going to say we can spend this on other things. Okay, he did say military budget. Whatever that means, I guess.
So we're going down the path. You wanted to talk about foreign policy. We went there. I want to finish this last word.
Yeah, and you said like you didn't support a bunch of Biden's foreign policy. So where's the
I support him on Ukraine and being super pro-Ukraine way more than Trump is. I support Biden not fucking isolating our allies and attacking them and making causing friction between them where they've already had effects, potentially inflation effect. We don't know yet on Canadian Mexico trade. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with him going out and using and basically attacking Europe and prepping for a huge massive tariffs with Europe. So in that respect,
there's nothing that says you love your ally more than you want them to join your country as the next province. That's
fucking hilarious. Epic meme.
Trump's all for Canada. That's beautiful.
There's nothing that says that you love your country more than agreeing to be annexed.
This is the thing that I'm saying where you have like liberals doom scroll, but to conservatives it's just like fucking epic and based and hilarious.
That sounds like Putin. I mean, that's where we are now. We're fucking turning our country into Vladimir Putin. He doesn't
talk about, I know you have trouble listening, but I was saying there's nothing that says you love your ally more, as in from the U.S. perspective, than saying you want them in the country. And then he flips it to the Canadian perspective, and it's like, oh, they're going to say that they want to be annexed.
When did I say respecting the sovereignty of Canada?
You can still say you want Canada. We're not invading it.
It's just the thing he's saying. Like, these are the endless word games.
Your allies is like, if they say, hey, we're Canada, we don't ever want to be America, or hey, we're part of Denmark, we don't want to be part of America.
Are you married?
Stop.
I'm just asking you.
Wait, that's not relevant, bro.
I'm asking you. Are you seeing someone?
I'm seeing someone, yeah.
Okay. I mean, sometimes you get a little rejection, and you got to ask them out again. You got to be more, you got to put in a little effort.
bro, like what is this? How many times?
It's just a meme. Everything's just like a fucking meme.
No, before he gets the picture, and will you continue to defend it when he's like calling for an invasion of Panama? Eventually, as he will.
No, he's already gotten the Chinese companies to what you go. They're going to end that contract with those companies.
I don't even think anything changed in Panama. I think Panama didn't he say they got some concession, and Panama literally put out a statement saying literally nothing has changed. This is exactly what we were doing before.
Aspirations of the Panama Canal.
I mean, we want to have not Chinese influence on the Panama Canal, but I don't think we're going to take it over again.
Okay, I mean, so just to be clear on where I stand on foreign policy, I think a lot of these are fucking huge blunders. I think that it's absolutely.
You don't want Greenland?
I only want. I want Greenland if Greenland wants to be part
of
America.
What do you want?
I want to respect Greenland's sovereignty and Denmark's sovereignty. I want to respect NATO as well.
But do you want Greenland, though?
Listen.
Would you be against the Louisiana Purchase? How anti-American are you going to go right now?
I'm a big manifesting person. I love America, but I don't want to be an empire. I don't want to spread it where it doesn't want to be spread. And I think one of the biggest mistakes of the neocons who ran the Republican Party for a long time was, and who, by the way, are still in positions of high authority under this administration, Marco Rubio, Ellie Stefanik, to say nothing of like Pete Hegseth, who was a major supporter of the Iraq War, it was this notion that we can just spread democracy using pressure all the time. And so I am fine with, in theory, if we're doing this in like political theory, Canada becoming an American state, fucking go for it. I want Puerto Rico to become an American state. I love spreading our constitution because I believe in that constitution, but not with the sword and not through these kind of weird tricks or pressure. I think it's not okay, not acceptable right now. And I think that Biden did a good job stewarding our allies in support of major things that occurred. For example, the Ukraine war. He kept NATO together. He got a lot of European countries, for example, Germany.
He kept Afghanistan's government alive. Oh wait, no.
You support the withdrawal of Afghanistan, don't you?
I mean, there's ways to leave and then there's ways to leave.
Do you support the withdrawal?
Oh, Sean just realized he fucked up a little bit because that was Trump negotiated, but he's just going to blame everything on Biden somehow because it was kicked down the can to Biden's term.
Did I want U.S. troops to eventually leave Afghanistan? Sure. So we also had contractors in there that would have stayed probably under Trump's.
What would you have done differently? For example, I'll give you an example.
Trump would have left contractors in Afghanistan after a full U.S. military retreat? Really?
Trump said he would have kept Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan.
Trump said he would have killed the guy. You showed him a picture of his house. You never heard that story? If he killed one more person.
So Trump said he would have kept Bagram Air Base. Do you agree with Trump? Yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't know. So what would you have done differently?
He can't even answer this because it's so hypocritical.
I would have, if they were, I wouldn't have left in the fighting season. I think timing it so that you withdraw near the 20th anniversary of 9/11. You say who timed it? Again, they had a procedure under the Trump administration, but there were conditions for that withdrawal that were not met by the Afghanis.
Yeah, none of them were met under Trump's term either. When Trump released like 5,000 Taliban fighters, like they didn't meet any of those conditions either. But
met by the Taliban.
Who timed it?
Biden did. He was the commander in chief.
Wait,
oh my God, bro. We'll read our chapter.
There was an agreement with the Taliban, a unilateral agreement, by the way, just like he's doing right now with Russia. Right now he's in negotiations with Russia without Ukraine there or Europe there. So he had an agreement edging out the Afghan government just with the Taliban, and they said they had an agreement. We're not going to attack American troops, and we'll withdraw on this timetable. And
they attacked American troops, so you shouldn't have withdrawn on that timetable.
The Taliban attacked American troops when?
They blew them up at the base. 13, I believe, Marines died.
Whoa! Sean thinks that was the Taliban? Oh no, does Pisco know this?
American troops, so you shouldn't have withdrawn on that timetable.
The Taliban attacked American troops when?
They blew them up at the base. 13, I believe, Marines died.
Does Pisco know this?
He thinks it was the Taliban.
Oh, thank God. Damn, that's a kind of a big fuck up. I mean, unless you don't give a fuck about this deal, but...
Was it? Or was it Al-Qaeda?
Almost. One more.
I don't even know. It's ISIS.
Dramatic pause. Oh, ISIS, whatever.
Taliban. Wait, but that matters, right?
But it's all the same shit to him. It's all like Muslim terrorists, right? ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Taliban, same shit, right?
That distinctly matter that they didn't break that agreement and it was ISIS. You totally fucked that up because you have no clue. And you think that you guys all saw it. I mean, the Taliban did not. They kept to their word. They didn't attack American troops.
They overthrew the Afghani government.
What's that?
They overthrew the Afghani government, though.
Yeah, that wasn't part of the fucking agreement. That was the problem.
Who? The Taliban? Yeah. You blame Biden for that?
I mean, we could have supported them with air power or something.
And violated the whole agreement and started fighting another war in Afghanistan again? Kill me.
No loss. Do you want us to be more engaged and spend more money in foreign, and giving them more weapons and more arms, or do you not?
I don't want to create vacuums. I never put myself up here as an isolationist.
You're in this little Goldilocks position where no matter what you do, you're criticizing. If they withdraw, it wasn't enough. They should have been more support. But you also don't want to get too involved in Gaza. But you do want to support Israel and you want to support your allies, and so you want to support.
I said I don't want America to own Gaza. Like I clarified that so many times, and you're still misstating it.
You agree with funding Israel, fair?
Yeah. You don't abandon your ally during a war.
Okay. You also agree that we should have funded and spent more money and spent more resources in preventing the Afghan government's demise.
I mean, if we needed to stay to prevent them from collapsing, so we don't show weakness on the world stage, then yes.
So, I mean, I don't know what to say. If you're in favor of establishing the Afghan
then maybe the Doha Agreement should have included Afghanistan and the government. Maybe.
In making sure that it is stable and it survives, then the answer is don't leave.
I mean, we had contractors there under the Trump administration. You could get troops out and use contractors as a substitute in order to stabilize. Like, we left them with equipment that they couldn't use.
You can't just use private military contractors as a substitute for the United States military. What?
And some of these people, like, again, I know everybody's like, oh, we don't care about conflicts around the world. Some of these people helped our troops while we were over there.
Yeah, and guess what? Trump just said as part of his immigration policy. I was wondering why we're not bringing up immigration.
Oh yeah, let's talk about immigration.
Okay. So as part of his immigration policy, he's not going to let these the people who helped us in Afghanistan through, like thousands of them.
Yeah, we should send them to do what we did similar. I believe it was in Vietnam, and send them to a third-party country while we vet them before they get here. I don't know why this isn't a normal American policy. But in terms of immigration, greatest immigration policy maybe in the last couple of decades, remain in Mexico.
The ultimate NIMBY. So he wants us to assist Afghanistan, but not if it's going to cost us too much, and not if it's going to be in our. We don't want to take these fucking losers who helped us in the war. I mean, we wouldn't want to impose.
But we have to vet who they are. Like, again.
Yeah. So why do we have a unilateral? Why do we just?
We would send them to a third-party country, and like you said, that like it's a bad thing. I want to help our allies, but I don't want it to cost them.
We haven't vetted them when the military is literally using them on the ground as like fixers or for intelligence gathering purposes or for assisting in other, like, do you think that the U.S. military just goes up to like fucking randos in the street? What does he mean?
A lot. Yeah. That's exactly what I want to do. Like, not spend a ton of money that's unnecessary. Number one. Number two, again, immigration policy.
Yeah, go for it.
Remain in Mexico. Best immigration policy I've seen in like
how many migrants?
Yeah, how many migrants did this even help with? Was it like 50,000? It wasn't implemented until I think like 2019.
In the last 10 years, we have a bunch of people that were defrauding our asylum system.
No idea.
That were going through a bunch of different countries on their way to the United States of America to claim asylum at
Roughly how many migrants do you think that policy affected? Give or take.
I don't know. 10 million.
Do you have anything to do with the scale of Remain in Mexico? If you're saying it's a great policy.
Well, it was instituted in 2029, and then we had 2019.
There you go, 2019. So it wasn't even for the majority of his term. Okay.
And then we had the COVID emergency, so we were using Title 42 to force people out of the country. But it should be expanded to more.
And then in the last few months of Trump's, it might have been in the last year. The last few months of Trump's term saw more immigration. Illegal immigration than we saw, higher than peak any month under Obama, by the way.
For people that were claiming
asking whether or
asylum.
not you have an idea of scale about how much it's affected, whether or not it was significant as you say.
You just said remain in Mexico. Make him own this. He said remain in Mexico. Mexico was one of the best immigration policies of all time in the past several decades. So he must have some idea of the scale, right?
You have any idea of the scale?
I know you're going to say it's like tens of thousands maximum.
Yeah, it was.
That's good. Yeah, tens of thousands.
But again, it was instituted in 2019 prior to the COVID, where we ended up using Title 42.
But then why did you bring that up as an example? That was your example, Chief.
Expel people. It should have been maintained under the Biden administration, especially when they got rid of Title 42.
It's limited by what Mexico is willing to accept.
And again, Remain in Mexico is also a principle. It's the idea that you have to apply for asylum in the countries that you pass along the way, because asylum is I'm in fear of my life, and you should apply for asylum in the next country that you would be safe in, not your first choice for economic reasons.
As in statute, pursuant to bilateral treaties that the government can negotiate, and which they have done so with Canada, and safe third-party country agreements. And so, again, like the nuances matter. In my opinion, statutes matter, procedure matters. But you like the policy because it's at the whim of the president. It's something based, and you don't have to think about its legality or whether or not we can even conceivably be sending millions of people to Mexico, remain in Mexico to have their asylum petition heard. It's not the case. Mexico's not going to accept it, and it was never going to be a cure for the policies that.
I actually don't mind if Mexico doesn't accept it. What I actually want them to do, and this is one of the goals, is to get them to stop facilitating all this illegal immigration through their country, the United States of America. Like, they know when they see the caravans of people headed for our border and it's being broadcast on the news where they're going, but for some reason our ally just allows them to do that. That's nonsense.
He just told you what this is about. It's a pretext.
It's a deterrent. Yes, I believe in deterrence. Yes.
So it's not about.
It's a good policy on its own, and it's a deterrent. Yes.
What he wants to do is stop processing asylum claims. Fair.
I want them to claim asylum in the next safe country as the program.
Do you want to process asylum claims as they arrive or not?
No, not as they arrive. I want to change how they're arriving.
Yeah. So that's in this country. We pass these things called laws. And these things called laws, we're a country of laws, not of men. But at every turn, pro-Trump sycophants don't care about the law, that it says that you have to go through asylum procedures, that it says you have to provide hearings to certain people, that you have to have credible fear determinations of people who are,
Does everyone have a right to claim asylum in the United States of America?
You have to be in a port of entry.
How many countries can you pass through to claim asylum here?
Do you know this answer, or are you asking it?
I'm asking you how many countries?
Okay, so
you're a great world.
So there's a distinction.
Epic. I can't watch this. I'm good. Hold on. My favorite types of people.
7.5 months pregnant when the storm hit. Emily Russell says it was like a scary movie.
The water started coming up the vents in the house where the basement had completely got overtook, and then you just started hearing parts of the house getting tore off over there, and it started kicking in the doors from the pressure of the water, and it was just crazy.
But as fast as Tropical Storm Helene's floodwaters upended her world, volunteers swept in to help put it back together.
We've had so many people just really bless our family, and we've had God with us every step of the way.
So when President Donald Trump talks about abolishing the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Russell is just fine with it.
I mean, honestly, it's not helped a lot of us around here, so even if he got rid of FEMA, it wouldn't hurt or help us in any way.
Nearly 5 months after Helene tore through the foothills of western North Carolina, many wonder why more hasn't been accomplished.
Well, if this is the way they are, he ought to do away with them.
City and regional planning professor Miyuki Hino studies the impacts of climate change. She says most of this frustration comes from misconceptions about what FEMA's role actually is.
Federal assistance is really designed to meet immediate needs for habitability. So it is certainly not the case that FEMA is going to come in and put everything back to the perfect state that it was in before. They will be the first to tell you that your homeowner's insurance and your flood insurance should be your primary resources for recovering.
The agency says more than 153,000 North Carolina households are receiving Helene-related aid. 18,000 have received money to repair primary homes, and thousands more are staying in FEMA-funded housing. Russell complained about the Byzantine process for filing the claim.
I thought we were going to be lucky and get help from them because I filed it right away. We had an inspector out here within the first 2 or 3 weeks.
Parts of her claim have been rejected. Others are still listed as pending.
Government and FEMA-wise, there's been no help.
But Hino says there are strict rules to follow.
In the aftermath of disasters, a lot of the administrative steps that are taken are to ensure that assistance is going to eligible households for eligible costs. And those are processes that take time, unfortunately.
Bailey got the maximum loss amount, $42,500, and the offer of a FEMA trailer. But he says the money wouldn't buy him a real replacement, and the loaner doesn't cut it.
They say, oh, we'll get you a camper, but in 18 months they come and get it. How's that happening?
And this right here is how far
Only $42,000. Oh no.
the water washed our land away. The red dirt has been put back. It was down level with the river.
Like Russell and Bailey, Vicki Revis lost just about everything. And like them, she has volunteers to thank for what comfort she now enjoys.
Everything that we have here was donated, except my car. Of course, it's the only thing that made it out of the flood is us in that car.
But unlike Russell and Bailey, she refuses to badmouth FEMA.
They were good with me. I mean, I don't have any complaints. I mean, I guess they do the best they can, but maybe some people expect more or whatever.
Remember, FEMA is just supposed to be like, that's like emergency assistance. It's not supposed to make you whole, like replace every single thing you've lost. Like that's what insurance and other things are for. Like the government doesn't have the money. That would be insane. Otherwise, what would be the point of ever having any insurance ever? Connections. Punch, suggestion. Touch, point, match. Box, triumph. Set, hint, compliment. Oscar, suit, lamb chop. Trace, fit, retrieve. It suggests, it points to, it hints at, it touches on. A trace, a fit, a suit, a set. Oh man. I don't fucking know. It suits it? No, this isn't right. Not even one off. Okay. It fits, it suits it, it complements, it matches. Boom. Easy. Corresponds well with. Okay. A hint, a suggestion. A touch of a trace? A glimmer. Oh my God. How does he do it? Okay. A triumph. Retrieve. Oscar. Box. Set. Is this like some fucking badminton or tennis bullshit? Okay, yeah, of course. That's what I meant. Dog breeds minus ER sound. Boxer, a pointer, and a setter. I've never heard of those two in my entire life. Retriever, sure. Boxer, sure. Pointer and a setter dog? An Irish setter? Oh, I guess. Okay, maybe. Maybe I've heard that in my life. And then Lamb Chop, Punch, Oscar, and Triumph. Famous puppets. I would have never in my entire life. A Lamb Chop for Lamb Chop Sing-Along. Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street? I don't know who Punch and Triumph are. Triumph is Conan O'Brien? Oh, I didn't know that was his name. The insult dog. Okay. Fuck, 1 minute on this, then we read.
With Ewald von Kleist, this conference started as a transatlantic conference. After the speech of Vice President Vance on Friday, we have to fear that our common value base is not that common anymore. I'm very grateful to all those European politicians that spoke out and reaffirmed the values and principles that they are defending. No one did this better than President Zelensky. Let me conclude, and this becomes difficult.
Wow, cringe. Wait, what was this?
No one did this better than President Zelensky. Let me conclude, and this becomes difficult.
Let me conclude, and this becomes difficult. Was there anything else, or? Okay. Oh, or did he just stop? Did he just leave? He was like, fuck this. Rip. Top comment, Russian bot. People, this is our security top. Start thinking about your own defenses because these people will not defend you. Good one. Why would you link me this?
Munitions. This is me having absolutely zero faith that if we continue to throw them billions of our dollars in an effort to eliminate their landmine issue, more than 99% of that cash is never actually going to go to protecting their people from landmines. As USAID is an aid, it's $29 million going to improve young Egyptian skills, $30 million for the LGBTI experience in the Caribbean, $4 million to fight internet troll.
Bro, to fight. This is. There are. I bet there are people, you know, like that meme of like the really big fat guy with the water pipe, and then there's the little skinny guy trying to get like 1 or 2 drops. I think that the big fat guy is these different bureaucrats, and the skinny guy is the actual citizens. I bet probably like a very small fraction of this actually gets seen by the public and distributed in a way that's beneficial.
Source, my favorite crack pipe. The failure of democracy. We're officially on part 2. The weaknesses of Weimar. Fear and hatred ruled the day in Germany at the end of the First World War. Wait. Why the fuck is this not working? No. Hello? Oh. I know why. The weaknesses of Weimar. Fear and hatred ruled the day in Germany at the end of the First World War. Gun battles, assassinations, riots, massacres, and civil unrest denied Germans the stability in which a new democratic order could flourish. Yet somebody had to take over the reins of government after the Kaiser's abdication and the collapse of the Reich created by Bismarck. The Social Democrats stepped into the breach. A group of leading figures in the labor movement emerged in the confusion of early November 1918 to form a revolutionary council of people's delegates, uniting for a brief period at least the two wings of the Social Democratic movement, the majority who had supported the war and the independents who had opposed it. The council was led by Friedrich Ebert, a longtime Social Democratic Party functionary. Born in 1871, the son of a tailor, he became a saddler and entered politics through his trade union activities. He worked on the editorial staff of the Social Democratic newspaper in Bremen, then in 1893 opened a pub in the city, which, like so many such institutions, functioned as a center for local labor organizations. By 1900, he was active in Bremen's municipal politics, and as leader of the local Social Democrats, he did much to improve the party's effectiveness. In 1905, he was elected secretary to the National Party's Central Committee in Berlin, and in 1912, he entered the Reichstag. Ebert won the respect of his party, not as a great orator or charismatic leader, but as a calm, patient, and subtle negotiator who always seemed to bring the different factions of the labor movement together. He was a typical pragmatist of the second generation of social democratic leaders, accepting the party's Marxist ideology, but concentrating his efforts on the day-to-day improvement of working-class life through his expertise in areas such as labor law and social insurance. It was his hard work that was mainly responsible for the remodeling and improved efficiency of the party's administration and electoral machine before the war, and he took a great deal of the credit for the party's famous victory in the Reichstag elections of 1912. On the death of the party's long-term leader, August Bebel, in 1913, Ebert was elected joint leader of the party alongside the more radical Hugo Haas. Like many social democratic organizers, Ebert put loyalty to the party above almost everything else, and his outrage at the refusal of Haas and other opponents of the war to follow majority decisions in the party was a major factor in persuading him to bring about their expulsion. Led by Haas, the dissidents formed the Independent Social Democrats in 1917 and worked from a variety of points of view to bring about an end to the war. Ebert believed in discipline and order, compromise and reform, and worked hard to bring about a cooperation with the Center Party and the left liberals during the war, in order to push the Kaiser's administration towards an acceptance of parliamentarism. Parliamentarism. Okay. Or parliamentarism. Parliamentarism. That one. Maybe? Yeah. His main aim in 1918 to 1919 was formulated by the characteristic concern of the sober administrator to keep essential services going, to stop the economy from collapsing, and to restore law and order. He was converted to the view that the Kaiser should abdicate only by the realization that a social revolution would break out if he did not. And, he added in conversation with the Kaiser's last chancellor, Prince Max of Baden, "I don't want that. Indeed, I hate it like sin." Instead of revolution, Ebert wanted parliamentary democracy. In collaboration with the Center Party and the left-wing liberals, now renamed the Democrats, Ebert and his associates in the Council of People's Delegates organized nationwide elections to a constituent assembly early in 1919 against the opposition of more radical elements who looked to the workers' and soldiers' councils to form the basis of some kind of Soviet-style administration. Many ordinary electors in Germany, whatever their private political views, saw voting for the three democratic parties as the best way to prevent the creation of a German Soviet and ward off the threat of a Bolshevik revolution. Not surprisingly, therefore, the Social Democrats, the left Liberal Democrats, and the Center Party gained an overall majority in the elections to the Constituent Assembly. This met early in 1919 in the central German town of Weimar, long associated with the life and work of the 18th and early 19th century German poet, novelist, and dramatist Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. The Constitution, which it approved on the 31st of July, 1919, was essentially a modified version of the Constitution established by Bismarck for his new Reich nearly half a century before. In place of the Kaiser, there was a Reich president who was to be elected, like the President of the United States, by popular vote. Not only did this give him independent legitimacy in his dealings with the legislature, it also encouraged his use of the extensive emergency powers which he was granted under the Constitution's Article 48. In times of trouble, he could rule by decree and use the army to restore law and order in any federated state if he thought they were under threat. Well, that's so convenient. The power to rule by decree was only intended for exceptional emergencies. But Ebert, as the Republic's first president, made very extensive use of this power, employing it in no fewer than 136 separate occasions. He deposed legitimately elected governments in Saxony and Thuringia, when they threatened, in his view, to foment disorder. Even more dangerously, during the 1920 Civil War, in the Ruhr, he issued a backdated decree applying the death penalty to public order offenses and retrospectively legitimizing many of the summary executions that had already been carried out on members of the Red Army by units of the Free Corps and the Regular Army. It was significant that on both occasions, these powers were used to suppress perceived threats to the Republic from the left, whereas they went virtually unused against what many saw as the far greater threat to it posed by the right. There were virtually no effective safeguards against an abuse of Article 48, since the president could threaten to use the power given him by Article 25 to dissolve the Reichstag should it reject a presidential decree. Moreover, decrees could, in any case, be used to create a fait accompli, or to bring about a situation in which the Reichstag had little option but to approve them. For example, though this was never intended, they could be used to intimidate and suppress opposition to the government in power. In some circumstances, no doubt, there was probably little alternative to some kind of rule by decree. But Article 48 included no proper provisions for the ultimate reassertion of power by the legislature in such an eventuality. And Ebert used it not just for emergencies, but also in non-emergency situations where steering legislation through the Reichstag would have been too difficult. In the end, Ebert's excessive use and occasional misuse of the article widened its application to a point where it became a potential threat to democratic institutions. Wow. Ebert's achievement in steering the Weimar Republic into being was undeniable. Yet, he made many hasty compromises that would return to haunt the Republic in different ways later on. His concern for a smooth transition from war to peace led him to collaborate closely with the army without demanding any changes in its fiercely monarchist and ultra-conservative officer corps, which he was certainly in a position to do in 1918 to 1919. Yet Ebert's willingness to compromise with the old order did not do anything to endear him to those who regretted its passing. Throughout the years of his presidency, he was subjected to a remorseless campaign of vilification in the right-wing press. For those who thought that the head of state should possess a remote, Olympian dignity, far from the ordinariness of everyday life, a widely publicized newspaper photograph of the squat, podgy figure of the Reich president on a seaside holiday with a couple of friends, dressed only in bathing trunks, exposed him to ridicule and contempt. Other opponents in the muckraking right-wing press attempted to smear him through associating him with financial scandals. Ebert, perhaps foolishly, responded by firing off no fewer than 173 libel suits at those responsible, without ever once gaining satisfaction. In a criminal trial held in 1924, in which the accused was charged with calling Ebert a traitor to his country, the court fined the man the token sum of 10 marks because, as it concluded, Ebert had indeed shown himself to be a traitor by maintaining contacts with striking munitions workers in Berlin in the last year of the war, although he had in fact done so in order to bring the strike to a rapid negotiated end. The unending wave of hatred poured over Ebert by the extreme right had its effect, not merely in undermining his position, but also in wearing him down personally, both mentally and physically. Obsessed with trying to clear his name from all these smears, Ebert neglected a ruptured appendix that could have been dealt with quite easily by the medical science of the time, and he died, aged 54, on the 28th of February, 1925. Damn. The elections to the post of president that followed were a disaster for the democratic prospects of the Weimar Republic. What a loser. Don't highlight the footnote. We don't do that. Wait, why is it included? Okay, fuck it. I guess we are. The elections to the post of president that followed were a disaster for the democratic prospects of the Weimar Republic. The baleful influence of Weimar's political fragmentation and the lack of legitimacy made itself felt here, since in the first round, none of the candidates looked like winning. So the right drafted in the reluctant figure of Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg as a rallying point for their divided supporters. In the subsequent runoff, if either the Communists or the autonomous Bavarian wing of the Center Party had voted for Hindenburg's best supported opponent, the Catholic politician Wilhelm Marx, the Field Marshal might have been defeated. But, thanks to the egotism, above all, of the Bavarians, he was elected by a clear majority. A symbol par excellence of the old military and imperial order, Hindenburg was a bulky, physically imposing man whose statuesque appearance, military uniform, war service medals, and legendary reputation, mostly undeserved, for winning the Great Battle of Tannenberg and for guiding Germany's military destiny thereafter, made him a much revered figurehead, above all, for the right. Hindenburg's election was greeted by the forces of the right as a symbol of restoration. On 12/5, reported the conservative academic Victor Klemperer, an alarmed and unsympathetic observer, in his diary, as Hindenburg was sworn in, there were black, white, red flags everywhere. The Reich flag only on official buildings. 8 of 10 imperial flags, Klemperer observed on this occasion, were, he said, the small ones of the kind used by children. For many, Hindenburg's election was a big step away from Weimar democracy in the direction of a restoration of the old monarchical order. A rumor duly did the rounds that Hindenburg had felt it necessary to ask the ex-Kaiser Wilhelm, now in exile in Holland, for permission before he took up the post of president. It was untrue, but it said a great deal for Hindenburg's reputation that it gained currency. It's not true, but imagine what it says about society that people thought it was true, is what he's saying. Once in office and influenced by his strong sense of duty, Hindenburg, to the surprise of many, stuck to the letter of the Constitution, but as his 7-year term of office wore on, and he moved into his 80s, he became ever more impatient with the complexities of political events and ever more susceptible to the influence of his inner circle of advisors, all of whom shared his instinctive belief that the monarchy was the only legitimate sovereign power in the German Reich. Persuaded of the correctness of the use of presidential emergency powers by the example of his predecessor, Hindenburg began to feel that a conservative dictatorship exercised in his name was the only way out of the crisis into which the Republic fell at the beginning of the 1930s. Whatever influence Hindenburg's election might therefore have had in reconciling opponents of the Republic to its existence in the short run, in the long run it was an unmitigated disaster for Weimar democracy. By 1930 at the latest, it had become clear that the presidential power was in the hands of a man who had no faith in democratic institutions and no intention of defending them from their enemies. Okay. Destiny. This is unironically used all the time in history. Think of all the fake Churchill quotes, the fact that we think they are real says a lot about society's impressions of Churchill as a man. If you ever study ancient history, where we struggle sometimes to separate myths from histories, the fact that public believes something is an important value. Yeah, I will agree with you. Like, if you actually dig into, if you've ever seen, like, all those weird, like the torture, the crazy ways that people used to torture people, like 90% of these are just totally fucking fake. Like, I don't think anybody ever actually did these. Like, when you look up the source of these, it'll be like, Greece used to torture people this way. And the source will be like, in the 1700s, one guy wrote this in his diary, referencing like a poet from the year 600 who wrote about a thing that he might have. It's always like I'm sure there's like a ton of shit like that. Besides the office of Reich President, Weimar's constitution provided for a national legislature named, as before, the Reichstag, but now elected by all adult women as well as all adult men, and by a more direct form of proportional representation than had been used before 1918. In effect, the electors voted for the party of their choice, and each party was allotted a number of seats in the Reichstag, precisely corresponding to the proportion of votes it received in the election. Thus, a party that received 30% of the vote would be allotted 30% of the seats, and, more worryingly, a party that received 1% of the vote would be allotted 1% of the seats. It has often been said that such a system favored small parties and fringe groups, and this was no doubt true. Yet, the fringe parties never achieved a combined vote of more than 15%, so it was in practice seldom necessary for the larger parties to take them into account when forming a government. Where proportional representation did have an effect, it was in evening out the chances of the large parties in the competition for votes, so that, if a first-past-the-post electoral system had been in operation, the bigger parties would have done better, and more stable coalition governments with a smaller number of coalition partners might have been possible, thus perhaps persuading a greater number of people in the virtues of parliamentarism. As it was, changes in government in the Weimar Republic were very frequent. Between February 13th, 1919, and January 30th of 1933, there were no fewer than 20 different cabinets, each lasting, on average, 239 days, or somewhat less than 8 months. Coalition government, it was sometimes said, made for unstable government, as the different parties were constantly squabbling over personalities and policies. It also made for weak government, since all they could settle on was the lowest common denominator and the line of least resistance. However, coalition government in Weimar was not just the product of proportional representation. Yeah, fuck parliaments. It also arose out of long-standing and deep fissures within the German political system. The parties that had dominated the imperial scene all survived into the Weimar Republic. The nationalists were formed by the amalgamation of the old Conservative Party with other smaller groups. The liberals failed to overcome their differences and remained divided into left, the Democrats, and right, the People's Party. The Center Party remained more or less unchanged, though its Bavarian wing split off to form the Bavarian People's Party. On the left, the Social Democrats had to face a new rival in the form of the Communist Party, but none of this was solely or even principally the product of proportional representation. The political milieu out of which these various parties emerged had been in existence since the early days of the Bismarckian Empire. It's milieu, right? These milieu, with their party newspapers, clubs, and societies, were unusually rigid and homogeneous. Already before 1914, this had resulted in a politicization of whole areas of life that in other societies were much freer from ideological identifications. Thus, if an ordinary German wanted to join a male voice choir, for instance, he had to choose in some areas between a Catholic and a Protestant choir, in others between a socialist and a nationalist choir. The same went for gymnastics clubs, cycling clubs, football clubs, and the rest. A member of the Social Democratic Party, before the war, could have virtually his entire life encompassed by the party and its organizations. He could read a Social Democratic newspaper, go to a Social Democratic pub or bar, belong to a Social Democratic trade union, borrow books from the Social Democratic library, go to Social Democratic festivals and plays, marry a woman who belonged to the Social Democratic Women's Organization, enroll his children in the Social Democratic Youth Movement, and be buried with the aid of a Social Democratic burial fund. Similar things could be said of the Center Party, which could rely on the mass organization of supporters in the People's Association for a Catholic Germany, the Catholic Trade Union Movement, and Catholic leisure clubs and societies of all kind, but also to a certain extent of other parties too. These sharply defined political-cultural milieu did not disappear with the advent of the Weimar Republic. But the emergence of commercialized mass leisure, the boulevard press, based on sensation and scandal, the cinema, cheap novels, dance halls, and leisure activities of all kinds, activities of all kinds, began in the 1920s to provide alternative sources of identification for the young, who were thus less tightly bound to political parties than their elders were. The older generation of political activists were too closely tied to their particular political ideology to find compromise and cooperation with other politicians and their parties very easy. In contrast to the situation after 1945, there was no merger of major political parties into larger and more effective units. As in a number of other respects, therefore, the political instability of the 1920s and early 1930s owed more to structural continuities with the politics of the Bismarckian and Wilhelmine eras than to the novel provisions of the Weimar Constitution. Ooh. Yeah, let's do it. We'll do a big one. Fuck it. Proportional representation did not, as some have claimed, encourage political anarchy and thereby facilitate the rise of the extreme right. An electoral system based on a first-past-the-post system, where the candidate who won the most votes in each constituency automatically won the seat, might well have given the Nazi Party even more seats than it eventually obtained in the last elections of the Weimar Republic, though, since the party's electoral tactics would have been different under such a system, and its arguably beneficial effects in the earlier phases of the Republic's existence might have reduced the overall Nazi vote later on, it is impossible to tell for sure. I like that he includes that, like, when things change, other things change too. Like, people will say, like, would Russia have won the war, or would the Soviets have done as well without U.S. assistance, or would this have happened to this? It's like, maybe, but like, if that one thing changed, everybody else's actions would have changed accordingly, and then everything from there would have changed as well, right? Like, historical counterfactuals are never just changing one thing and then everybody would act literally the exact same way. Like, everybody's actions would have changed in response to that, right? Similarly, the destabilizing effect of the Constitution's provision for referendums or plebiscites has often been exaggerated. Other political systems have existed perfectly happily with such a provision, and in any case, the actual number of plebiscites that actually took place was very small. The campaigning they involved certainly helped keep the overheated political atmosphere of the Republic at boiling point, but national plebiscites had little direct political effect, despite the fact that one provincial plebiscite did succeed in overthrowing a democratic government in Oldenburg in 1932. Wow, map 4, the Weimar Republic. Wow, crazy. In any case, the governmental instability of Weimar has itself often been overdrawn, with the frequent changes of government concealed long-term continuities in particular ministries. Some posts, notably the Ministry of Justice, were used as bargaining counters in inter-party coalition negotiations, and so saw a succession of many different ministers, no doubt putting more power than usual into the hands of the senior civil servants, who stayed there all through, though their freedom of action was curtailed by the devolution of many functions of judicial administration to the federated states. But others became the virtual prerequisite of a particular politician through all the vagaries of coalition building. Vagaries? Of coalition building, thus making it easier to formulate and implement strong and decisive policies. Gustav Stresemann, the leading figure in the People's Party, for instance, was foreign minister in 9 successive administrations and remained in office for an unbroken period of over 6 years. Heinrich Brauns, a Center Party deputy, was Minister of Labor in 12 successive cabinets from June of 1920 up to June of 1928. Otto Gessler, a Democrat, was Army Minister in 13 successive governments from March of 1920 to January of 1928. Such ministers were able to develop and implement long-term policies irrespective of the frequent turnover of leadership experienced by the governments they served in. Other ministries were also occupied by the same politicians through 2, 3, or 4 different governments. Not by chance, it was in such areas that the Republic was able to develop its strongest and most consistent policies, above all in the fields of foreign affairs, labor, and welfare. The ability of the Reich government to act firmly and decisively, however, was always compromised by another provision of the Constitution, namely its decision to continue the federal structure which Bismarck had imposed on the Reich in 1871 in an effort to sugar the pill of unification for German princes such as the King of Bavaria and the Grand Duke of Baden. When we say federal structure, what does that mean? Are they referring to parliament plus president, or are they referring to... Or did they just mean like having states inside of a larger state? States. Okay, yeah, okay. Federal is federated. Okay, yeah. The princes had been unceremoniously thrown out in the Revolution of 1918, but their states remained. They were equipped now with democratic, parliamentary institutions, but still retained a good deal of autonomy in key areas of domestic policy. The fact that some of the states, like Bavaria, had a history and an identity going back many centuries, encouraged them to obstruct the policies of the Reich government if they did not like them. On the other hand, direct taxation was now in the hands of the Reich government, and many of the smaller states were dependent on handouts from Berlin when they got into financial difficulties. Attempts at succession from the Reich might seem threatening, especially in the Republic's troubled early years, but in reality they were never strong enough to be taken seriously. Worse problems could be caused by tensions between Prussia and the Reich, since the Prussian state was bigger than all the rest combined. But through the 1920s and early 1930s, Prussia was led by moderate, pro-Republican governments, which constituted an important counterweight to the extremism and instability of states such as Bavaria. When all these factors are taken into account, therefore, it does not seem that the federal system, for all its unresolved tensions between the Reich and the states, was a major factor in undermining the stability and legitimacy of the Weimar Republic. I guess these are probably worth... Okay. All in all, Weimar Germany's constitution was no worse than the constitutions of most other countries in the 1920s, and a good deal more democratic than many. Its more problematical provisions might not have mattered so much had circumstances been different. But the fatal lack of legitimacy from which the Republic suffered magnified the Constitution's faults many times over. 3 political parties were identified with a new political system: the Social Democrats, the Liberal German Democratic Party, and the Center Party. After gaining a clear majority of 76.2% of the vote in January of 1919, these 3 parties combined won just 48% of the vote in June of 1920, 43% of the vote in May of 1924, 49.6% in December of 1924, 49.9% in 1928, and 43% in September of 1930. From 1920 onwards, they were thus in a permanent minority in the Reichstag, outnumbered by deputies whose allegiance lay with the Republic's enemies to the right and to the left. And the support of these parties, of the Weimar coalition for the Republic, was, at best, often more rhetorical than practical, and at worst, equivocal, compromised, or of no political use at all. So, colloquially, as he's speaking here, Weimar Germany was the parliamentary, federated, democratic thing that existed after the Revolution of 1918. And whenever he refers to, like, the Republic, his allegiance lay with the Republic's enemies. No, the Republic is the same. Okay. So you have the competing forces of, like, the Weimar Republic, the democratic thing, and then people who longed for, I guess, the days of the... Was the Bismarckian thing, was that considered the Second Reich, or what do they call that? The Empire, basically, the German Empire, I guess. Oh, I guess, was the First Reich like the 1,000-year German bullshit? I don't know anything about that. Fuck that. Cringe. Was it the Holy Roman Empire? Oh, okay, gotcha. No one cares. Europe is cringe. Okay. The Social Democrats were considered by many to be the party that had created the Republic and often said so themselves. Yet, they were never very happy as a party of government, took part in only 8 out of the 20 Weimar cabinets, and only filled the office of Reich Chancellor in 4 of them. They remained locked in the Marxist ideological mold of the pre-war years, still expecting capitalism to be overthrown and the bourgeois to be replaced as the ruling class by the proletariat. Whatever else it was, Germany in the 1920s was undeniably a capitalist society, and playing a leading role in government seemed to many Social Democrats to sit rather uneasily alongside the verbal radicalism of their ideology. Unused to the experience of government, excluded from political participation for 2 generations before the war, they found the experience of collaborating with bourgeois politicians a painful one. They could not rid themselves of their Marxist ideology without losing a large part of their electoral support in the working class. Yet on the other hand, a more radical policy, for example, of forming a Red Army militia from workers instead of relying on the Free Corps, would surely have made their participation in bourgeois coalition governments impossible and called down upon their heads the wrath of the army. The main strength of the Social Democrats lay in Prussia, the state that covered over half the territory of the Weimar Republic and contained 57% of its population. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, map 4 is the Weimar Republic. How big is... Why does it feel like Prussia's like the whole fucking thing? Fuck these maps that are in black and white. The entire top half of the image. Yeah, I see that, but like... Where does Prussia end going south? Better map. Oh, thank you. This is an actual good map. Damn. Okay, and then the blue thing is Prussia. Gotcha. And then Prussia's cut off by Poland there as a result of the negotiated land after World War I guaranteed Poland some right to the Baltic Sea. That's what that is up there. So it gets cut off. Damn. Absolutely cocked. Here, in a mainly Protestant area with great cities such as Berlin and industrial areas like the Ruhr, they dominated the government. Their policy was to make Prussia a bastion of Weimar democracy, and although they did not pursue reforms with any great vigor or consistency, right? Yeah. Removing them from power in Germany's biggest state became a major objective of the Weimar democracy's enemies by the early 1930s. In the Reich, however, their position was far less dominant. Their strength at the beginning of the Republic owed a good deal to the support of middle-class voters who considered that a strong social democratic party would offer the best defense against Bolshevism by effecting a quick transition to parliamentary democracy. As the threat receded, so their representation in the Reichstag went down, from 163 seats in 1919 to 102 in 1920. Despite a substantial recovery later on, 153 seats in 1928 and 143 in 1930, the Social Democrats permanently lost nearly 2.5 million votes. And after receiving 38% of the votes in 1919, they hovered around 25% for the rest of the 1920s and early 1930s. Nevertheless, they remained an enormously powerful and well-organized political movement that claimed the allegiance and devotion of millions of industrial workers across the land. If any one party deserved to be called the bulwark of democracy in the Weimar Republic, it was the Social Democrats. The second arm of the Weimar coalition, the German Democratic Party, was a somewhat more enthusiastic participant in government, serving in virtually all the cabinets of the 1920s. It had, after all, been a Democrat, Hugo Preuss, who had been the principal author of the much-maligned Weimar Constitution. But although they won 75 seats in the election of January of 1919, They lost 36 of them in the next election in June of 1920, and were down to 28 seats in the election of May of 1924. Victims of the rightward drift of middle-class voters, they never recovered. Their response to their losses after the elections of 1928 was disastrous, led by Erich Koch-Weiser. Leading figures in the party joined in July of 1930 with a paramilitary offshoot of the youth movement known as the Young German Order, and some individual politicians from other middle-class parties to transform the Democrats into the state party. The idea was to create a strong centrist bloc that would stem the flow of bourgeois voters to the Nazis. But the merger had been precipitate. Okay. And closed off the possibility of joining together with other larger political groups in the middle. Oh, the merger was too early. They shouldn't have done it as early, I guess. It cut off other possibilities? Sure. Okay. Some, mostly left-wing Democrats, objected to the move and resigned. On the right, the Young German Order's move lost its support among many of its own members. The electoral fortunes of the new party did not improve, and only 14 deputies represented it in the Reichstag after the elections of September 1930. In practice, the merger meant a sharp shift to the right. The Young German Order shared the skepticism of much of the youth movement about the parliamentary system, and its ideology was more than tinged with anti-Semitism. The new state party continued to keep the Social Democratic coalition in Prussia afloat until the state elections of April 1932, but its aim, announced by the historian Friedrich Meinecke, right, was now to achieve a shift in the balance of political power away from the Reichstag and the states and towards a strong unitary Reich government. Here, too, therefore, a steady erosion of support pushed the party to the right, but the only effect of this was to wipe out whatever distinguished it from other, more effective political organizations that were arguing for the same kind of thing. The state party's convoluted constitutional schemes not only signaled its lack of political realism, but also its weakening commitment to Weimar democracy. Of the three parties of the Weimar coalition, only the Center Party maintained its support throughout at around 5 million votes. Okay. Or 85 to 90 seats in the Reichstag, including those of the Bavarian People's Party. Fuck, do I need all three of these? I don't know. Sure, why not? The Center Party was also a key part of every coalition government from June of 1919 to the very end, and with its strong interest in social legislation, probably had a strong claim to have been the driving force behind the creation of Weimar's welfare state, probably had as strong a claim to have been the driving force behind the creation of Weimar's welfare state as the Social Democrats did. Socially conservative, it devoted much of its time to fighting pornography, contraception, and other evils of the modern world, and to defending Catholic interests in the school system. Its Achilles heel was the influence inevitably wielded over it by the papacy, right? In Rome. As head of the Catholic Church, Pope Pius XI was increasingly worried by the advance of atheistic communists and socialists during the 1920s. Together with his nuncio in Germany, right, Eugenio Pacelli, who subsequently became Pope Pius XII, he profoundly distrusted the political liberalism of many Catholic politicians and saw a turn to a more authoritarian form of politics as the safest way to preserve the Church's interests from the looming threat of the godless left. This led to his conclusion of a concordat with Mussolini's fascist regime in Italy in 1929, and later on to the Church's support for the clerico-fascist dictatorship of Engelbert Dollfuss in the Austrian Civil War of 1934. And the nationalists under General Franco in the Spanish Civil War that began in 1936. With such signals emanating from the Vatican, even in the 1920s, the prospects for political Catholicism in Germany were not good. They became markedly worse in December of 1928, when a close associate of Papal Nuncio Pacelli, Prelate Ludwig Koss, a priest who was also a deputy in the German Reichstag, succeeded in being elected leader of the Center Party as a compromise candidate during a struggle between factions of the right and left over the succession to the retiring chairman, Wilhelm Marx. Under Pacelli's influence, however, Koss veered increasingly towards the right, pulling many Catholic politicians with him. As increasing disorder and instability began to grip the Reich in 1930 and 1931, Koss, now a frequent visitor to the Vatican, began to work together with Pacelli. Is it Pacelli? Pacelli? With Pacelli for a concordat along the lines of the agreement recently concluded with Mussolini. Securing the future existence of the church was paramount in such a situation. Like many other leading Catholic politicians, Koss considered that this was only really possible in an authoritarian state where police regression stamped out the threat from the left. Never, declared Koss in 1929, as the call for leadership on the grand scale echoed more vividly and impatiently through the soul of the German people as in the days when the fatherland and its culture have been in such peril that the soul of all of us has been oppressed. Koss demanded, among other things, much greater independence for the executive from the legislature in Germany. Another leading Center Party politician, Eugen Bolz, minister-president of Württemberg, sounds like an elite in Halo, put it more bluntly when he told his wife early in 1930, "I have long been of the opinion that the parliament cannot solve severe domestic political problems. If a dictator for 10 years were a possibility, I would want it." Long before January 30th of 1933, the Center Party had ceased to be the bulwark of Weimar democracy that it had once been. Wow. What are you guys doing? Map 5, the religious divide. You can see in the top part, which is all Prussia, all the Protestants. And then the bottom part are all Catholics. Cringe. Name like Bulls sounds like TS, Bolts. Okay. Thus, even the major political props of democracy in the Weimar Republic were crumbling by the end of the 1920s. Beyond them, the democratic landscape was even more desolate. No other parties offered serious support to the Republic and its institutions. On the left, the Republic was confronted with the mass phenomenon of the communists. In the revolutionary period from 1918 to 1921, they were a tightly knit elite group with little electoral support. But when the independent Social Democrats, deprived of the unifying factor of opposition to the First World War, fell apart in 1922, a large number of them joined the Communists, who thus became a mass party. Already in 1920, the combined forces of the independent Social Democrats and the Communists won 88 seats in the Reichstag. In May of 1924, the Communists won 62 seats, and after a small drop later in the year, they were back to 54 in 1928 and 77 in 1930. 3.25 million people cast their votes for the party in May of 1924 and over 4.5 million in September of 1930. These were all votes for the destruction of the Weimar Republic. Through all the twists and turns of its policies during the 1920s, the Communist Party of Germany never deviated from its belief that the Republic was a bourgeois state whose primary purposes were the protection of the capitalist economic order and the exploitation of the working class. Capitalism, they hoped, would inevitably collapse, and the bourgeois republic would be replaced by a Soviet state along Russian lines. It was the duty of the Communist Party to bring this about as soon as possible. In the early years of the Republic, this meant preparing for an October Revolution in Germany by means of an armed revolt. But after the failure of the January Uprising in 1919, and the even more catastrophic collapse of plans for an uprising in 1923, this idea was put on hold. steered increasingly from Moscow, where the Soviet regime, under the growing influence of Stalin, tightened its financial and ideological grip on communist parties everywhere in the second half of the 1920s, the German Communist Party had little option but to swing to a more moderate course in the mid-1920s, only to return to a radical leftist position at the end of the decade. This meant not only refusing to join with the Social Democrats in the defense of the Republic, but even actively collaborating with the Republic's enemies in order to bring it down. Indeed, the party's hostility to the Republic and its institutions even caused it to oppose reforms that might lead the Republic to become more popular among the working class. Rip. Implacable? You can't placate. Implacable? It's implacable. This implacable opposition to the Republic from the left was more than balanced by rabid animosity from the right. The largest and most significant right-wing challenge to Weimar was mounted by the nationalists, who gained 44 Reichstag seats in January of 1919, 71 in June of 1920, 95 in May of 1924, and 103 in December of 1924. This made them larger than any other party, with the exception of the Social Democrats. In both elections of 1924, they won around 20% of the vote. 1 in 5 people who cast their ballot in these elections thus did so for a party that made it clear from the outset that it regarded the Weimar Republic as utterly illegitimate and called for a restoration of the Bismarckian Reich and the return of the Kaiser. This was expressed in many different ways, from the nationalists' championing of the old imperial flag, black, white, and red, in place of the new Republican colors of black, red, and gold, to their tacit and sometimes explicit condoning of the assassination of key Republican politicians by armed conspiratorial groups allied to the Free Corps. The propaganda and policies of the nationalists did much to spread radical right-wing ideas across the electorate in the 1920s and prepare the way for Nazism. During the 1920s, the nationalists were a party in 2 coalition governments, but the experience was not a happy one. They resigned from one government after 10 months, and when they came into another cabinet halfway through its term of office, they were forced to make compromises that left many party members deeply dissatisfied. Severe losses in the elections of October 1928, when the nationalists' representation in the Reichstag fell from 103 seats to 73, convinced the right wing of the party that it was time for a more uncompromising line. The Traditionalist Party chairman, Count Westarp, was ousted and replaced by the press baron, industrialist, and radical nationalist Alfred Hugenberg, who had been a leading light of the pan-German movement since its inception in the 1890s. The Nationalist Party program of 1931, drafted under Hugenberg's influence, was distinctly more right-wing than its predecessors. It demanded, among other things, the restoration of the Hohenzollern monarchy, which that was the, not the Habsburgs, but the other people, right? The von Loser people? Kaiser Wilhelm, yeah, those guys. The royal family journey, yeah, okay. The fuck is RTBA? That's how we make all our money here, okay? It demanded, among other things, the restoration of the Hohenzollern monarchy, compulsory military service, a strong foreign policy directed at the revision of the Treaty of Versailles, the return of the lost overseas colonies, and the strengthening of ties with Germans living in other parts of Europe, especially Austria. The Reichstag was to retain only a supervisory role and a critical voice in legislation, and to be joined by a representational body structured according to professional rankings in the economic and cultural spheres, along the lines of the corporate state being created at the time in fascist Italy. And the program went on, we resist the subversive, un-German spirit in all forms, whether it stems from Jewish or other circles. We are emphatically opposed to the prevalence of Judaism in the government and in public life, a prevalence that has emerged ever more continuously since the revolution. Under Hugenberg, the nationalists also moved away from internal party democracy and closer to the leadership principle. The party's new leader made strenuous efforts to make party policy on his own and direct the party's Reichstag delegation in its votes. A number of Reichstag deputies opposed this, and a dozen of them split off from the party in December of 1929 and more in June of 1930, joining fringe groups of the right in protest. Hugenberg allied the party with the extreme right in an attempt to get a popular referendum to vote against the Young Plan, an internationally agreed scheme brokered by the Americans for the rescheduling of reparations payments in 1929. The failure of the bitterly fought campaign only convinced Hugenberg of the need for even more extreme opposition to Weimar and its replacement by an authoritarian nationalist state harking back to the glorious days of the Bismarckian Empire. None of this worked. The nationalist snobbery and elitism prevented them from winning a real mass following and rendered their supporters vulnerable to the blandishments of the truly populist demagoguery practiced by the Nazis. Less extreme, but only marginally less vehemently opposed to the Republic, was the smaller People's Party, the heir of the old pro-Bismarckian National Liberals. It won 65 seats in the 1920 election, and stayed around 45 to 50 for the rest of the decade, attracting about 2.7 to 3 million votes. The party's hostility to the Republic was partly masked by the decision of its leading figure, Gustav Stresemann, to recognize political realities for the movement and accept the legitimacy of the Republic more out of necessity than conviction. Although he was never fully trusted by his party, Stresemann's powers of persuasion were considerable. Not least thanks to the consummate negotiating skills, the People's Party took part in most of the Republic's cabinets, unlike the Nationalists, who stayed in opposition for the greater part of the 1920s. Yet, this meant that the majority of governments formed after the initial phase of the Republic's existence contained at least some ministers who were dubious, to say the least, about its right to exist. Moreover, Stresemann, already in difficulties with his party, fell ill and died, like a loser, in October of 1929, thus removing the principal moderating influence from the party's leadership. From this point on, it too gravitated rapidly towards the far right. Even in the mid-1920s, therefore, the political system was looking extremely fragile. In other circumstances, it might have survived. In retrospect, indeed, the period of 1924 to 1928 has been described by many as Weimar's golden years. But the idea that democracy was on the way to establishing itself in Germany at this time is an illusion created by hindsight. There was in reality no sign that it was becoming more secure. On the contrary, the fact that the two major bourgeois parties, the Center Party and the Nationalists, soon fell into the hands of avowed enemies of democracy boded ill for the future, even without the shocks to come. Fuck! Okay, sorry. That the allegiance of the People's Party to the Republic, such as it was, owed everything to the persistence and intelligent leadership of one man, Gustav Stresemann, was another sign of fragility. Not even in the relatively favorable circumstances of 1928 had the parties of the Weimar coalition succeeded in gaining a majority in the Reichstag. The widespread feeling after 1923 that the threat of a Bolshevik revolution had receded meant that the bourgeois parties were no longer so willing to compromise with the Social Democrats in the interests of preserving the Republic as a bulwark against communism. Okay, hold on. When we say the bourgeois parties, the Center Party and the Nationalists. Okay, the Center Party was part of the pro-Weimar people, and the Nationalists weren't super anti-Weimar Republic. Okay. So when they say bourgeois, was this just like the cultural and social elites or whatever? Is that what they mean here? Or The people who were in favor of like Wait, am I live or am I shit? Fuck, I hit the power button on my fucking computer like a retard. The Nationalists were very against democracy. They were the guys that wanted to return the cards. Yeah, but it seemed like the one political leader guy was good at keeping that at bay. Or it was more realistic, I guess. The Streisman guy? Okay. Wait, that was the other right-wing party. Oh, that was the Smaller People's Party. You're right. Okay, never mind. Okay. Jesus. Okay, sorry. My shit got fucked. All right. And, more ominously still, paramilitary organizations such as the Steel Helmets were beginning to extend their struggle from the streets to the hustings in an attempt to win more influence for their anti-Republican views. Meanwhile, political violence, though it fell short of the open civil war that characterized much of the Republic's opening phase, still continued at an alarmingly high level throughout the mid-1920s. The brutal fact was that even in 1928, the Republic was as far away from achieving stability and legitimacy as ever. Okay. The Weimar Republic was also weakened by its failure to win the wholehearted support of the army and the civil service, both of which found it extremely difficult to adjust to the transition from the authoritarian Reich to the Democratic Republic in 1918. For the army leadership in particular, defeat in 1918 posed an alarming threat. Led by one of its most intelligent and perceptive officers, General Wilhelm Groener, is like every other person in Germany at this point named Wilhelm? Holy fuck. General Wilhelm Groener, the General Staff agreed with the majority Social Democrats under Friedrich Ebert that the threat of the Revolutionary Workers' and Soldiers' Council would best be warded off if they worked in tandem to secure a stable parliamentary democracy. From Groener's point of view, Gruner? Is it Gruner, do you think? From Groener's point of view, this was an act of expediency, not of faith. It secured the preservation of the old officer corps in the reduced circumstances of the German army after the Treaty of Versailles. The army's numbers were restricted to 100,000. It was banned from using modern technology, such as tanks, and a mass conscript military force had to give way to a small professional one. Okay, Groener. Groener ran into fierce opposition from army diehards for compromising with the Social Democrats, just as his opposite number, the Social Democrats' military specialist Gustav Noske, ran into fierce criticism from his party comrades for allowing the officer corps to remain intact instead of replacing it with a more democratic structure and personnel. But in the desperate circumstances of 1918 to 19, their line won through in the end. Within a short space of time, however, the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils had faded from the political scene, and the need for compromise with the forces of democracy seemed to many leading officers to have lost its urgency. This became dramatically clear in March of 1920, when Free Corps units, protesting against their impending redundancy, marched on Berlin and overthrew the elected government in a bid to restore an authoritarian regime on the lines of the old monarchy. Led by the pan-German former civil servant and leading light of the old Fatherland Party, Wolfgang Kapp, the insurrectionists were also supported by elements within the armed forces in a number of areas. When the chief of the army command, oh my God, wait, is this the one thing? Never mind, maybe not. Okay, we're getting there. The insurrectionists were also supported by elements within the armed forces in a number of areas. It's not the thing. When the chief of the army command, General Walther Reinhardt, tried to ensure the force's loyalty to the government, he was ousted in favor of the more right-wing General Hans von Seeckt. Seeckt promptly banned all army units from opposing the plotters and turned a blind eye to those which backed them. Subsequently, he ordered the army to cooperate in the bloody suppression of the workers' armed uprising against the Putsch in the Ruhr. Seeckt had indeed been hostile to the Republic from the beginning. Aloof, authoritarian, and unapproachable, his upper-class credentials advertised by the monocle he wore over his left eye, he epitomized the traditions of the Prussian officer class. But he was also a political realist who saw that the possibilities of overthrowing the Republic by force were limited. He aimed, therefore, to keep the army united and free from parliamentary control, waiting for better times. In this, he had the full support of his fellow officers. Under Seeckt's leadership, the army retained in its war flag the old imperial colors of black, white, and red. Seeckt distinguished sharply between the German state, which incorporated the abstract ideal of the Reich, and the Republic, which he regarded as a temporary aberration. General Wilhelm Groener, Seeckt's mentor, described the army in 1928 as the only power and an element of power within the state that no one can disregard. Under Seeckt's leadership, the army was far from being a neutral organization, standing aloof from the party political fray, whatever Seeckt might have claimed. Seeckt did not hesitate to intervene against the elected government when he believed that it went against the Reich's interests. He even considered taking over the chancellorship himself on one occasion with a program that envisaged the centralization of the Reich and the curbing of Prussian autonomy, the abolition of the trade unions, and their replacement by occupational chambers, rather like those later created by Mussolini in Italy. And, in general, the suppression of all tendencies directed against the existence of the Reich and against the legitimate authority of the Reich and the state through the use of the means of power of the Reich. In the end, he succeeded in toppling the government, but did not manage to become chancellor himself. That was to be left to one of his successors, General Kurt von Schleicher, who belonged to Seeckt's close group of advisors in the years when he ran the army command. A law unto itself for most of the time, the army did its best during the 1920s to circumvent the restrictions placed upon it by the Treaty of Versailles. It's Seeckt, not Seeckt. Seeckt. Making common cause behind the scenes with another diminished and resentful great power, the Soviet Union, the army leadership arranged for clandestine training operations, clandestine training sessions in Russia for officers anxious to learn how to use tanks and aeroplanes and willing to engage in experiments with poison gas. I don't know about that. Damn. Secret arrangements were made to train auxiliary troops in an attempt to get round the limit of 100,000 imposed by the treaty on the army's strength, and the army was constantly eyeing the paramilitaries as a potential military reserve. These subterfuges and others, including training with make-believe tanks, made clear that the army had no intention of abiding by the terms of the 1919 peace settlement and would break free from it as soon as circumstances allowed. Far from being led exclusively by dyed-in-the-wool Prussian conservatives, these clandestine circumventions of the treaty were organized above all by modern-minded technicians impatient with the constraints of democratic politics and international agreements. The disloyalty of the army and the repeated intrigues of its leading officers against civilian governments boded ill for the Republic's continued viability in a real crisis. If Germany's first democracy could not expect much support from its military servants, then neither could it hope for much support from its civil servants, whom it likewise inherited from the old German Reich. The civil service was of huge importance because it covered a wide area of society and included not just officials working in the central administration of the Reich, but also all those state employees who had secured the tenure, status, and emoluments originally designed for senior administrators. They included officials working for the federated states, for state enterprises like the railways and the postal service, and for state institutions such as universities and schools, so that university professors and high school teachers fell into this category as well. The numbers of civil servants in this broad sense were enormous. Below this relatively exalted level, there were millions more state servants living off salaries or wages paid by state institutions. The German State Railway was by far the largest single employer in the Weimar Republic, for instance, with 700,000 people working for it at the end of the 1920s. It was followed by the Postal Service with 380,000. If family members, dependents, and pensioners are added on, about 3 million people relied for their support on the railways alone. Altogether, by the end of the 1920s, there were 1.6 million civil servants in Germany, about half of whom worked for the state proper, the other half for public utilities such as the railways. With such a large number of state employees, it was clear that the state employment sector was politically extremely diverse, with hundreds of thousands of employees belonging to socialist trade unions, liberal political parties, or pressure groups of widely varying political orientation. 1 million civil servants belonged to the Liberal German Civil Servants League in 1919, though 60,000 split off to form a more right-wing group in 1921, and another 350,000 seceded to form a trade union the following year. Civil servants were in no sense, therefore, uniformly hostile to the Republic at the outset, despite their training and socialization in the years of the Wilhelmine Reich. Wilhelmin, you think? Maybe. As the leading figure in the transitional revolutionary administration, Friedrich Ebert appealed on November 9th, 1918, for all civil servants and state employees to continue working in order to avoid anarchy. The overwhelming majority stayed on. Civil servants' career structure and duties were unchanged. The Weimar Constitution made them irremovable. However, it might have appeared in theory, in practice, this step made it virtually impossible to dismiss civil servants, given the extreme difficulty of proving in law that they had violated their oath of allegiance. As an institution that derived from the authoritarian and bureaucratic states of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, long before the advent of parliaments and political parties, the higher civil service, in particular, had been long accustomed to regard itself as the true ruling caste, above all in Prussia. Up to 1918, for instance, all government ministers had been civil servants, appointed by the monarch, not by the Reichstag or the legislative assemblies of the federated states. In some Reich ministries, where there was a rapid turnover of ministers under the Republic, the top civil servant could wield enormous power, as with Kurt Joel. Is it Kurt Joel or is it Kurt Joel? In the Ministry of Justice, who served virtually throughout the Republic, while no fewer than 17 justice ministers came and went before he finally became minister himself in 1930. For such men, administrative continuity was the supreme dictate of duty, overriding all political considerations. Whatever they might have thought privately of the Putschists, in March of 1920, senior civil servants in Berlin, including financial officials, thus carried on with their work in defiance of the Putschists' orders for them to stand down. The neutrality of civil servants on this occasion owed a good deal to their characteristically punctilious insistence on the duties imposed by their oath of allegiance. Later on, in 1922, the government introduced a new law designed to bind civil servants even more closely to the Republic and impose disciplinary sanctions on those who consorted with its enemies. But this measure was relatively toothless. Only in Prussia was there a serious effort, led by Karl Severing and Albert Grzinski, successive social democratic ministers of the interior, to replace old imperial administrators, above all in the provinces, with social democrats and others loyal to the Republic. Nevertheless, even the Prussian efforts at creating a civil service loyal to the principles of democracy, as well as imbued with a sense of duty in serving the government of the day, proved insufficient in the end. Because Severing and Grzinski thought that the parties should be represented in the higher civil service, roughly in proportion to their place in the Prussian coalition cabinets, this meant that a good number of important posts were held by men from parties such as the Center Party, the People's Party, and to a degree, the State Party, whose allegiance to the Republic was rapidly becoming more tenuous from the end of the 1920s onwards. In the rest of Germany, including the level of the Reich civil service, even this degree of reform was barely even attempted, let alone achieved, and the civil service was far more conservative, even in parts downright hostile to the Republic. The problem, however, was not so much that the higher civil service was actively helping to undermine Weimar. Rather, it was that the Republic did too little to ensure that civil servants at whatever level were actively committed to the democratic political order and would resist any attempt to overthrow it. And those civil servants who were actively hostile to the Republic, probably a minority considered overall, were able to survive with relative impunity. Thus, for instance, one senior Prussian civil servant, born in 1885 and a member of the Nationalist Party after 1918, founded a variety of fringe groups for civil servants and others aiming explicitly to combat the Reichstag, the Red headquarters, to frustrate the policies of the treasonous and godless Social Democrats, to oppose the imperialist world power of the Catholic Church, and finally, to fight against all Jews. His anti-Semitism, fairly late before 1918, became explicit after the Revolution. Thereafter, he later recalled, whenever a Jew was carrying on impertinently on the elevated railway or on the train and would not accept my scolding without further impertinence, I threatened to throw him off the moving train if he did not shut up immediately. On one occasion, he threatened Marxist workers with a gun. His was an obviously extreme example of a civil servant opposed to the Republic. Yet, he was not dismissed, only disciplined twice and denied promotion, despite being tried on one occasion for disturbing the peace. I always, he wrote, took it to be a weakness of my political enemies in the civil service that they let me get off so easily every time. The worst that happened to him under the Republic was a blockage of his career prospects. There can be little doubt that, even in the Republican bastion of Prussia, the vast majority of civil servants had little genuine loyalty to the Constitution to which they had sworn their allegiance. Should the Republic be threatened with destruction, very few of them indeed would even think of coming to its aid. Devotion to duty kept them working when the state was challenged, as is the Cap Push of 1920. Push. But it would also keep them working when the state was overthrown. Here was another central institution whose loyalty was to an abstract concept of the Reich rather than to the concrete principles of democracy. In this, as in other respects, Weimar was weak in political legitimacy from the start. It was beset by insurmountable problems of political violence, assassination, and irreconcilable conflicts about its right to exist. It was unloved and undefended by its servants in the army and bureaucracy. It was blamed by many for the national humiliation, the Treaty of Versailles, and it also had to face enormous economic problems, beginning with the massive monetary inflation that made life so difficult for so many in the years when it was trying to establish itself. It's just putsch, pooch, pooch, putsch. Pooch, putsch. Why is every chapter chapter 1? Am I looping? Fuck this. Pooch, like butcher. Ugh. Putsch, pooch, putsch. Putsch. Oh, wow. What a wacky... What a wacky country. Give us a summary of the chapter. Things were fucked everywhere. Ah. Whatever. That's why there's a case on it. All right. Well, No, not you, dipshit. Wait, where's the debate? Are they still doing the thing? Modern day debate? How does this chapter affect LeBron's legacy? It finally solidifies that LeBron's legacy will never even come close to touching that of Michael Jackson's. Michael Jackson was just... No, fuck, Michael Jordan. God, I fucked the meme up. Fuck me. Fuck this stream. Fuck all of you.